It's another day of the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown, day number 4. We're going to finish up some of these quarterfinal matchups that we have in store for you. I'm joined again, as I have been all week, by Bubsky. Bubsky, how you doing? You get a good night's sleep?
Yeah, we're chilling. I get the good schedule in, get a good 10 hours of sleep, and then I'm back on the desk with you every day. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's good weather outside as well.
It's all you can ask for, really. Let's check out results from day 3 yesterday in case you missed some of the action there. This is where we decided who was going to be making it into some of the quarterfinals we had left. Spirit with a quick 2-0 win over Elevate. Big handled Gamer Legion, and Saw continues to surprise, continues to impress with an upset win over Cloud9. That was a fantastic win for them, Bubsky.
Yeah, actually, I think there was 2 storylines yesterday, right? I think that first game, Elevate and Spirit, I actually also got a bit surprised to see that Elevate was able to take that many rounds against the likes of Spirit. And at the end of it, we also saw the underdogs versus Cloud9 actually win in a, I wouldn't say comfortable fashion, but they won with a fair and square game in a 2-0 series, which is really impressive considering who they were up against. Yeah,
you're pleasantly surprised. Elevate still only managed to get 9 and 6 rounds in those 2 maps. So the bar was set very low. Let's go to the play of the day for yesterday. We selected 3 at the end of the day. We're going to pick the best one today. Votes are in. Percentages are in. We're going to start you out with number 3. It's Crimbo in his own 1v3 here on Vertigo. Able to handle business with the MP9. Doing good work, keeping Big at bay for as long as possible. They would go on to lose this series. Snacks for Gamer Legion, or they would go on to win the series, excuse me. Gamer Legion would go on to lose this series. Snacks had a little bit of revenge. Triple kill with the AWP himself on Vertigo. Him and Crimbo going blow for blow, but it wasn't enough for the old Polish legend as they do fall and get eliminated from the showdown. Axile takes the number 1 spot. The play of day 3, 4 kills on Nuke. We only catch 3 of the kills, but the 4th kill, it was cool. It was pretty. You would have liked to have seen it, but you know, shit happens.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reality of online Counter-Strike, right? It's not always pretty, but Exile is one guy we've actually found out at this tournament has actually been on a good run of games. He's been away for a long time, so it's been nice to see a guy with that much talent finally show some glimpses of hope.
Yeah, good to see him have success before they get eliminated, because they're now out of the tournament. As you get the bracket up on the screen, you can see Cloud9 was eliminated yesterday by SAW. They're our first team in the semifinals. We've got OG Heroic fighting for a spot for the chance to play against SAW in those semifinals. On the other side of the bracket, it's Spirit Big to play for a spot. Monte and the upstart Metizport, fresh off their upset over Falcons in round 1. That feels like it was so long ago. They'll be facing off as well for a spot in the semifinals. So we're almost at the end of it. We got today, we got tomorrow, and then we decide who's going to London. This is the schedule for today. Heroic OG, Metizport Monte, Big, and Spirit to close out the day. Any potential weirdness in the day, Bubsky?
I think that second game is going to be interesting. Metizport, from my understanding, has free players who's playing part-time. I think that says a lot what you can achieve if you really want to go for it, and with good communication and teamwork and the right individuals, right? I think both the twins and Nilo is actually still attending school, so it's pretty insane that they're actually able to beat the GOAT comfortably in a BO freeze.
Yeah, it's cool seeing a young generation of Swedish players start rising up. We've been waiting for that for some time. Prediction game, because this is the most important tournament going on at the moment. The talent prediction game. You know, it's unexpectedly who's on top, but things are looking okay. This is after yesterday. Hugo was just barely hanging on by a thread. He had that nice upset pick from SAW over Cloud9 down at the bottom, so he got to steal a life, so he's still alive. And poor Scrawny really got hit hard yesterday. 3 lives taken away, so he's now down towards the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reality of things, right? I think Harry and Hugo is the duo to go out first, potentially, but we are keeping a safe side over at the right part of it. Not too many people are trying to steal from us yet. Potentially, we could screw a bit up today as we've gone for different picks.
Yeah, no, we're safe. We're sitting pretty. We're sitting at our own little world right now, our own little island. No one's really, you know, we're unsuspecting, but we're at the top. Launders is up there as well, so good on him. Couple upsets picked today. Connor went for the big pick over Spirit, which seems a little bit crazy.
I mean, I love to see that OG. Nobody believed them, even though the biggest hater in terms of launders is not really able to go for it. I think it says a lot about what OG has brought to the BLAST circuit a couple of times, right? I think people have completely lost faith in them, but they did give us something yesterday, and I think actually Heavy God was one of them.
Well, he's going to have another big day today. It's OG taking on Heroic for our first match, and before we dive into that, we've got an interview with OG to lead the way into the series.
So I wanted to start by just looking at how satisfied you are and how you are doing now with the team, and where do you feel you're at in terms of development you want to see within the team after obviously a very good RMR now coming into the showdown?
Well, I would say I'm satisfied since like we have been a team less than 3 months total, and we had to build everything from the scratch. So I am satisfied with our results so far. I think we got a lot of good things going for us, and I also believe in our chances here in Showdown.
Did it click in some ways faster than you would have expected?
Yes, for sure, because I didn't expect us to play so good or click so well instantly with a new roster, and since we don't have that foundation where like we would have a core of 3 people or anything like that, so it was a lot of the basics we had to go down to and like figure out stuff, a lot of team talks, a lot of theory time. But yeah, it is also clicking, because I don't think it's something that you should expect with a team so young as us.
Definitely so. Now, you got up against OG today, and on paper, people would say, yes, this was like an easy game for you, but did you look into some detail on them, especially the game they played against Complexity? Did you notice any changes? Because I think a lot of people saw it as quite an unexpected result.
We did look into them, and we are doing our normal prep, I would say. So we didn't specifically do anything special in that sense. And I think they got a good win over Complexity, even though, of course, the RMR travel was rough for Complexity coming to Europe. But it is what it is, and I think we shouldn't underestimate OG. I think it's a fair result for them. Good win.
Smart thinking ahead. I agree with that for sure. But looking at the map pool and the veto, how this can go down, do you think you guys just have full control of the game? Because theirs isn't looking great. It looks very small.
Yeah, I think they have some weaknesses in their map pool. And then on the other hand, we have similar maps we like. So in a matchup like this, we are going for our strengths more than we are gonna focus on them in that way, thinking about the maps. So I think we will get maps we will like a lot, and by that we will be comfortable in the match no matter what happens, basically.
Well, I'm glad Saw expressed a little bit of surprise that this team has come together so quickly, because I, for one, was of the camp that I thought this lineup looked horrendous when it came together. I thought this team would be going nowhere, and I was dead wrong on that one. So I'm glad Saw equally surprised that it's come together and started clicking and working so quick.
I mean, I think I was one of the few who actually believed in these guys, right? I'd say about the bias with the 3 Danes, right? I think that may play into consideration, but I feel like that trio of Kyksan, Nerds, and Shus, like that's a world-star trio. Maybe not on the fracking side every single side, but like as a great support player, a great prospect of an in-game leader, the best rookie of the year, then you can discuss how well will Nikodos and Tessus be on a tier 1 level consistently. But for now, I think they actually have a really interesting lineup. And I also spoke a little bit with Shus and just asking about how it was different from the old lineup, because I think everybody agrees that the old lineup potentially had more talent on the team and had a more interesting socially aspect to the team, but he said that it's just different now. Like everybody's equal, everybody's bringing something to the table. There's no more. They're not as close as they was before, and I think that's very helpful for a team to be able to like communicate directly with each other and be more professional. So I think it was a good change for everyone, and it's also crazy that the guys who was left behind is the only one who qualified for the major, right?
Yeah, that's a little bit weird. The departing players for greener pastures are all kind of sitting out and watching this Copenhagen major play out from the sidelines. Their opponents today are going to be OG. We've talked at length about them in previous days as well, and kind of interesting in its own way. They too have a sort of emerging star player in Heavy God, who's an absolute beast. But he seems to be, for the most part, kind of lifting a very heavy load. Now, we got contributions yesterday from unexpected places like Keto playing well. We know Regali can have his games, but at the moment it still feels like Heavy God is at the forefront of this OG lineup.
Yeah, and I think you said it yourself, Heavy God is going to be the one, but he needs help, right? And he got that from the captain of the team, the one who's been under the most criticism, in my opinion, that is not being able to deliver both on the tactical side of things, but also when we talk about Frax itself. But this game he delivered, and it made a massive change. It made the reason why they won. Heavy God played well, right? But I think Keto was the difference maker in the end.
Vertigo, Mirage, and Ancient. As Saw mentioned in that interview, he thinks they're going to be super comfortable with the veto process, with the maps that are going to be played in this series. Bubsky, you think they're sitting here after the dust settles on the map veto, and they're like, we like this, we love it, we're comfy, we're ready to go?
Yeah, I think the strength of actually Heroic is actually in the map pool itself. They are really good on that Mirage, and I think that what screws OG a little bit up in this matchup is that their map pool isn't as broad as they would like. I think they need more time, more experience, more losses able to learn from them to be able to complete their map pool. We can also see on the percentages is not looking good on OG's side for the most part. And I think what is interesting about Heroic is that they had so many different pieces from different teams, right? Kixen with the Apex lineup, Ends with Nerds and so on, then the Heroic guys as well, right? Everybody brings something from every map, and then it's just about figuring out how the puzzle will lay out, because you can create something really unique on each single map, because they all had different favorites map back on the old teams.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing we've kind of touched on with OG is they seem to be like kind of gatekeepers of that tier 2 teams. Like they can kind of handle the tier 2 opposition they go up against some of the stiffer competition. The tier 1 competition, they generally struggle. So OG, I think, is going to have a leg up in this series for sure. And we're going to find out. We're going to find out right now. We're going to get into it. It's going to be OG. It's going to be taking on Heroic. Best of 3, elimination on the line, semifinals, and a spot in London on the line. We'll be right back after the break. It's going to be Harry and Hugo taking us through the action.
Oh, we got a bit of a banger coming down the pipeline here. Heroic taking on OG. One BO3 away from going on a play Saw, and then that's the matchup that sends you into London. But Hugo, let's recap how we got here. Let's recap how Heroic got here.
Yeah, Heroic have been, impressive to start the year. Even though the groups, their debut with this roster on LAN at least was underwhelming. They got dominated by Cloud9. They fell to even the old big with Monte in the roster. Well, against NIP, Harry, they made it look easy. This is a team that came through the open qualifier, ran all the way to the major through the RMR. So Heroic right now, high stonks, high value, and they're going up against an OG OG that are playing to a level that maybe we haven't seen before, taking down complexity, albeit coming right off of a flight, not too prepped, not too slept, but don't sleep on OG as they take Heroic in this BO3, 2 away from London.
Teams have been kind of dominated by a rifle powerhouse, no less an Israeli rifle powerhouse on either side, Nerds and Heavy God in that sense. And then the AWPers have been looking good for that. You look at Regali for the side of OG and Nikados for the side of Heroic. We're right into this one, though. We're going to kickstart things over on OG's map pick of Vertigo.
Footsteps get heard. Shush makes his way back to the B site, and there's 4 players here. We still have a lurker going up a ramp. Options are open to pull back if they need to, but the smokes, the flashes, the mollies are all coming in. They're going to execute into B, spamming through the smoke. The Dane's ready to push through it. Tesses and Shush fighting side by side, but the latter's dinked, and this was a fake after all. Nexius with a lurk has opened up A.
Yeah, while he's gone on to take some space, there is still a route open here for Heroic. They're going to hear these footsteps. They know that someone might be in the site, and so he had to get that kill. Nerds on the receiving end of it. Nexius continues to exert a bit of pressure over here towards the site, and well, there's another kill, this time from Regali, so the numbers start to get whittled away from Heroic, and it looks like Shush is... had an unfortunate drop out of the server there, so...
He was 8 health on the bright side, if you want to cope, and this was a excellently cooled pistol for OG anyway, so I feel like Heroic positionally were not in the place to win it, as it were. Test just trying to fight for survival. They're running him down, and he will not last long. OG... I think cooling will be a big question in this series, right? Because we have 2 relatively, I'll say relatively green in-game leaders when it comes to tier 1 level. Keto had his time in Big, down into Big Academy, took over in-game leader, came back in this OG squad and took over the leading. And he looked really good. He was outmatching JT in some of the late game calls on Ancient there in that complexity match. And then we have Kixon, who rose so quickly to the top, now leading a firepower heavy Heroic squad. And he's an in-game leader who we've seen put on some big fragging games as well, Harry, at deep tournaments.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's cool there as well is, like, you know, even this Heroic squad's rise almost caught us all off guard. I think a lot of folks thought that, you know, it was time to, like, stick a fork in Heroic. They're done, right? Yeah. The team had kind of folded in on itself, and you were left with just Tesses and Shush from that old roster. You go on and pick up Nikados, who I think has shown to be a bit of a streaky AWPer at times, right? Like, someone who can dominate games, but also sometimes just goes missing entirely. Biggest signing was definitely, you know, pulling Nerds in, and then Kicksign gets to kind of take the helm of this squad, and I think even he was shocked just how fast they were able to rise. Yeah, Nerds never was. He actually came in Academy to say, I think we're gonna make a run here, but
took down Vitality.
Had some very legit wins. I mean, only falling at the hands of G2, I think twice in Katowice.
Correct. Yeah, I think the Nikados redemption arc is really cool as well, because obviously when we saw Copenhagen Flames get torn apart, so many players ended up in good positions, and while he was in Fnatic, he had some good games. That team was, it was never going to be it, was it? And Fnatic's CS division is kind of middled out now, not making the major either. But Nikados is probably very hungry for this opportunity to play for a big org with very strong players. And I agree, streaky. He's definitely like gone very cold in some tournaments, but at the same time, his peak is explosive.
Yes, no, 100%. I mean, you know, there's no game quite like it, a game where Nikados is popping off and looking really good, right? Those are the ones where you sit there and you're like, yeah, if we could get this, but every day. Suddenly, ooh, it's so good.
I like how you mentioned Heroic. They're a team that are meant to like be dead. We're meant to forget about them because, you lost Cadian, your in-game leader at AWP. Oh, you lost the stars of Yabi and Stown. Well, the 3 players I mentioned, Harry, are not going to be in Copenhagen for the major. And you know who is? Shush and Tesses.
Yeah, and I got to say, I love the heat that Heroic have been spitting about this whole
social media guys.
Whether it's the social media, whether that's, you know, Tesses and Shush even. And I say, you know, it feels good actually to see them not winning. Ooh.
Well, right now, they're going to learn what not winning feels like, as OG are on a hot streak, running up ramp. It might be the Dane of the Doz to save them here with 2 from the sandbags. Tessus even hits a spam, and Heroic landing back on their feet. Nika Doz might die on this swing. They come to support him, but he's very low. Nerds still in front of the footsteps. They chase down. Nerds gets another, reflash back in, and while it's a good dodge from Heavy God, he's got a lot to do in the clutch. Heroic are on the board, and they don't wait long for it.
Yeah, good to see them finding success in that first rifle round. I didn't want them to start cold here. I kind of hoped that we got a competitive affair from the get-go, and Nikonos seems pretty damn determined to make that happen. Him and Tessus just reel in this top ramp play. So very nicely done.
OG still have a buy. Took a clean anti-eco at Mac 10s. Keto will continue to wield that. And OG going for a slow default, it seems. Allow Heroic to take some ramp control. 3 players here. May push down. Hickson looks to get involved. Deep grenade, spam, everything to try and support the captain. ISO. But he won't last long, will he?
Oh, trade back from Nikonos. I can't believe he's still trying to fight for this. Going for the spam. He's so low. Yeah. And Regali will find him eventually. Couldn't last forever. OG just going to slow it right down. And you actually see a good deal of this from Keto. I think his preferred pace is probably a little slower, right? Like, I think he likes these sort of mid-rounds where, especially if you're able to squeak out a man advantage, you will just slow it right down, give a bit of room to folks like Heavy God usually to go and explore and roam the map a bit. This time it's going to be Fiku left to his own devices in middle. Shush could get the drop on him here, and he will. And now that you've seen that man going out through mid, you're instantly suspicious about B. Shush drops in. He's going to hear the footsteps, but they're already up in his face. And there's Heavy God taking it off, so it's left on the Nerds. This is an exciting 1v2 attempt. Regali and Heavy God, 2 top-rated players for OG here in the showdown so far. And Nerds topping the charts for Heroic. Let's see if he's got anything going for him here. Regali will get rid of him. And so that 1v2 is denied.
Shush fighting demons there, because as you say, he knew exactly what was going on, but he really wanted to get to default. He really wanted to get that reposition when he could have hit behind Gens, and it's that eagerness to get into the site that gets him killed, relocating. Nice ramp fight for OG. We've seen Vertigo change a little bit in CS2, at least with how you take the ramp control, a lot slower rounds, and just, you know, not necessarily rushing it now as often. And so OG just delay ramp take, they use it to get kills and they reset. Heavy God, a nice opener, but it's only pistols here, and you can, if you get this corner, you can see Nerds. He's not actually as safe. Oops, that's awkward. This corner isn't actually that safe. You can see his arms stick out. But they mollied themselves. Let's see if they give it a proper clear. Keto looks to, the molly is perfect, and he's going to find that kill. So crisis averted, 3 players at A side, and OG can just waltz into B. Still holding, squeezing everything from this round. Nikodos has a rifle, so removing that would be nice.
Because these B players haven't aggressed at all, you know, if you're OG, you wouldn't be mistaken for thinking that Heroic might have looked to pad out that side of the map more. So I'm worried they might go back into the A play here, and that looks to be the decision getting made. They've up and left B main. They spot 1 player in at the top of ramp. It's just the 1 rifle here to really make it exciting. But if anyone can, it's Nikodos in these rounds. He's often been the kind of point man over towards ramp. And now they learn about the M4. Now they learn about Nikodos. He gets away with 2 kills, and they get sent packing the other way. I want to up and leave. Keto hangs around.
He's going to hear the steps as well, because Nikodos knows what's going on. He has to rotate. He's walking right now in case there's a mid lurker. He only saw 2 more, so bomb planted. And Tessus dropped the gun.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Tessus didn't do that, I would have loved to have seen Nikodos attempt this. I think he might have done. Would have been valuable to churn out some kills, try make that AWP money, but instead it will just have to be the save. Tessus needs a drop. Nikodos gets away with 1 more kill. Lovely dump from him in this round, right?
This is, you know, we talk about VP.
Yeah, he might do even more here.
We talk about VP and economy management. Like, that's a reason. It's a pretty crazy play. It works if he saves it. That's the hope. But part of the reason you go for that buy is you want to always keep your enemy's economy, you know, on the edge of a reset. You don't want them to be getting 5 alive rounds on their anti-ecos, because then they just have so much money. So, yeah, getting 3 kills if he lived, drops a gun, it's absolutely worth it for Heroic. Either way, they can afford to buy. Kixon will take the L, an in-game leader who is happy to play SMGs. And he'll need to close B for Nerds. Seen many a star struggle in these positions. Even Donk. Flash is set up, but they're gonna contact right in. Nerds won't have a clue they're coming out of nowhere with a team flash as well to boot. That did not go the way Heroic wanted. OG sneak their way into the site and they win the round in an instant. I love that change of pace.
This is a really legit start out of OG, and I'm just going to get ahead of it. If they were at the major, they would win it. But they're not, so you can't even prove me wrong.
That's the only barrier to entry, the qualification.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately for this team, their RMR run was mid. It wasn't that interesting.
No, I mean, they beat, I think the only team they beat was Preezy.
Yeah, and Preezy didn't look too hot. They made it through the open qual, something to say for that. Like, never easy. Heroic were in the same boat, right?
Never easy, but they did beat Preezy. Remember that? It rhymes, so
nice,
it's true.
Nice. Yeah, smashed by Apex. Close game loss to Ecstatic, and even Gamer Legion, who didn't make it out of the last chance match. So that was disappointing, but I think it just speaks to the quality of the competition right now, like how many teams we have that are hungry for these spots.
I mean, hell, dude, if they're able to kind of keep this level of appearance up, I think it also is a bit of a testament to the work that's clearly gone in since the RMR.
Ooh, disappointing round for Nerds, because they were just setting up that flash, but he got blinded by it.
I think Tesses wins the award for like most Danish-looking backdrop. This is, I don't know, this is just, that's just how I associate a lot of like the apartments. Very minimalist, right? Very clean, very,
okay. Clean, yeah.
Yeah. Look at that, right? You got like the gray sofa there.
The white walls.
White walls, padded cell.
He hasn't got time to decorate it, Harry.
No, true. Oh, there's actually, that's a wardrobe behind him. Didn't see that, did you? That's how minimalist it is. You didn't even know that that was a wardrobe.
Just like a wall to me, Harry.
Or maybe it's doors, but who knows? It's something. There was an opening there.
Well, there's an opening for OG, and they're seizing it right now. 5-1 up on the T side of Vertigo. It's their map pick. You can see why right now. Some well-cooled rounds. Some crucial entry kills from Heavy God and Regali. No quiet players to start today. And OG recognizing this opportunity that with Liquid gone, with Cloud9 eliminated, their side of the bracket is open for the taking. Sure, Saw, not a team to sleep on. In fact, I think they might have a very good run here to London. But in a way, do you want to play Saw, or would you rather play Cloud9? Maybe they'll crack under the pressure, Harry.
Honestly, I think in current form, I'd rather play Cloud9. You know, Saw have just been really legit, but hang on a second. Keto's opened up the round. Got to talk about his individual level while he's also been kind of helming the ship here for OG. He has been putting up good numbers. I think he's the 3rd highest rated player in this squad at the event.
It's like 1.2.
Damage done here as the bomb plant comes in. There's no util to deny that for Heroic, as they're just kind of forced to sit back on their laurels here and hope that OG make a mistake.
Again, hero rifle, but again, no chance for Heroic to win this round. OG have superior positions.
Yeah, I'm not sold on like the Nikados one-man army strat thus far.
It's good for the numbers.
It's just he's the only guy really, it feels like, performing. You had that one nice round between him and Tesses over towards the top of ramp. Even then, the bulk of it was Nikados.
Oh, I hate to see that. Getting spammed. Heavy God finds it anyway. 6-1. Dominant. OG have come through with some fight today, Harry. No one predicted them. None of us on those GG bet predictions. We all went with Heroic.
Yeah, you know, we could end up learning our lessons here. I mean, it's map 1, right? Like, you gotta give Heroic the benefit of the doubt, but they're not looking super up for the task right now. And, you know, one of the conversations, I think the desk were even having this the other day, was like the emergence of all these Israeli stars and how you could build like a super team from the region, right? And so now in this clash between Nerds and Heavy God, they are polar opposite on the stats. 1 and 6 for Nerds, 6 and 1 for Heavy God.
Those are some numbers. Oh, back turned. Good re-aggression from Tess's finds a 5-on-4, something Heroic have not really had untraded. They get to sit back and relax, crack a cold one. Onus on OG, and re-smokes from the site give Tess's room to fight ramp still. Even Nerds playing A now, as Shush is back to his solo bomb site. Heroic just trying to stay together to group, to trade in middle. Nerds continuing to float around the map, playing that rotation, offering support wherever it's needed. And as this B smoke fades, we might see Heavy God go for a play.
I mean, this is the guy who's kind of given the most room to maneuver here for the OG squad, and he will pick and choose his battles carefully. Doesn't like what he sees over towards B, and so he up and leaves. But a bit of info gathering from Heroic. They flash in at the top of the B ramp, and they spot that it's clear. And with only 35 seconds left, that does not leave much to the imagination.
There's still only 2A, but they want to play retake. They've got nade for the bomb. Tessus can actually bounce a Molotov. I imagine we'll see him do it when they take the site. Smokes come down. Oh, it's deep smokes. Tessus knows he's going to get fought here.
Yeah, Molly on the site, got to be ready for Fiku, and he will win that first one. So the point man locked out. Tesses tries to push it one step further, but he's got teammates in behind him. And with that swing from Nerds, this one should be a done deal, unless Regali and Nexius can answer back. And now it is just Nexius left in this one. He's charged down. Heroic play a very grouped retake there with good util to offset the plant, to put pressure on, and good awareness on Tesses in particular to spot that run up and be ready for that charge from Fiku.
Yeah, it's actually the better play for OG in that situation, just given how much room they were allowed, right? If they went for standard smokes and tried to plant, there would have been nade molly on bomb, and there wasn't a lot of time. So going for a deep smoke and going for control is a nice play, but it hinges on that first engagement. And with Tesses holding on strong, a good round from the Dane, double kill. It's going to be Heroic holding onto that A side, not allowing OG to back off with the bomb. 6-2. A chance now for Heroic to build into this map, to wake up.
Are they looking to go out mid a bit more in this round? Because Fiku's been lurking this time and time again, but this time Keto's here. They're going to have this Ellie smoke lobbed in from Heavy God. Good double mid setup, and so that smoke over towards mid never even gets used. It missed. It looked like it missed. I was looking at the mini-map. I'm like, that's not where it's meant to be. Oh, but hang on a second. Might'll be for naught, because Regali and Nexius have suddenly pulled OG back into this. Nexius now tries to take some space, gets all the way up into the site. Util reigns in. That's going to lock out a lot of these angles for Heroic. Bomb thrown across to Nexius, but he takes one at the grave before he goes for that bomb plot. And with all these kills going against you, how can you even justify giving this a look in if you're Heroic? You can't. Jinx padlock.
1, 2, 3.
Yep. You can't talk.
Well, that's kind of my job, Harry. Sorry to break it to you. You don't own me. But OG, they're owning Heroic. What a save as well. 5v4, everyone's comfortable. They've got the mid control, they reset. And even with a missed smoke from OG, Nexius just finds a lovely shot onto Nikodos, trying to cross into the bomb site. That's a couple of times Heroic have been caught repositioning, but again, it comes down to a pace change from OG. We've seen like really slow default rounds, then they walk up B stairs and they catch Heroic with nades out. Then we see more default rounds, then boom, they've contacted all the way up A. That's a huge kill from Regali, and Nexius gets a massive double opener as Heroic try and walk through the smoke, stuck on the beam. Yeah, we've seen Heroic get caught off by these pace changes a couple of times. So OG owning the map, owning the pace right now. And I imagine this is a Heroic tactical timeout because they are in trouble. 2 of 3 already popped in this first half.
Yeah, they are certainly feeling the pressure right now. And so what's Saw going to cook up for the boys here? Where does he think the solution is? I mean, I almost wouldn't mind seeing them go back into some of this, B ramp aggression. They've had good results of at least taking the space, not always getting rewarded with a kill, but in a lot of these rounds, Heavy God is lurking there alone. And so that could look to be a way in for you, right? But I think that's where also you have to credit OG in the kind of the speed and the decisiveness of their reactions. One of the things we saw in the Complexity game was that OG at times were quite slow and sometimes wouldn't have that like immediate knee-jerk reaction. And I always just attributed that to the fact that, Keto's kind of still warming into this, right? Maybe he doesn't have those protocols in place or feel comfortable at least kind of drilling them in. But
attempt number 2.
Come on, is it better? It's better. Oh, it's still not good.
No,
it's better.
That's fine.
No, it's good. It's good. It's landed. Nice, Heavy God. He's nailed it the second time around. Oh, but Kickstand comes through, so...
Doesn't even know he got that kill. He's just shooting. He's just running. They're running into B. Shush again. Same position, same result. Couldn't get tucked behind default. And it's Kickson who will keep this round alive for Heroic for now.
Here we are. It's the star power left in it for OG and a 2-on-3 to try salvage this. A round that's gone awry. Heroic finally clamped down on them, and it's from Kicksan with a double, but Regali goes pressuring, only gets away with the tag, and that leaves it on Heavy God. Tessez will not give him the room nor the respect. They're all peeking there, ready for a fight out at Generators, and they are giving it.
Good call off for Heroic there. When they get that 3-on-2, they don't chase the retake. They don't try and get into the site. They just hold down together. They're ready to swing and trade on Tessis's contact. And OG, realizing they need the kill, come hunting. So Heroic's patience pays off. Nice double for Tessis, nice double for Kickson. And okay, 5 rounds, it might be enough. But you gotta get him. And Heroic isolated round attributed to the CT side only.
Oh, Fiku, will he get rewarded for this patience over in middle?
It's very close. Not a great angle, unless Nertz doesn't check deep. But he's looking aware of every... Oh no! Flick back is too late. Didn't clear his corner. OG send the AWP up to A. The flash is beautiful. Nikodos is stuck in the open on the ramp.
Oh, Tess says no.
Nexus is playing great right now. Bit of a question mark against Complexity at times. Felt like inexperience was coming through, but he keeps finding these A picks.
I think, that win over Complexity probably gave OG a lot more confidence, a bit of a much-needed confidence boost for the squad, because they had to, squeak out a kind of close series there for the most part.
Oh, dear. Nice check.
That's crazy. I can't believe Shush checked it that deep, but still, it's not going to win them the round. That's just a consolation prize, and even then, there's no guarantee you get away with the AK. OG want to take everything away. They want this to be punishing.
Nice fake smoke. Okay, he's further away than he actually is. He's going to get spotted after a kill. Getting hunted down there at the bottom of B as well. He's got to fight a little bit more to save this AK, and Nexius does not allow it. The young gun with 3 kills, double entry on A, and closes the save as well. This is an OG game right now. They are in full control. Heroic in trouble on Vertigo.
Yeah, that one just flipped back the other way so quickly. And it all starts with that really nice play over towards the ramp. Oh, the attempted B aggression, but that feels, kind of desperate here. OG were more than ready for it as well. Posted with 2.
Oh, not again. Smoke saves him.
Oh God, the spam makes me so nervous. Everyone that's kind of tried to go toe-to-toe with the spam has learned the hard way that OG really know their lineups here. Oh God, oh boy.
Too close. Way too close.
Okay, can't play short. That's off limit. I'll go to sandbags instead, says Nikodos. Okay, maybe I won't play there. As now they're coming up the ramp. Oh, screw it. I'll re-peek the crane. We need a hero. We need someone to get a kill. Oh, now I'm full blind. And so that's going to be him away from the top of ramp. Very punished to try and shut down these peaks. And Fiku now picking up kills over in middle.
Still A. Heavy God layered lurk. He's late. He's second in. And he takes nuts.
Beautiful.
Do they run back now? They've got all the room in the world. They know the AWP is A. They still go into it. Dangerous here for OG. Nikodos thinks they've rotated out, and he's walked past them in the smoke.
The gun's in the way! Nikodos seen him! Nikodos has seen him, but Nexius is already up and past him. This is a wild round. This is a wild ride.
This doesn't even matter.
The bomb is going B. Tesses is over there on that side of the map in the meantime, and so he's got a 1v2 available here. Brings it down to the 1v1. This kill can win the round right now, but he won't get it. Can't get past Heavy God.
And Nikodos knows he hasn't been seen, but he's running.
He has to run. He has to run. Doesn't have the time for this. He wants to try and get there quickly while Nexius is out of the picture, but now he's heard the footsteps, and Nexius will find Nikodos the second time around.
He has no idea how he got bottom B. He's like, I swear that AWP was on A. It was on gap. He'll watch that back. He'll be confused. And I think if CL left town 1 was on, it would have been a different story, but still, strong half from OG.
What does it mean to be godlike? To be untouchable? Unbreakable? Is it something you're born with? Does it fall from the sky? If becoming godlike is beyond our control, how do they keep doing it? Hitting every impossible shot. Outsmarting every opponent. Being godlike isn't given, it's taken. Heroes will rise. Titans will fall. Champions will be crowned. Who will be the next to forge their legacy?
OG lead the charge here, and in a very big way as well. Heroic caught sleeping, and outside of a few, choice rounds from Nikodos really stepping up and delivering, there hasn't been a hell of a lot in this for Heroic. Instead, we've just been looking at OG across the board. Had some nice calls over on this T side, a mixture of paces, a mixture, a good depth from Keto and the gang. And some really nice moments across the board. Most notably for me is Nexius sat up topping the charts, even above the likes of Heavy God and Regali, who have been the kind of 2 stars for OG thus far. Great to see him in this form, especially after a slower start versus Complexity off the top of the tournament. So flash out into mid now. Heroic looking for a fast pace in the pistol. They're going to get middle, but now what do they want to do with it?
Yeah, OG just give it up completely. They tuck back double B, looking to hold some control at stairs, but it's an A wrap instead. 5 players coming through the spawn. Crucial opening kill. OG are getting pressed right now, pushed back into the bomb side. They don't even know whether ramp is clear or not. Regali needs something massive here, but he gets audacious with the spray, and Keto, no bomb to deny from this position. Nerds will tuck in, and that might just be a pistol round for Heroic, a requirement for the comeback here on their T side.
And with how deep everyone for Heroic is over towards mid and CT, with how entrenched they are to play around this bomb, there should be no way back into it for OG. Flash out through the short side of Nerds. It's easy pickings for him, man. The dualies, this is where they excel. And now his teammates can move in and help him. Heavy God is run down. And so the pistol will get picked up by the Heroic squad with a very, free-flowing style there over towards mid once they get all that space.
I like that. They slow that. They go for a mid-rush, but once they get the control, they just slow it down. They know that OG are going to entrench themselves, and the longer they wait, the more paranoid OG are getting, like, oh, are they coming up ramp? Are they taking B stairs? No, it's 5 players in your spawn. So, good call for Heroic, but they're going to need a lot more on this T side. And part of the question for me is can Nerds step up and perform to the level that we know this player can do? He is so strong, Harry. He's only been on this team a little bit, only played 50 maps in this team. He's already the highest rated player on Heroic in history, joint with, you guessed it, Blame F at a 1.17 rating. Oh. So, no surprise that Blame is the highest rated player.
Gone back in the history books for that one.
Yeah, so Nerds is right there.
Okay. But who's better, Nerds or Heavy God?
In this game, Heavy God. Ever Nerds. Nerds. Yeah.
Nerds. Okay, really, what about in the future? Games still to come. I need you to be like a ghost of Christmas past, present, and future right now.
I'd go Nerds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Heavy God look really good though. So let's see. Let's see what happens long term. Hey, that's the thing about the future. Don't know.
Yeah, fair play.
Know, mate.
Is there fate or is there destiny, or are they kind of the same thing?
Just locking it.
Well, just pistols in this one, so the fate of OG kind of sealed here. This is just a chance to do a bit of damage with the USPs.
Run! They're all here. Help me. Ikados will oblige. Ecos? Mine. Hey, give it up now. Nothing for you, OG. Heroic will get the plant on B.
Oh, well, Nikolas is slinked off back into the spawn. I can't believe he's still looking for this. This is the AK.
Yeah. Get out.
Oh, you've got to fight. You've got to fight, and Regali will find him. AK to be retrieved. Heroic don't want to let that happen, so they're going to go looking for him. That's only going to make matters worse. This is now a very cost-effective round for OG. Tess says, oh, hang on a second. Like a sneaky Spider-Man up on the ceiling. Oh, God. He's just... Bug repellent is out. Sit, Spider-Man, down. Oh, Heavy God flicks up to find him. And so good damage done at the end of the round when all is said and done again. Again
it is said after it is done. But it's still Heroic. What's that say? So, I can't read. This is still a long road, Harry, for Heroic. A long road. And the longer the road,
the fun of the journey.
Sure.
Right? That's true. Surely. Road trips are all about length and speed.
Gotta go somewhere fast. If it's far away, why go slowly? Take forever.
It's a good point, honestly. You can see why the horse went out of fashion.
Yeah. Had a lot of power, I heard.
All right, then. Heroic Looking like they want to go for a bit of a B split here. Util over, lob from spawn, and now the rest of the gang try and get up ramp, but that's where Heavy God resides. This is the Heavy God's domain. BQ alongside it, and they churn up that first man in. Even though the nades find great damage, Heavy God is still standing. And Heroic have to go back and look for other avenues. The only problem is that exec took all, really, of their util.
Yeah.
So they've got 2 smokes. I mean, that is enough to get you up into the A site.
Got to get the ramp first. That's scary.
Luckily enough, they're being given the ramp.
Yes. And really now with these CS2 smokes, you only need one that can go behind the boxes. This will be a problem. OG moving back in. I like the re-aggression. They've got a re-smoke a gap. Ready. 30 seconds and a re-smoke. Uh-oh. Heroic on the clock.
Yeah, this makes it really hard to try and come up the short side. Instead, you're going to be fighting up the ramp. And, well, Shush will at least open. Regali needs something here. First kill found. Bomb dropped and gets away from them. Keto bails out his teammate. And so now Nerd swinging out from the ramp side is sprayed down. Nikodos can't win this. There just isn't time for it. 1 on 3. Lots of damage done the other way. But he's got to try and tuck in at the sandbags. And he is sent plummeting right back down to earth. Our Heroic as OG slam down the hammer. They put a stop to the B play. They re-aggro over towards the A side. They play ahead of those smokes that come down.
Yeah, not only are they looking like a better team, you know, playing together, making a lot of moves on the map on both halves, but I feel like everyone's hitting right now. There's no weak player for OG. The one guy under question after that Cole game is the top performer right now. Heavy God's hitting his shots. There's no problem for OG. Everything is it. They woke up on the right side of bed, Harry. They rolled out of bed. They were fully dressed, in a suit, in shoes. I don't know how they slept. Maybe uncomfortably.
You get
I'm making up words right now.
Maybelline uncomfortably.
Maybe it's Maybelline, Harry. I don't know, but it's working. OG having a great day in the office, and Heroic harrowing on Vertigo.
And I don't know. I've loved that. It just feels like Keto has a very solid grasp over when the opponents are going to look to go for these pace changes, when they've like done enough to repel an exec. Like the fact that even kind of after shutting down that B play, they very decisively pulled everyone back towards A and got ready to play ahead of the remaining util. That's fantastic. That's like a really solid read over the game. It would have been easy, I think, for Heroic to have even hung around there and just tried like the double pump exec in towards B, but OG never even considered that as an option. So this is very nicely done thus far. 4 on 4 in this round as Nerds will claw one back for Heroic. Nikadar is going to try to throw his hat into the ring. He's had good success in these ramp fights. We'll come up short in that one there. They're going to try and assemble this boost. Come on,
That's how to do it at home.
Get that cake out the way, Regali, man. Keto's trying to get up there.
That wasn't the cleanest boost.
Wasn't even a boost.
No.
Just kind of jumping around at each other.
They tried. There's still 3 on A here, but info checking on mid. Fiku considers his timings. Oh, they're actually leaving A. Have the util to play retake. Boost up.
Yeah.
This one's
nice.
easier. 40 seconds and 1 smoke.
So
they have the lineup.
What are we thinking? Just walk up the short side? That's their best route in.
Going to have that backside smoke here. It's just doing 1.
Yeah, left side smoke. Ito plays ahead of it. He knows that if he can just shut down this component up through short, that would have been everything, but he will fall short in that engagement. Bomb plant now in for Heroic.
Bomb has been planted. So they've got flanking. He is. They might go back and check him together, though. He might have a lot on his plate right now. Good spray conversion. He gets a double. That is gross. Just Regali now. Quick trades in the site. And a 1v1. He's got a kit right there.
Kit retrieved. That gives him 5 more seconds, and that might be the 5 extra seconds that make this flank on a ramp possible. Nikodos tucked in, waiting for a push, but he's going to get shot in the back of the head. Just turns in time, but not quick enough to deal with Regali, who gets his running shoes on and will hop on that bomb. Yeah. The kit makes a world of difference for OG. And he just grabs the defuse with milliseconds remaining.
Damn.
That is great. The decisiveness to commit to that as well once he gets the kit is wild. I just noticed that Keto doesn't have the panel on the side of it. The battery could fall out at any moment.
Really?
Yeah, which does put me on edge a lot, actually. Because you don't want to be mid-round and then
you're dead.
The battery for your headphones just falls out.
I'll need to check. Let him know, Harry. Oh dear, that is a disastrous round to lose for Heroic. Felt like they did everything right, but what a spray on the flank for Heavy God to go back to the ramp player and then still go back to his initial target and wallbang. Really, really clean. And Regali, decisive in a clutch, puts OG on the edge of a map win on their pick. Just waiting for the Keto cam now, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. There's panels on both sides. He could just like swap it. You really want the battery to be secure, but you know, it is what it is, I guess. Keto's confident, not going to throw his head around, thrash around. Knock that out. He's playing a very stable game. Over in mid, Fiku picks up an opener. That's an MP9 besting Nerds in the head-to-head, and now mid control taken. Kicksan still floating around here, but they're trying to hold on to the ladder. It's an awkward fight for whoever takes it. Fiku will divert his attention back into mid. That's when Kicksan finds him still. If Heroic don't stumble back into this 3v4, if they don't find a way, this is as good as done, it feels like. Yep. And I think that's why you see OG take the pause before this round. They had limitations with that last round coming down to a 1v1, so they wanted the extra time to figure out how they can deal the killing blow right here, right now. And even though Fiku dies after his mid-aggression, you traded an MP9 for an AK, you got yourself that leg up early in the round. OG are in a really good spot right now.
Yeah, and it's been kind of desperate buys in back-to-back rounds for Heroic, where they have Tech 9s, Galil's, not great util. Flash is perfect for Keto, and he kills Tesses. It's starting to fall apart at the seams. Wall or smoke spam, wall bang, and only Kickson left. The captain might be better off saving, but OG have been ruthless and relentless at hunting these guns. It's got Keto right there. Spam connects. A shot from death, and Keto will be happy to finish the job. Nice kill from Kickson, but 20 seconds to win this. They will not let him plant for free.
Good damage on the nade, but not enough to deal the killing blow. And with that not coming through, Kickson can't even really give this a look at. Now he's flanked the bottom ramp, and I think he knows he's dead after time anyway, so it's better to just run in and force the kill. OG move onto map point. This is a very dominant looking vertigo from this squad. It's been very well cooled. They've successfully shut down Heroic at every turn. The individuals have stepped up massively for OG. There's not a weak link in sight, really.
What a display. That's the most impressive part. It's not a close game where they've won some scrappy clutches and crucial rounds. No, Nerds has been silent in this map. OG have been dominant. This was never even a start for Heroic. Just got to close it clean, and I have every faith they will do so. First attempt to be in the half, it's felt like, in Heavy God, patiently waiting, hit his.
16-7 on your solo B anchor, like that's exactly what you want, right? Like compare that to Shush in the first half, who either wasn't really finding anything there or was getting shut down by Heavy God and co coming out through ramp. Now Fiku's taking liberties with a mid push. OG, they are going for the jugular, man. They want this one done.
They're about to free up B completely, kill Nikados, rotate Heavy God, and potentially Regali back to A. They're about to find out exactly what's going on. And easily done. B is clear. Drop your nades, guys. They're coming your way. OG ready to run this over the finish line.
Yeah, and this is really convincing at that. Keto going up and over will fall down, but his teammates are already here. That earlier rotate allowed thanks to the flank of Fiku. And Tess says he knows he can't win this. 1v3, 10 HP, and has to get this bomb down. He'll get spammed out, and so OG pick up a dominant win on their map pick to kickstart their run in this BO3.
Welcome to the BLAST Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my God.
Well, that was not at all what we expected. A dominant map 1 victory for OG. I don't even have really words, Bubsky, to explain it. That's an incredible start to the series for OG that we're still kind of waiting to see what this lineup can offer. And I guess that's kind of an indication of what they have beneath their belt.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself, right? Domination, it's not really a word we correlate closely to the lineup of OG, but for some reason in this showdown, they really feel like they've found something special. For now, at least, they actually dominate Heroic on a map. It wasn't even close, and I think the little bit of the disappointing part on Heroic side is that we can actually start having expectations from them, but all of a sudden they do this kind of matchup against a team that has been on a, let's just say, rough path, right?
Yeah, the game kind of does change for the Heroic lineup once they start having some good upsets and some decent runs, and they start showing us what, you know, the level that they can play at right out of the gate, and then you start expecting to constantly see progress and constantly see them moving forward. But OG just entirely shut them down from that first half on, and I mean, I don't know. I guess the question becomes, did you see anything in this map that you feel like OG can continue to build upon and can be consistent for them moving forward into Mirage?
Yeah, and it's the crazy part that I'm actually going to start putting responsibility in the hands of Tito. I didn't think he was up to the task of being an in-game leader and fragging at the same time, but he does really well in this game as well. Like, had such a strong start to the game, constantly finding impact, and he is for some reason the difference maker between them winning and being really good at times. We've seen OG on in the start of the year, it's been rough. They didn't even make it to the Armada, the EU, failed all open qualifiers. I think it says a lot what OG is currently, but for some reason we see a team now that is actually able to play against the best of the best, and I think it's mainly due to Keto and Heavy God lifting.
Yeah, and Keto's calling on this map was good. I mean, he didn't call anything mind-blowing, but, you know, he called some nice, simple, effective tactics. They were able to abuse the A ramp a couple of times. They were able to just kind of do a contact play at B stairs. And all of a sudden, when you get a team down and you reset them and break their economy on the CT side, you're up 5-6-1. All of a sudden, you get way more space on the map to run those kinds of plays consistently. And it just kept being effective.
Yeah, and the thing is that Keto back in the day was actually that aggressive rifler, right? That made an impact that big. He had some good maps once in a while, and I think if you can just replicate some of that in the in-game leader role, I think it will be way better for them going forward. He's been the main man of the tournament for me. I know Heavy God on the fracking side have been better, but considering his roles, Keto, and the responsibility that he carries on the weight of his shoulders, I think it's really impressive to see a guy like him stepping up to the plate. He's also just lost his coach in the form of Rocker, who's going to Astralis. Nothing but impressive from a guy who's had a rough career in the last couple of years.
Yeah, and certainly the step up of what we expect from Keto coming into this event, and then what he's giving us at the event itself is a large improvement in his personal individual effort. Let's switch the focus over to Heroic. Is this just them getting caught maybe asleep at the wheel for the first map in the series, maybe not fully warmed up, not woken up? Because, I mean, again, they were just like losing some of these like dry entry fights and miscommunications on the initial contact and initial setups. Like this. That can't be something we expect to see out of Heroic consistently.
No, I think we both sit with the same feeling that it was underwhelming. I think Nikodos is a guy we ask a little bit more from. He actually showed a little bit in this map, but the rest of the team didn't really live up to the task. And it's difficult to be smart about this project, because I feel like before going to this matchup, I've heard that Saw interview and he was really confident going into the map pool, and I know he's a guy who does his preparation, but then you go into the map like this and just fully fail on the basics, right? So it's a little bit weird to say where is Heroic. On their good days, they've certainly shown that they can play against the top 10 teams, but on their worst days, they've also definitely shown that they're not able to be a consistent gatekeeper team of tier 1.
Is that a symptom of like a new lineup that just hasn't really figured out their entire identity that they're all kind of committed to, where you sort of play up and down to the level of your opposition? Because we see them challenge some of the best in the world, and obviously, you know, maybe this is just one of those games that came in a little bit too comfortable, a little bit too lackadaisical, and just got punched in the face.
Yeah, I think you learn from every time you play with a new roster. Every time you lose, right, you get to know each other a little better. You know how they react when they're tilted, when they're not. And I think those tasks are needed to be done for Heroic to improve as well, right? I would just say it's not the perfect timing to go at it because they're relatively close to the London spot at the BLAST, right? I think the players is obviously still motivated now. They're going to go on Mirage. I wouldn't be too worried if I was Heroic yet. They are one of the better teams in the world on Mirage, currently sitting on a 90% win rate. Says a lot, and I also think that OG is going to be having a harder time doing their defaults and just trying to swing on a lot of the duels.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's where we take this next is to Mirage. And if you're Heroic, you're right. You are going to be comfortable. You've won your last 6 matches on the map in a row. A great run of form on it. You've beaten Gamer Legion. You beat Astralis. You've even beaten Vitality back at IEM Katowice on this map. So I'm assuming just the way the conversation has gone and the way we've chatted about Heroic, you're expecting to see them bounce back and tie the series up and bring it to map 3.
I think I would put my faith in a coach, which sounds ridiculous to say on a map like this, right? But I think the only reason if Heroic wasn't able to go at least to a 3 maps today, it was that if Saw and the guys didn't do enough prep, right? I don't think OG has a deep enough map pool to potentially play a BO3 without any entry strat coming in from Saw having a major impact. I know he's one of the smartest coaches in the game from having multiple talks with Snabby. I think it kind of blew my mind that he was so underappreciated at times in ends. I think Snappy was really good at that time, really like giving a lot of credit to him. I don't think we see it too often, and I think when players don't mention their coach, I think it just says a little bit about what they bring to the table, right? But when they do go out in the interviews and says, this guy made a major difference, I think it also says that he's really bringing something extra to the table.
Yeah, just to play devil's advocate for you, just because, you know, it's fun and I want to entertain myself. Snappy did say in that interview leading into this series that they were more focused on, they gave us the classic line, more focused on playing their own game than kind of looking into what OG did. So there is a world where there's a little bit of a trap set up here by OG to take down Heroic 2-0. And if Heroic comes into this snoozing one more time, that could happen really quickly with the likes of Heavy God and Keto playing the way he is. So big match for Heroic. They're facing elimination. Mirage is up next. They need to force a third map, take this series the distance if they still want to fight for a spot in London. We're going to get into it right after the break.
And we're back with OG setting a map up and only one away from a final against Saw, looking to lock in a spot at London. It's not the teams that we expected to have so much success here in the showdown, Harry, but in a single elimination format, anything is possible, including an OG 2-0. But Heroic, 9 out of 10 wins on this map since their roster's inception. That being said, GGBet odds have OG just as favorites, probably due to how dominant
Honestly,
it was.
That's a sight no one ever thought they would see this. OG coming in as favorites? That's spicy, but man, you've got to give this team the respect because they've really impressed me here throughout Showdown. You know, the win over Complexity, I think the thing that gives them their dues is how good they've looked in this matchup so far, right? Because with the Complexity one, there's the bit of the asterisk by it where it's like, yeah, you know, they were sleepy, they were tired, they were sleepy. No, they wanted to go to bed, you know, like, but that's fine, you know, you're allowed that. But here versus Heroic, stellar first map, wasn't even close, wasn't even a moment where you thought Heroic were going to pull that back. It was no contest, and we've been getting more and more impressed as it goes on. But now this is the real bread and butter for Heroic. So if OG are able to bring the heat here, that only legitimizes them further. Let's take a look at it though. Has battled back and sent us to Ancient, that third and final map waiting in the wings should we need it.
Shush contact ramp, PT50 armor, bulk of the hits on B. A kill would sell this fake perfectly. They can still split mid. Top and bottom at the same time. Nikadoz looking for his, but he's not going to get it. Nexius, easy frag, and now that lower player can't really activate comfortably. They might just have to jump into that B bomb site. Fiku's rotating out here. They feel like it's destined to be A. He's going to hear the steps.
Yeah, that's something at least, and no, that one's free. Nerds looking the wrong way. Fiku anymore. As Nexius catches hands back in the spawn, he will win out that fight. Now the B site taken, sure, but Heroic in a 2v4. And OG knocking on their door. This one not done yet. Bomb plant is in for Heroic, and they've been given a good bit of time to take some advanced positioning here over in the market. If Kicksan's able to swing out and deal with both of these, that would be the ultimate helping hand. But no such love today. Keto, the man who was dinked to 26 HP right at the start of the round, gets that final kill. And so OG find themselves a pistol round.
Yeah, that feels like a very convoluted pistol right there, trying to show A, then take mid to look like they're splitting connector, and then walk out B. And even though they don't get a kill, they still force one B rotation out. Fiku at the back of the site. They're not ready for him. And it doesn't help that Nexius gets his kill top mid. The rotation from spawn is denied.
I feel like, because I agree with your breakdown of like what the idea was there, but I think the downside to that is it just leaves you like with no one really actually like with the bomb to go through the apartments, right? And so you're really hinging on like OG seeing the positions getting taken and going, everyone go A, and then like
so much has to go right for that to work. You need just to get the kill. You can't have Nexius push top mid and actually win his fight. Like, you're relying on a lot of things at the moment. Those odds are only going to get more favored for OG.
Oh, bro, I'm an OG fan. Let's go. I'm an OG fan.
It's nice to see a team that I feel like we can root for, because for a while OG were just middling. They just existed.
Yeah, and even I'd say that's at best.
Yeah.
You know, at times they just kind of felt like cannon fodder to the better teams,
especially in the partner circuits, facing a lot of tier 1 opposition. But right now they're playing to the level. Regali gets out after a double kill in the B apartments. The bomb trying to chase him down, but an upgrade for Nikadoz and they'll reset together. These are the two top performers of the team. These are the two players you'd want to bail you out in a round like this, but it's so unfavored and they're getting crunched in middle. Nikadoz, no stranger to the hero M4, but he'll have to be more than heroic in this round.
First kill might ignite the flame, but Heavy God is ready to extinguish it from the short side. So even if he finds Regali here, which he won't, there's still way too much to do. And so OG are looking to stick the landing here up against the 4 spy. And, up against the T-side force, that's with the bomb plant, that's good, man. That's good, especially to have kept it this clean, right? Like, usually the whole goal of this round, at bare minimum, if you're heroic, is to at least do damage, because you're coming into it oftentimes with at least matching firepower to the CTs, and oftentimes better. it's one where you really hope that you can inflict a lot of damage there, even if you lose the round. They find just one kill, and it's on Afiko over here in the apartments, which is promptly traded and dealt with. So as far as those like second round buy-ups go, that's pretty damn disastrous for Heroic.
Seeing Nerds, I've seen nothing but stress from Nerds today. It's not a good eye test here for Heroic. He's going to run through the ramp. Molly goes about as well as you want. Eagles out, desperate for picks. Fiku with that new peak in front of the van. And MP9's here to shred. Keto makes it easy. 5 alive round on the anti. Was always meant to be.
Keto's like anti-aiming on the ramp peak, man. Like, they just can't hit him. He's just somehow invincible there as they're staggered to try and deal with him.
This is it. Heroic have to start strong and start early because we might have another dominant map in store. What's crazy to me is, like, if OG 2-0 this, that is mad. Even though Heroic don't look themselves today, this is a map they have 9 out of 10 wins on with this roster. This is a map OG have nothing on with this roster. They got 13-0'd by Vitality at groups. That was on their T side, sure, but still. Fast out ramp, Heavy God caught by the pace. Keto spotted behind the site. They almost lose him, but kicks it from front, takes him down, and this is more like it for Heroic, rather.
Yeah, I think this is an advantage that I hope we see Heroic press a bit more. I think Kicksan should have the better ability to dictate pace changes in this game than Keto. Even though we've seen a bit more of like a nuanced look at his ability to change the pace across this series, I still think that that's something that Keto is getting to grips with. And I think Kicksan should have the edge there. So I hope that we kind of see a variety of looks at a Heroic. That one is just a bit of a rundown out through the A site. OG sent to save, but they're going to get out with 3 guns here. Heroic kind of like fake hunting. One guy going to go hunt, but he's 4 health.
Yeah, it's more just trying to escape the bomb radius, but...
You know, this isn't a round where Heroic should be hunting, so that's fine, right? And you'll take this if you're OG. Out of all the ways to lose a round, 2 quick kills into a decisive 3-man save with guns in the next is the way to go.
Yeah, awkward for Heavy God getting caught by the pace there. Not ready at all. He goes 1 for 1. Keto's in a far better position. So gets kind of let down by Star on the site.
Keto's a thinking man. I think he does his best work in those lulls in the action, in that mid-round. If you give him a bit of time to kind of piece it all together, he often ends up on the right end.
Regardless, Orb comes out. He's 6-0 right now with a rifle, so excited to see this AWP. Starting CT spawn, caring for that A-rush again. Heroic don't want to be completely 1D. They'll go for a mid-split. Shush back to the A side.
Abandon the double B hold. They've left it all onto Heavy God, but that means he can't really play over towards short, right? Because he's kind of constantly looking over his shoulder. He's like teetering between the 2 positions right now.
They don't want to fight for mid anyway. They're giving a lot of room. They're hoping they get an A split, and right now that could happen. Shush is back to the B side though. This is a lot of pressure on Heavy God in this round. And Nexius can't really move. He's got to wait out Nerds. No way. Yeah, I was going to say he looked like he wanted to go through the smoke. Nerds will delay the play.
I'm nervous for Heavy God right now. Yeah, I really am. Because like all this util's starting to stream on in, and
he needs a couple, doesn't he?
It's not going to make life easy for Heavy God. Nexius also wants to rotate, but if he does, that could give a timing over to Nerds. And, the bad movement, man. It might cost him everything. Nerds has seen them now and going to collect one from the mid-window. There's the backstab. If this isn't dealt with quickly, OG might never get to attempt this round. Heavy God is still inside of the site, playing around these short smokes, but for how much longer? They start to fade now. Heavy God, they don't know about him yet, but now they learn about him. Oh, 2 quick kills. Heavy God's on a tear. And suddenly, Heroic, they're churned up. They're brushed aside. There's Keto with a backstab, and Heavy God hides in those smokes, only to stab Heroic in the back. It's a feeling they're used to, but not one they love, as Heroic are churned up by the Heavy God of OG.
That is more like it. They came to play today. There is no doubt about it for OG. This is a map they have done nothing on, and they are looking for their biggest win yet. And with rounds like that from Heavy God, 4v5, B completely given over, and the perfect pre-aim in every single position. What a round from Heavy God.
He was the solo B anchor in a B exec round. There's no one that can help him. His teammate dies over in the market. You think, like, it's a disaster. He can't win this. But that's the Heavy God effect for you. There's been a lot of these rounds now, man. I don't need to tell you how good the Deagle round was. You look at it and you're like, nah. No one can actually win this round from this position. But he does, and it's beautiful. Like you say, the kind of pre-fire and that third kill up into the apartments was a thing of beauty. He was so aware of where the peaks were going to come from, how heroic we're going to look to try and isolate him and deal with him over on shore. Damn. Oh, and heroic. Talk about like a gut punch of a round. You come into that one and you're like, okay, we're getting our heads screwed back on. We've done this nice little B play. There's no one even here. We get a free bomb site, a free plant.
If you paused that after the 5v4 and you looked at the map positions, you'd say there's no way OG can win that. Nerds in window, who didn't rush that flank either. He died like second last. He jumped window to cat. So Nerds actually played that as well as he could by not flanking market. Like, that would have been held. Oh, the spot. Regali's head just seen. It's Kixon on the orb. Not sure. Just holding off spawn. Is he just going to give it a go and Nikodos take it after he dies? Interesting. But it's worked for the opener.
It is one of the options available.
This is, yeah. I don't know why they do this, but sure, go off King. Nikodos crawling up catwalk. A B split is right there for the taking. This time it's not Heavy God.
No, there's no Heavy God there. And Fiku, I mean, he's good, but no heavy God, right? Yeah. So just kind of maybe regular God.
Still pretty powerful. But Nikodos clears it. It's nice contact all the way.
That's why he takes the AK, baby.
Yeah, it worked.
Oh.
Everyone cool? Yeah. Bomb planted and another save for OG. Regali taking some liberties with that top mid push, but I don't mind it at this point in the game. OG have got wind in their sails, but hole's getting cut now, and they get stranded in the ocean. Just Heavy God remains.
He looks at the top of the board. He's like, 1v5. All right, how do I win this?
Well,
I mean, he can't, obviously. Yeah. I'm being like hyperbolic here. I'm showing you how much faith you have in Heavy God.
Save is nice, though. Keep an AK.
Especially in this guy's hands.
Yep. All right, 5 alive for Heroic. Reassuring to recover that round after the beating they just got given.
100%. You know, I think if that was like the beginning of the losing streak, you go, yeah, all right, wash your hands with Heroic. They're done. But they at least come back to their senses here with a flawless round. And as much, you know, as we've been crediting Keto there, he tries to kind of get ahead of the Heroic game plan. He feels like they've done enough to repel them from those B plays, and so he called for a bit of a heavy lean over towards A once they lose Regali in mid, and Heroic just stick to their guns on these back-to-back B plays.
Oh, I love the full AXX call as well, getting ahead of things, thinking there's going to be mid-adaptation with lots of mid-control taking these last 2 rounds. They just go for 4 smokes, but there's still Keto in the site.
Oh, he's dead immediately. Smokes are now down, and so it's a spam battle here for OG. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on. Heavy God will fall. Tesses runs the smoke. It manages to get out with a kill. Fiku's bought so low in that engagement that OG should already be looking at saving again.
Yeah. Sadly so. Regali's so far out with the orb. Going through the smoke, Tesses, that is mad. But it gets the kill. That seals the deal on this round. Now it's going for a little hunt at the end, but it's still 3 for Heroic. That's the key. Expecting a bit more mid-control for OG. They avoid it for the most part.
Terrorists win.
Save allowed. Rebuy will follow.
I want to see what Regali does here, because he's in very good form to open up this map. He's at a good start, but for the most part, since bringing the AWP out, he's been
his first AWP.
Largely avoided. Right, that round there just gets smoked off, doesn't get to see a thing.
Pushed off in the previous.
Yeah, right. So, you know, he's had his moments of like trying to dictate the flow of the game. But I want to see what his plan is now, and there's a lot more onus on him stepping up with the AWP. And so he will take an immediate bit of action over here in middle.
Yeah, the flashes mean there could be a play behind boxes, though, so he's got to temper his expectations. Tesses again, another smoke walk, perhaps. It might be perfect. Regali's looking deep. Oh, he gets the flick in time. They're going for a B hit.
Heavy God with the deagle. Heavy God with the deagle, and Regali dead on the short side. Viku instead going to be the hero here. 2 kills from him over in market, and he's even got the bomb trapped in at bench. He can't hang around and fight that forever. Doesn't want to give the kill away. Nikodos will pluck that first man in on rotation out of the round. And so the dust settles in a 2v2 over here at B. Bomb still trapped bench side, but Nikodos doesn't have a care in the world. Keto, good spot to try and shut this one down. They don't know about him yet.
They think they've cleared Cat, and Nerds thinks he has it. Oh, the turn. That's not good. But Keto getting some position here.
This is weird. They don't think he can be here. Nikodos is going up on top of the van. Oh! Ah, he missed! He missed! Oh, God. Keto, no way you win this. Surely not. And yeah, Nikodos will regain his bearings the second time around. Great round from Nikodos' AWP, as he's the sole reason that one pans out for Heroic.
From the first turn where he looks away and Nerds walks front market, like, that round was cooked. Then he misses Nikodos, turns back, sees Nerds, just can't actually get his crosshair on ahead. Oh, scary round, but Heroic get it done despite the 5-on-4 afforded by Regali, and Viku double hold, but Deagle does nothing this time for Heavy God. Second time out for OG. Keep in mind, they don't actually have the depth proven on this map, right? Like, we still have expectation that as long as Heroic mentally are capable, they have the track record to win this game and take us to Ancient, but some sublime rounds for OG are putting that under question. Even Stevens.
Sublime, sure, but is this just a lemon from OG? Because if they, you know, start to have these chain up against them and go the other way, why are you shaking your head?
It's a good one.
It's a saying. You know what a lemon is, right?
I've heard of him.
Not just the citrusy thing. Ooh. Keto. Keto. Don't do it like this. Oh, he won't. Shush.
Damn.
He gets a little spine chill, a little tingle. And he turns around and deals with that push out 3 ramp.
Brain freeze. Put it on ice. Keto going down early, but Nexus wants to make a play through the smoke. Flash doesn't clear it. Nerds with more on his plate. He's good at these fights. Headshot angle uncrouches in the spray, and it's perfect. 4-on-2. Heavy God held by
but
an
if he
all.
walks out. Oh, missed shot from Nikodos. Oh, God. Oh, God. That one missed shot might cost him dearly. That's the bomb trapped in a corner in top mid. Someone's got to come save him here. Now the orb bears down upon him, and Regali might be blind, but Nikodos is still dead and out of the round now. Kicksan let off the leash, going to come in with a backstab. Regali won't be ready for this, and so that one's free. Heavy God started this off.
Knows.
Aggro out through the short side. He's going to win it from this position now, and he's going to try dodge this player on the flank. Doesn't know where Shush is. Out in top mid, but
He should. He threw a flash.
Now ready for it. Shush is low. Oh, God, he just gets back in. They are both so wounded. There shouldn't be time in the nade from downtown. It's Heavy God. Throws a blinder.
Oh, these rounds, man. These rounds are heart attacks, and I've got nothing on invested, Harry. I've got nothing on the line, and it's making my heart race. Heavy God pulling his knife out for crying out loud, but he still wins it with the HE.
That's the way he left the building after that one.
The way the Heavy God's piecing these rounds together is really nice to watch. Well, that one was a little...
that one, no!
Little shaky, but the timing of the nade, the realization that he needs to kill the window. The window player's going to play first because the bomb's trapped top mid. He should have known Shush was there because he flashed the other player out.
I think that's just in the chaos of the moment, in the heat of the round.
Maybe I've been timed through B, maybe Kickson's come back. He doesn't know where exactly. It's been some time, but the call from Regali should be like, yeah, someone flashed. Nikodos out of position. So either way, Terrifying, but a round nonetheless.
And it's all, yeah, it's all off the back of that one missed shot from Nikodos. Oh, everything about it. Even the fact that like Shush has that 1 second of hearing the nade hit the wall and just.
There's nothing worse.
Well, damn, I did all I could, you know. Oh.
Can Heroic muster up anything in the face of these kind of embarrassing rounds to be losing? Where it feels like they have all the positional advantage, all the information, and they just get owned. A mid-take again. And with 4 out of 5 players, so trades should be very available here.
I mean, OG have actually been in positions like this before as well, where they win a round and it's a cool clutch, but then they're uber broke heading into the next, right? Like, this buy looks ugly. 2 MP9s, a UMP.
Straight up cap.
And so Heroic running amok up and towards the B side, but Regali and Fiku. What? That's not bad. It's flawless, and it's a flawless round. It's a flawless round.
He got 2.5 with the UMP, and they spotted him, Harry. They knew he was in the corner.
What is going on?
That's not meant to happen.
OG, they are just, pardon my French, here, cracked out right now. Honestly, this is mad.
Juiced, Harry.
And like a great awareness from Regali to flick his attention back around, knowing that all the attention is on Fuku. They're hounding down the UMP that's like ruined their day. Heroic, they've had a couple of rounds in this game that feel like it should just suck all the momentum out of them. A couple of key clutch moments. Now that one where they fall down versus the low buy. They're all in here. They're all in round 11. And if they lose this, they're force buying towards the end of the half. Suddenly you're looking at 8-4 for OG. So a lot weighted on this one. Heavy God dead on the smoke. Nerds finds him. A man down for OG. Heroic have got to stand and deliver here if they want a chance of tying up this half.
Gotta win this round, right? Gotta win this round. They have good timing for the con take. Will these players get hidden in Palace in time? They're both going in. Is this a commitment? Maybe send one player to flank. Yeah, spotted back Nexius. He now needs to kind of die or fight and die to set up Keto. He drops out. That's good.
Yeah,
they still don't know about Keto. Nexius hidden in the smoke, and he gets back under the balcony. Regali drawing them in. Keto still needs to play very late in the round right now, it feels like. He's come back out to kill these ramp players. He is in hot water. They don't spot him. The bomb gets dropped. More players out into A, and Nerds gets the crucial trade. 2-on-4. Heroic look like they're onto a winner.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be amiss for writing this one off if you're OG. I think that's wild that Fiku tries to go through the murder hole there. Nikodos might just get them both. Oh God, what's happening? Regali, he's going through. They're both in CT. Bombs, not for CT, but he doesn't know that. And so, thankfully, it all kind of ends here, which is honestly a good thing. Regardless, he's going to hold on to this AK.
He had smoke kit. He could have won this round.
Yeah, he could have.
He could have won this round.
But he's not to know that. He never expects, like, they're going to both play out of position on me.
Yeah, he's playing smart, but that was winnable. Let the record show. Playing for later, low HP, it all factors in, Harry. And give that Heavy God AK, give that AK to Heavy God, rather. Buy yourself an orb.
That was a very important round for Heroic, right? So for their sake, it's good that they're able to deal with the chaos that OG generate here.
They've reset well when they've lost these unbelievable rounds, like. But still, like, this is even, maybe even better at the end of the half. And I had no expectation for OG or Mirage. They are sending it. Heavy God up top mid. Again, trying to get involved. It will be his undoing, but second player ready to trade. Nerds inside of the smoke, and they have no... Oh, he's going to get the freest kill. Oh, no! Fires too soon. He knows he's walked past Tessa's... Oh, Fiku, though. Oh, it's ugly. They're going to hit B.
Quick B pop, but Regali's here on that AWP. First shot misses, and with every missed shot, they get closer. But he's got Nexius here to lend a helping hand. And there's Regali playing in tandem. It is a collapse down over towards that B site as OG do not let Heroic tie this up on the half. They are keen to maintain that lead, and they will do it. 7-5 for OG.
concerning lack of faith in this map in their pool. They've started picking, you know, a map like Train over this at times. This is a big nade. The spam to follow. Syntax is a genius. 3 kills. That is so beautiful. It even gets a 4th. Go for the ace, and you're going to get it.
We've had a couple. I mean, that round from Pit where he gets the triple spray down. Oh, hold the phone. Rain going to be charging right through. Boomich on the other side. The MP9. Oh, it works so well. He even gets the last bullet shot there, taking down Twist, and he's back with a quad kill. That is outrageous. I'm just excited to be watching all of play, actually. 20 seconds and a little bit of a smoke to try and create some space. He's going to go for it, but it's low percentage, and it is an ace at the end.
Going into phases, coffers. Oh, double smoked. Big mistake.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, although they're coming right through and they're going to shut down Rain.
Oh, no.
Oh, my lord, he's just took down 4 people in absolutely no time flat. It's Daps alone on the other side. What an absolutely absurd performance here. Now sneaking through on the other side. Daps is waiting, and one more headshot. That's going to be the most ridiculous ace for quite a while. Would use the Molotov back there, although if they did, that obviously would be a godlike decision. We'll see. Here's the fight early on. Flamey's still alive. Simple's waiting, biding his time. There's one good kill. Another follow-up. Big double for him, and a 3rd one to add on top. What a monstrous quad kill. Taking down 4 people. Back in it. He wants the ace. Let him have it. He's almost crossed into it. It's just Kenny left. He's a bullet away. And he's right back there. Simple trying to see if he'd get it done. And oh, there it is. The last one is in. The pistol ace comes through. And that must be crushing to G2.
It really messes with him, and they're going to pick up the pace. FaZe is not going to slow down.
Oh, Naf, the only defender here, the smoke. And he's just in the angle. He's waiting for it. Timing is everything. He's going. Oh! It can't be real. Didn't see anybody landing the triple right to the smoke. I've never seen anything like it. And now, at least they're going to get the bomb plant, but FaZe are being robbed once again. Naf, he's still in play in this round. On the other side is Rain, and he wants more. Naf, have you no mercy? He's going to pick up an ace in the round. An unbelievable performance. Oh dear, if either Jax or Hunter goes down, that's it. That's a disaster. Jax is on his own, and they know exactly where he is. He's trying to escape, trying to reposition, just to make it a little bit tricky, but he's going to have to get at least 2 more kills here before this round is even close, and there's one of them hiding inside the smoke. He might be a genius. He's taken down Masutra, and now the pistol's out. What a godlike play from Jackson. He's still baiting them out, continuing on top. What a god! That's the ace from Jax. I've never seen anything like it.
OG lead the way. You've heard that right. They now sit just a half away from eliminating Heroic. A map up in the series already after a convincing win back on Vertigo. And for Keto and his ragtag bunch, this felt like surely this map was going to be one bridge too far, but they have bought the heat here on their CT side. There's no denying it.
And the crazy thing is, statistically, their T side is where they win the majority of their rounds, but they've never played a team of this level. Last time they did, it was Vitality, and they got 12-0'd on T-half. So 13-0'd in the game, Harry. That was to put them down in Showdown, and now they're showing up. OG with a B-rush, keeping it simple, stupid. How will they fare?
Tessa's Dooley round. Oh, no love lost between the two of them there as Regali instantly domes him. So the Doolies never even get to find impact. And now for Heroic, a pistol round they desperately need, but a pistol round that they will not have any say in as Nertz and Shush worlds apart here. Try to dig deep for a 2v4. But OG have had time to get established, time to get set up. You need a miracle here. Oh, that's not how miracles start. Shush with the reply, but he's tagged up. Nertz has got to make the next play, and he's dead immediately. They run down at Shush. They silence that last man, the danger man, up through the catwalk. And so OG find the pistol, continue building upon this lead. For Heroic, this now means, pending any weird upsets in Force Buys, there's only a handful of rifle rounds left between them and their time in the showdown coming to a pretty abrupt close versus a big underdog in OG.
Yeah, this ML12 format is a fickle mistress. OG strapped on right now, and a full eco puts them one step closer to that qualification game against Saw. neither of those teams expected to be in that final. And one of them will make it to London, unless Heroic or a monumental comeback from this point down in the game into Ancient. Nexius leading the charge into the stack. It's not a problem. Easy clears, easy ante. OG 9-5. Just another day in the office, Harry. Stay calm.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you see, I think you don't see him getting crazy hyped, but I think you can see the energy building up in Quito in his player cam. He knows how important these first few rounds have been, and the fact that OG have taken them so cleanly, he can feel that him and his squad are building still into this game, that they've still got more to show, and that the job is nearly done. Heroic, this is one of these few rifle rounds they've got, so they have got to hit the ground running here. And an instant take in a top mid at least gets them a lot of info early on.
So they want to hit B because Heavy God was covering, but he immediately goes back to this B hit. And they've drawn everyone over with just a couple of smokes. There's only one player at the B bomb site right now. Can this fake work out? We need a kill to sell it, but everyone's tucked back in the jungle side. Shusha see nothing. They're going to hit the steps. Kicks in the captain with the world on his shoulders.
Yeah, we'll be able to deal with this first man in. Fiku, a lot of angles to check, and now learns about him the hard way. The Kicksan doing it all single-handedly right now, buying time for the rotates. That's when Heavy God is gifted a lineup. Divine intervention at play for Heavy God. 3-on-3, he's got the bomb on his back, so he doesn't want to be too eager here, doesn't want to overstep and give that away. He just shrinks down and goes silent in at the van.
It's a huge flank, but they're open for the taking. And Regali trying to line up the perfect headshot. He does clean the kill up. Tess is dropped in the meantime. Heavy got to close. And while it's OG on honeymoon, it's Heroic getting boned.
Absolutely unreal from Heavy God, man. The stars align for him there. Look at this as they peek him from the market. He catches them on that awkward double swing. And the stars are just aligning for OG. This one feels set in stone. Heroic are so antsy, so scared. In some of these rounds, they fully rotate everyone, bar Kicksan over towards A. At the drop of a hat, at the first sign of nades.
And even after Kicksan gets 2 kills, it's not enough. He's gone for the Negev. We saw it the other day and actually got a couple of kills on Anubis, but hey, he makes it work. Opening frag in Palace and AK shuffled out. I love the attempt. Oh, he goes further.
Oh God, they might win this round off of the Negev, unironically.
I've been saying for years this gun is under.
All right, bro, this ain't about you. This is about Kicksan, all right? 2 kills to his name right now.
It's true, but I love that Kicksan's trying it because I actually think 1700, man, it's so cheap, Harry, and it's powerful. Packs a punch. Kicksan, knockout blow in Palace.
The bomb's right here, and they're paranoid that Kicksan's kept on pushing.
Regali is 16-3 right now.
Heavy got 16-5. That's crazy. 32-8 between the two of them.
He's got the bomb.
I mean, dying is not something these two have done a hell of a lot across this game, but killing, they're experts in that field.
Uh-oh, Texas.
Oh, that's free. That's free. Heavy God loves those fights, man.
And they know exactly where Kicksan is.
He never pushed to get the bomb. Regali never saw him. They know that he's still up in Palace.
Scared of Nikadoz, who's a little late to the party, but with this cover, if they just stick the bomb, it's an easy round. Woo! Look away.
He saw him.
Trapped.
And there's Heavy God, killing blow dealt to Kicksan, finally reined in from his reign of terror up in Palace. Just Nikadoz left in this. Deagle and a Mac-10 to try finish what Kicksan started. And OG, they're just not giving him the fights here. They're not giving him the chance. And there's Regali with the final swing. These two keep up a stellar game between the two of them. 17-3 on Regali, 18-5 on Heavy God.
Yeah, monstrous, man.
And I mean, these have been the two to keep an eye on across the tournament so far for OG. And they are keeping up those appearances right now. Regali and Heavy God, they were the two touted that could move mountains for OG. and they are more than up to the task. This is a map that is normally fantastic for Heroic, and they're not even making a dent right now.
9 out of 10 since the roster's inception for Heroic on Mirage. It's about to fall down just that little bit. Regali, Ruthless in middle. Oh, it's getting stressful, but he won't get punished. Out with 6 health. The nade is too late.
Screw it, man. KD player, just do it. 18 and 3, bro. Keep the numbers looking pretty. He's going to get rejoin heavy. Got over here towards ramp.
I have something for Heroic. Lots of nades to block. Smokes available. 2 players on a cross. And OG with a low Regali. It's more on Heavy God than ever before.
I mean, he's showing he can deal with this pressure just fine.
And there's a huge gap as Nuts rotates CT to double up. Oh, big spot for Shush. But there's no one to stop him from crossing past jungle.
Nice preemptive drop of the smoke, gets him out of there. Fiku brought down low in that skirmish. Regali's crossed all the way in over towards bench, which is kind of a crazy position to own. He's going to go for the short plant, but Shush spams him out. 40 seconds left to try and make this one weird, and Heavy God playing around the smoke, looking for fights into CT, but it's just the one and done. They get out with the plant at least, and even though Fiku used to be a bit of a clutch player for this team, there's no way he wins this 1v3. So Heroic will at least succeed in something here, but this has to be the beginning of their comeback. They can't afford for this to be the one and done, else this is all over for them.
This would be a bit of a shame for Heroic, who felt like that next team ready to reach heights, who had a phenomenal run out of the gate, even though the debut of groups wasn't much to talk about. The RMR open qual to major run was solid. Katavita, a win over Vitality. There were things to like about this team, and for sure there still are. It's felt like a bit of an off day for them, but to see them go out with a whimper here would be a shame in Showdown. Ikadoz to try and keep him in it, opening kill up top mid. They do respond, somehow catching him escaping. Of course, it's Heavy God, 20 and 6 to find that 4-on-4. Ramp pushes something for Nerds. All of OG focused on middle right now. And Nerds, escape route locked out.
There's 40 kills on all of Heroic, 38 on just Regali and Heavy God on the other side.
They'll catch up any moment now, don't you worry.
This aggression from Nerds is nice at least. It's going to give them a bit more forethought as to where this round is ending up and lets them play with more resources elsewhere. Those resources largely dedicated towards watching these kind of runoff points in mid. This is a little interesting, though. The fact that Shush doesn't have any vision as to what's happening over in middle is concerning. So he'll up and leave window, rotate around towards the B site. That leaves Heroic with 3 in the right place. This is the best chance they've got to win a round like this, right? 3-player stack over towards the B site, but it starts to get dismantled, and it gets dismantled convincingly as Keto and Heavy God don't miss a beat. They even spot Nerds out over on A. And so they're going to tee up just to play around this bomb. They know the round is as good as done. Nerds can't do a thing here. Ow. OG move onto match and series point.
It's a perfect stack for Heroic. It's a perfect read. They've got everyone covering the right things. They know where OG are. They know where they're coming. It's telegraphed, and then just 3 kills. Blink of an eye. OG have killed everyone. That was Vertigo all over. It felt like Heroic had so many rounds with positional advantages, and OG's firepower would just break them.
It's so crazy because this is such a dominant win that OG are charging towards. A 2-0, stealing away a Mirage from Heroic, which many a team have tried and failed to do.
Who would have expected OG and Saw in the qualification game when you had teams like Liquid, Complexity, Cloud9, sure, teams under waning form, some of them, but this is an OG we've not seen before at this level.
I think, you could have always made a case for Saw because they looked good in the RMRs. They bounced back from that 0-2 start, but OG is the one that's like really come out of left field here.
Damn. One more will do it. 6 attempts. And more than enough players good for the job, you would feel. k1to must feel so free to make moves right now. His team are performing at a great level, and he's holding up in the kill department as well. B-Pop, Tessus gets out with one, kicks him with a crossfire as well. They go for clear, instantaneous for Nexius as he finds a double entry. Nerds can't get in position in time, and there it goes. Here it comes, crumbling down. Heroic elimination from the showdown, and one shot away. Nikodos holding on. Back up against the wall, locked in the market, and OG, a statement here with only one BO3 away from London qualification. There is nothing Nikodos can do. And just like that, OG find it in two, breaking Heroic's strongest map right now, Mirage. And wow, this is a team to keep your eyes on for the remainder of the showdown.
Yeah, it never even gets close. And in the clash of Heavy God and Nerds, Heavy God clears him. That's wild. Jason, what the hell do you make of this, man?
Well then, I feel like I've been appropriately woken up by OG today. Heroic probably feel very similar. A 2-0, a convincing 2-0 for OG as they upset and knock Heroic out of the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. Bubsky, I was just telling you, I don't even, this is crazy to me. This was like I did not expect this at all when I woke up this morning.
No, but this is the reality of Counter-Strike, right? This is actually what I love. On the first day, OG played a very close game against Complexity. Let's imagine they would have lost. Everybody would say the same old thing about OG. They're useless, they're just gonna lose, whatever, they're just irrelevant. Now all of a sudden, they actually beat two very prominent teams who's been playing super well lately, and they do it in a very convincing fashion, at least today. So it's just super impressive to see a team of this caliber being able to stand up after having so many bad periods.
And we've given a lot of praise on k1to, obviously, throughout this little run from OG as well. But like today, their T-sides were impeccable. What they only gave 3 rounds over to Heroic's defense on Vertigo. Now it's just 1 round. They completely wipe them off the map. k1to doing some crazy calling, but obviously here on Mirage, Heavy God and Regali lifting incredible weight.
Yeah, I mean, we knew what Heavy God could do, right? I think he's shown from basically day one that he was the most interesting prospect on this roster, but we've spoken about who's going to be that second star to him, right? Is it going to be Regali? Is it going to be Nexius? It's definitely not going to be Fico. He's shown time and time again that he's not able to be that. So it was up in the air if it's going to be one of those two guys. And now we see it, like Regali in action together with Heavy God. It was such a prominent duo in this game, and who really made the outcome in their favor.
Yeah, towards the end of that, I mean, like 20-6 for Heavy God towards the end, not what he finished on. Regali 18-4, just looking at the scoreboard, we're a little bit ahead, but I mean, they're killing everything and they're not dying. An absolutely mind-boggling performance from those two players. And for Heroic coming into this and you know, not saying anything bad, not saying it would be easy, but obviously the interview from Saw before the series began seemed very comfortable, very relaxed, like very confident in what they knew was going to be coming and happening on the maps. And they just get deleted.
I mean, I think we had the same feeling, right? That Heroic was the clear favorites. Everybody also picked them in the pick'ems, by the way. So everybody's going to lose alive now, I can tell. But I think we had the same feeling from the outside perspective that OG, that game against Complexity, it was a jet lag, whatever. But all of a sudden, we see Heroic down today, actually crumpling on their best map against OG. We can only give the credit to OG. I feel like I also saw Heroic in a lot of situations, playing it a little bit stressful and all these sorts of things. But it was still OG pushing him to the limits.
Well, one guy on OG who definitely pushed them to the limits was Heavy God, and I'm excited for this interview because he sat down with James Banks after the victory, and I want to hear what he's got to say.
Heavy God, this was an incredible win for you guys over Heroic. I want to say we're looking at you in particular to start off with. 1.28 rating versus Cole in their series, a 1.51 rating on Vertigo in the opening map, dominance here on Mirage. You've been looking good. Now, I know you've had this potential, but what has changed to make it happen now after where we didn't see this from you before?
Well, I don't know. I guess it's my comfort zone at home, first of all. This is something really important for players. I know a lot of them, and for me as well. So I have my comfort space, and then in addition, I do my routines, I play a lot, and I want to develop. And from each game, I understand my previous mistakes. And I learn from them and I fix them. And in addition, I have amazing support from my IGL and from my coach. So they help me in everything I need. And yeah, so basically just insane.
That's incredibly good. And the thing I worried about with you guys coming into the showdown was you guys being beat down and upset off the back of what happened at the RMR. How is the mood in the team, especially after getting these wins now? Are you starting to believe again?
Well, we never give up, I would say. It doesn't matter what was the results. Like, of course, it's painful, but we're a team and we learn as a team. So obviously the mood right now is really good. Everyone is like joking around. Everyone is happy. Everyone is helping each other, trusting each other even more, I would say.
Nice.
So yeah, I think overall, like, the mood is really good, and in general, I think we're playing really good CS, and we are showing what are we capable of, even though we didn't show it in the RMR.
Yeah, and this is it, right? Okay, you didn't show it in the RMR, but would you say that, yes, first of all, yes, you learn a lot from the losses that you had at the RMR, but would you say you changed anything? Would you say there was a discussion in the team or something that changed in order for you to perform better here?
I think we changed a bit some stuff. We had some tactics. We scrapped some tactics. We gave some more freedom to players, I think. And I think everyone now has more voice in the team, I would say. And more opinion, and I feel like the connection is way better now, and even in the matches, even when it's like tough or hard or close. So I think everyone is just giving 200 million% of himself, and yeah, he's just like trying his best. And obviously, we want to win everything, and we want to get to the London LAN.
Hell yeah, that's what it's all about, and you're only one game away from it. I also want to just quickly ask about how much of the change you just spoke about, what you've decided to scrap tactically and change, has come from Lambert coming in as like the coach and a different perspective.
Well, it's not like like obviously Lambert has a little bit different vision of coaching. Like every coach is special in his own way. So Lambert add some stuff and scrap some other small stuff. It's like mini fixes, I would say, not even like huge threats, but like fixing them or timings or just, I don't know, it can be everything, like who picks what, and like this small stuff that can change actually the full round and help the round to actually be successful.
Well, good words from Heavy God, and just talking about the positive steps the team is taking, the positive path the team is on, and obviously it showed here today. Bubsky, you had one more point you wanted to make about this series before we move on to the next one.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just going to have to put a final note because we didn't speak about the matchup too much. But I think there was two players we didn't really mention too much in this matchup before the end, and was Regali and Nico does. Both speaking Danish, right? And the guy on the left, he's been signed to the big box. He's been signed from Prezi, going up a good trend of games in Prezi and trying to get the next big chance. But he's really not living up to the potential that is being expected from him. On the other hand, Regali reminds me of what Nico does was in Prezi, and he's actually able to deliver in these underdog types of matchups. So it's just been a really good day for the Danes that we've seen two orbs here playing on the stage.
And certainly good for Regali, a player that I think a lot of people have some expectations of to see him performing well. Here's the bracket that we've got for you. Obviously, OG now moves on to the semifinals. They're going to be taking on SAW in those semifinals, and that is for a spot in London. Other side of the bracket, Spirit Big coming up at the end of the day. Monte, Metizport is going to be our next matchup between those two teams. A little bit of a weird matchup between Monte and Metizport, Bubsky, considering the roster upheaval that Monte's going through. And obviously, Metizport, they had that wonderful kind of upset over Falcons on day one with Simple standing in. But we still don't really know what to expect. That seemed like they kind of leapfrogged a little bit and played punching above their weight. And now we just got to figure out if they can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, this is the definition of grassroots CS, right? This is where CS was made. It's Monte with very little resources. They have in this mixed team kind of now trying to find new players to gather for their top 10 team. And then on the other side of things, we have Metizport, who's a part-time team. We have Nilo still attending school. The two twins is also still going to school. And they are able to beat guys who get probably 10x their whole budget. It just says a lot about what you can achieve in this game with that open kind of circuit that we have these two type of teams in such an important game to potentially move into that upper bracket in the final.
And again, we're going to keep banging the drum. It's really cool to see like a young Swedish roster and a new generation of Swedish players performing, because we feel like that scene hasn't really produced a whole lot since the old NIP and Fnatic squads of the JWs, Flushes and Olafs, the Get Rights, the Forests. You know, we're still waiting to see Sweden kind of come together and put some new talent into the pipeline that could really cause damage. And perfectly set up for this match, we get to have an interview with Metizport as they talk us through exactly how they're feeling going into this one and their expectations for the upcoming series against Monte.
Abdi, from coaching young ninjas, you've seen a lot of this talented in like the young Swedish players that are coming up. And I wanted to just see that, like, is this where you guys prove as a team that Sweden does have these up and coming players, and that a national team that maybe some of these bigger orgs kind of looked over and passed over, made a mistake?
Yeah, hopefully. I would say coaching young ninjas has shown me firsthand the talent Sweden has in the young players. These guys prove that Sweden produces top-tier players that big organizations might overlook. And I would say it's exciting for me to help them showcase their skill on a bigger stage.
And you were definitely doing that. I just think back to the ZTR interview, also your work with them at ISF as well with some of the players. So I want to look at that as a building point, because yesterday's win, the win 2 days ago over Falcons, how much did that mean for you guys?
Of course, beating Falcons holds significant support for us. It signifies that our hard work pays off and that we can compete with formidable teams. And of course, it boosts our confidence for upcoming games.
And I'm glad you touched on the boosting your confidence, because do you also need to be cautious of maybe being too overexcited just about one result?
Yeah, but while the win is undoubtedly exciting, it's crucial for us to remain grounded and take game by game. We cannot let one result overshadow our long-term goals. Maintaining focus and composure will be essential moving forward to ensure consistent performance.
Very smart as well. I like what I'm hearing. And today you've got Monte, which is technically a core of 4, but SDY is out the team. They've got Lean from the academy team. Does it change much in how you get ready for them? Did you notice anything from their game versus Imperial?
Yeah, I would say facing Monte is of course a unique challenge, especially with the addition of Lean to their core lineup. However, our approach remains consistent. Thorough analysis of their gameplay, identifying strengths and weaknesses, and maybe we make some tweaks on how our gameplay should look like in the game.
Do you expect them to pug it out a bit more, be maybe less strategical?
Yeah, I think it will be a kind of messy game, but yeah, let's see what they're up for.
Well, we heard from ZTR earlier after the upset win over Falcons to start out the showdown, and obviously he had a great game calling. Adam B, Susp had good games, Giacchino had some impact, but really the one guy to watch on this team, if you're going to pick one out of Metizport, Bubsky, is going to be Nilo. Like, it looks like that's the guy who's going to emerge as the incredible talent out of this team and out of Sweden coming up in the future.
I mean, there's a couple of ones on this one, but if we take into consideration his age and experience, Nilo is the one to watch. He is the biggest talent, in my opinion, that has been produced in Sweden since Brawlan. Like, Sweden has been many years mediocre when it comes to producing new talent, but this guy, he's the real shit. I'm not gonna lie, playing FACEIT against him is absolutely disgusting. I remember playing back, I think it's all the way back to 2018 and 19 when I played with Device. We actually queued up FACEIT and we would constantly meet his stack, and this guy was just so dominant in his way of playing. He doesn't fear you, he just strafes a lot and just takes that duel. I'm gonna be interested to see how he's gonna develop, especially with him, from my understanding that he's gonna finish school in the next couple of months, and that is gonna really make a pathway for him to step into the next area of Counter-Strike.
Here's my question. Metasport's on a little bit of a grind, as most teams are at this kind of lower level, as they're trying to break in and improve themselves. They've played, you know, five games essentially. Well, 3 games really in the last 2 days, 3 series. And then just earlier today, they've already played 2 maps on the day against Lemon Dogs in a victory and losing an overtime game against Eyeballers. What's your kind of opinion, especially playing the 2 games today before this series? Warmed up or maybe playing themselves out of form?
I mean, from a player coming from this level, right? I remember I have 140 maps in 3 months at one point in HLTV. So you're kind of forced to play all these tournaments because you don't have the luxury of getting invites. If you don't constantly appear on that HLTV page, you're not going to get the invitations to all the other small events. So you kind of say yes to everything and just hope that you're going to run out of tournaments at some point, right? And this is kind of the issue for Metizport. They're probably even going to have to contact different TOs and be like, hey, can we reschedule this one because we're playing this one at this point? Sometimes these teams plays 3 BO3s a day. So I'm just saying there's a big difference in terms of luxury when it comes to the tier 1 teams here at BLAST, all the other circuits, and then the lower levels on online Counter-Strike that can be brutal.
Now, very briefly, let's touch on Monte just before, because we're very close to getting into the game. This is a team that's obviously had so much roster upheaval. SDY leaving the roster, coming back. Lean is stepping in as a stand-in last minute. I think they just kind of announced it just before their game against Imperial. But all these struggles and all these kind of trials that they're going through in terms of the roster didn't seem to have packed them against Imperial. That was a pretty easy 2-0, powered by the fraggers of Waro, powered by Demka, powered by Krasnal. Is this team with these roster changes, should we be looking that this is a weak and diminished team, or still a very dangerous one in this series?
I think it's going to be a dangerous one, right? The question for me is that can they keep the players with the resources that they have? For me, Krasnal seems like an obvious choice to go to the thriving Polish scene at one point, and MQ also as well, and an international roster at one point. But it's going to be interesting to see if they can actually scout the right talent once again. They've been so good at it because, from my opinion and from what I've seen, it's that because they play so much FPL, they constantly know who's the next big thing, and they probably give them a chance before other teams do, and then all of a sudden they actually take it to the next level.
Yeah, players in FPL giving you a little bit of jump on that scouting report, a little bit of jump on signing on to some of the new talent, but surely, yeah, some danger of losing some of these players in the future for the organization. It'll be interesting to see. I still think they're really dangerous. This is going to be a very fun, interesting matchup. There's going to be fireworks. You're going to want to watch it. We're not even going to go to a break. We're going to bring it right to you. Harry and Hugo on the mic. It's Monte taking on Metizport.
Oh, this is a pretty exciting one, right? You know, Monte, they actually looked really good the other day, but as did Metizport in their victory over Falcons. That was a very legitimizing opener, I think, in the eyes of a lot of folks. That was obviously with Nilo and Adam both leading up towards top in the charts there on the side of Metizport. Man, how are you feeling about this one? Because I really like these GG bet odds, right? Because you can maybe give an edge to Monte in terms of the experience and the name value of some of these players and where we've seen them go. But I think the Metizport squad have shown some real grit in the games and showdown so far.
I think if this was an opening game, those odds would be so much more skewed in favor of Monte. The only reason they're close is we know that Metizport can play up to the level when they're given an opportunity. And now that the biggest dog is down on their side of the bracket, this should be easy, right? But Monte are not an easy team to put away. And even though Sundar Young did disappear from this lineup, he's come back to play these matches. And I think that's so important for Monte. They need his experience, they need his firepower if they're going to win this game today, because Metizport have been grinding. Monte are no strangers to grinds, Harry. They were the team who played the most maps last year. They talked about the exhaustion of being that team that not only are competing at the top events in the world, but are also grinding out, you know, the ESL Challenger level events, playing leagues. So they've got the experience. Metizport, though, they have the young talent. What will win today?
Let's find out. It's a bit of a slow-burning pistol, but this one looking to explode out through middle once they lob this molly, and they want to try and fight this player up in construction. And they will get given that fight. Sundar Young gives it away. Lean and him both fall early. It's a convincing look in the pistol here. As Monte are sent packing, just two players surviving out of the gate. And I gotta say, you know, when I saw the veto coming down the pipeline, it does make me a little nervous for Monte.
Why is that? Vertigo, obviously, fair enough. It's a map that's great for Metizport. It's not Monte's go-to.
Yeah, well, so Mirage is the second. That's also a map that we see Metizport play a hell of a lot. I mean, hell, they played it twice today already. So I think they're going to be, at least have a good deal of depth and comfortability there on that map, right? It's not one of these ones where I look at it and I think of the edge to Metizport here on Vertigo is...
Are you really?
Oh my god.
The jump knife?
Oh, ZTR. I wish he committed.
If he knew the health, he might have gone for the jump knife. I love that he tried. Metizport hit not only win, but have some fun as well, Harry. And I actually really liked hearing from their coach as well, coming into this game. He seemed like he had a very good head on his shoulders, very focused, and, you know, having a more experienced guy, an older guy into his 30s, when you have so much young talent inside of this roster, players who are still at school, I think that's very beneficial to the mindset of these players. They know what's on the line. London is cooling. I would love to see Metizport go there and get that opportunity, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think as well, there's cool reasons for it across the board, right? Because sure, you have these these younger names are like these talents that look really, really good and have always been kind of propped up by other players in the community. People like Nilo, of course, I'm talking about there. But even, you know, you have ZTR, who kind of had stints in the main NIP squad, who was a part of that Young Ninjas project for a long time with folks like Nilo there. But then you also have this piece of Jaquinho, someone who had a real fall from grace ever since that little stint in Fnatic. I say little stint, you know, he was there a while, but that was like 3-4 years ago now, which is crazy to think about. Time moves quickly.
Yeah.
But, lean, hang on. Hang on a second. The lean Deagle will get chased down after the double, but it's made this round a lot more exciting. Jaquinho responds, and so they're looking to mop this up, but it's an ugly spray from Nilo out in mid.
Might tempt you in, right? 2v2, you're going to take those odds. Aggressive position taken by ZTR, but this is great for at least the opening kill. Should be able to catch someone off guard with his crouch. SDY walking in unaware, and both kills on a plate for ZTR. He'll take him. Yeah, Jaquinho as well had 2 crucial 1v3 clutches against Falcons, which was really cool to see in that game the other day. One on Vertigo as well. So I'm enamored by this Metizport team, especially at a time that we're talking about Swedish CS not being able to produce new talent, and not only not having new talent, not having any really relevant players at tier 1, with the exception of, okay, Brolin is re-signed for Mouse, is pretty recent, and Crims, of course, is still, you know, over on Fnatic, but they've been in there.
Yeah, I mean, as sad as it is to say, I don't even think Crims is like a relevant name right now.
But Fnatic were relevant, you know, halfway through last year. Now, this current roster, not as much, with them failing the qualification to the major. It was close, though. I thought they were going to do it at one point. Yeah, no, I like the idea of a full Swedish team going back in and actually making waves. I hope it's not just a one-and-done win versus Falcons. They disappear. It'd be cool to see them, you know, field some matches.
I think the thing that makes it that much cooler is that a bunch of these names are already under Swedish banners on, like, you know, the Fnatics, the Nips, the Young Ninjas and whatnot, right? Sure. So they've been there, and they were deemed essentially, right? You could infer from that they were deemed damaged goods, not good enough, right? And so they band together here.
Time heals all wounds. A space getting taken, so this is only entry kills on B. Metizport go back to the ramp.
Jaquinho was kind of Sweden's junior, right? No, but I think, you know, because in the same way, like, Junior lost all of his confidence going to Furia, and like that just like sapped the life out of him for a while. Jaquinho's like big disgrace, essentially, was like just a bunch of whiffs and lost confidence in that Fnatic squad.
I'll still never forget that.
The Heaven one, yeah, exactly. No one will. I imagine there's still times he thinks about it. But I think he's come a long way since then. And see, I always like these redemption arc stories. You can't help but be drawn to them. I think that's just a human thing.
Yeah.
Because he was a disgraced AWPer for a while.
We love an underdog. But right now, close on the odds, and hopefully close in the server. Monte yet to field around, but we're waiting for that full buy to come through after this quick tech. And Monte, I mean, to flip the script a little bit, obviously this is a team in flux. Right now we don't really know what to expect. Samdai Young, after a bit of a unfortunate start to the year, obviously they qualify straight to the RMR after Paris, you know, getting into the top 8 there. So disappointing run of the RMR, losing to Astralis. They only beat Nexus, and right after that, Samdai Young goes, yeah, I'm out. I feel good enough. It's not like he even had an offer, right? He just leaves the team. He feels like he could get a better offer, perhaps after the major, putting himself out there as a piece available, I would assume. And, you know, still happy to come back and play with these guys. I think he went through a lot with them, but
really good that he did, honestly, because, you know, I think
him.
Exactly, right? Like, not only is he like a star within this team, but he's a recognizable face, an experienced face, someone who knows how the squad operates. I think them having to slot in one man in lean is one thing, but having to you know, if they were having to replace Samdai Young with someone else, I'm sure, by the way, they would have found someone sick, like, individually, but I don't think it would measure up to what Samdai Young brings in terms of the experience and the tenure and the comfortability within this squad. So I do think it's a very, very good thing that he's back in the server for them, at least for this.
And obviously joining him is Lean, someone from the Academy squad, another Ukrainian. We saw Brit trialed over Samdai Young, who's ill at the RMR Gizmi. I think he only had one map, And then Sumdayoung came back into the... No, sorry, he had 2 maps that they beat Nexus with him. And then Sumdayoung came back into the roster in time for the last couple of matches. But obviously shortly after left. So Monte giving some experience to another academy player in Lean. Just hit some lovely deeks. We saw that. That was nice. But yeah, I think it's under question because I feel like we have some very strong players on this roster, even with Sumdayoung gone, right? Waro, very capable AWP player. Krasnal, Bubsky was talking about him on that desk, you know, extremely explosive when he's on, although not always the most consistent. And of course, Demka, who many feel like, I don't want to say deserved better because Monte is still a top 8 major team. Like, there's still a team that we've seen constantly make good runs. But while this roster is in flux, it's going to take some time, I feel, before Monte will be competing at the top level again. Not to say that they can't win this game today. It's very, very even. And that makes Monte all the more exciting. I mean, they made quick work of Imperial in their opening game here in Showdown. And that was a match where Imperial just came off of a glorious run to the major. So it wasn't like Imperial weren't red hot recently, but as we saw, all those teams that traveled from Mexico lost immediately. So I think there's some link there to draw between the travel and immediately having to play. But hey, as Bubsky was also talking about, that's part of the schedule of being a player, especially not a tier 1 player. You've got to play as much as you can. You've got to get the officials in. Metizport on their 3rd series of the day, 3-0 up right now, and a gun round for Monte.
Yeah, right back in we go. Metizport once again kind of start things off nice and slow, trying to ease into the round. They're going to let Monte use some early util over here towards ramp before they move to challenge. I like that it's in this series we get to have that dialogue about Metizport having played other games today, because, you know, as we already highlighted, Monte are also no strangers to that sort of schedule. So 2 teams that have very much been used to the grind. Molly out, going to force Lean a little wider out from behind the white box, but no reposition, no punish there. Metizport have successfully kind of waited out a good chunk of this util over towards ramp. There's still smokes in play for Monte, but they don't want to hang around and fight this with no real way to kind of set the engagement up. They've got 1 flash on Waro, and that's it. He'll fall immediately. Adam B finds him up through the short side, and so suddenly this round's got some legs on it for Metizport. They're moving in, eyes set on the A play. Molly gonna burn them out from headshot, and so room getting taken here. Ooh, ooh, Krasnal. That's scary.
Oh, okay.
Everyone but him has died.
Well, he'll follow in suit soon, I think. 17 health. Just trying to escape at this point. Metizport, that was very methodical on the ramp take. And like you said, delayed the util very well. Adam getting very keen, very hungry for kills, because as he gets smoked gap, he uses that chance to just swing Waro and get the entry. But he even looked for the boost play before left side smoke bloom. That was all by design. He wanted to kill, you know, get a 5v3, maybe a step too far, get to punish, but some needs and spam through the smoke go a long way for Metizport. And 4-0 on the T side of their map pick. Some guns saved, but Metizport in control of this map.
Yeah, great look out of the gate. And so a bit of a challenge now poised to Monte as well. How do they want to go about dealing with this? Because it's clear that Metizport aren't going to feed you any of these early fights into the ramp util. So maybe they look for ways in elsewhere. Maybe here towards mid, Lean and Sumdayoung. Looking like they want to apply a bit of pressure, but we do have a man holding it early. Nilo lies in wait.
Back boost. Less common here. It's, you know, jump up on the stairs, but also just trying to give a different angle. So he doesn't get pre-fired. B's empty, and he'll use that boost to send his team up the stairs. Metizport positionally about to win this round, but this opening kill could have been massive for Monte. They'll still trade it, but they need to get those guns quick and scramble because Metizport are on default and bringing the bomb.
They're not all going to be here. So Monte right now actually doing the scales tipped in their favor, but it could run out quickly because there's a flank coming in late through mid. It's like Adam wants to take matters into his own hands here as he's moving up through the back line. And no one is even considering this. That could have been everything. Instead, it's just a one and done. A kill from Sundar Young. That's going to propel Monte in for this, but Chiquinho still dancing around on the default boxes, lines them up. And he'll finish it off with a hat trick as Metizport start chaining all these rounds together. That's 5 in a row now. Kind of a Looney Tunes replay there as Chiquinho. Faster than lightning, man, on that spray.
That was lovely. Great dancing behind the boxes as well. Get covered. So as he swings, they're both there. Really nice util as well for Metizport. Re-smoking green, and they hit a 65 damage nade onto Connector. And I love how Adam even goes late mid. He only gets 1 kill for it, but it scrambles Monte as they're setting up and communicating for a retake because they just cleared middle deep. Chiquinho now with wind in his sails, pace up ramp.
Really, really good time for a pace change because, you know, the last time Monte used all this util, it was for naught. Metizport didn't take the ramp control quickly, so they tried to hold on to it. BTR keenly aware of the kind of conditioning that's taken place here. That's going to divide and conquer these players over towards short, so suddenly Krasnal is left ahead of the pack. Wait for the smokes to fade. Last time, you know, this short push was kind of just dead in the water before it even began, but it looks like Krasnal wants to be a bit more proactive here. He's got a teammate now backing him up in Demka.
ZTR's about to give away his position, and that's really unfortunate. Now they're going to know exactly where he is. He still swings in. He gets the kill. There's 2 players. He's not ready. It will be down to Chiquinho to trade. He can't do so. Pre-fire for Sus. Finds the crucial kill that allows a bomb plant. And the retake's on for Monte.
Oh, that was a shot from Waro. That kill could have been the one that just propels you into the retake. Instead, now you're swapping guns around out in the open, whittled down. They lose lean on the flank. And so it all comes unraveled for the Monte squad.
Util has been really, really good for Metizport. They've always got a smoke left to re-up in these post plants, making life very difficult for Monte. Well drilled on these T halves. 6-0 up already, making it look easy. Monte are very much in trouble. No responses to this A ramp take, even though they have double up on gap, and Demka gets 2 kills. Another retake thwarted.
My big worry is here, you know, like across this series, right? I said coming into it with the maps that we have, with Mirage, you know, waiting as the second, the pick of Monte. I think it's important that they at least feel kind of in the game here in any shape or form, right? You don't just want to get steamrolled and then head onto your map pick, which is also a good map for your opposition, and feel like you're all kind of out of it. You at least need something to show for yourselves here. And so LMBT going to try and weigh in with how he thinks the fix can be found. I mean, I kind of hope they go back to trying to find Nilo over here in middle, right? Because a lot of the times he's left out of his own devices, and even though he's been good for the kill, more often than not, when they send 2, they're usually able to get that trade. And this round's no exception. He's just lurking out mid on his own, kind of holding for that aggression. Instead, they completely leave mid empty.
See, no reason to change the pace of Metizport. No rushes called. Sure, they have some attempts at going for opening kills, some damage early on B, but absolutely fine to delay and retake ramp after the smokes. Lean Academy prospect, solo B, and low health while he does it. Won't make his life easy. Waro re-engages on the ramp, but they're about to entry here. He needs a kill and to get away. Yet to frag on Waro. The M4 spraying first, but there's the molly from ladder that causes a lot of problems. Nice grenade down ramp.
Yeah,
It looks like they want to fight for it.
This is a much better early setup for Monte, right? They actually kind of have the resources here to vie for this ramp control, to give it a bit of a look in. They fall back slightly more passive now. And actually, they largely up and leave a...
I thought that was re-aggro on Gap, but yeah, he's just rotated out.
They have fully leant over towards B in middle. Oh, God. It was looking really good. But this big lull in the action has given them a bit of paranoia. They're now worried about this bomb heading back.
I mean, 30 seconds and they are grouped 5 people side by side in the middle of ramp. This is a contact into the site. Now the util starts to rain in and Waro is calling for support.
Yeah, but is he going to get it? I think he's got to just fly solo here, does Waro 2K. Smokes it down, so he's going to hit every shot, and they bait it out of him. Nilo with the trade. Sumdai Young, there's the reply. And with 10 seconds left, they're scrambling to get this bomb down. Monte tried to deny it, but they're making moves that aren't going anywhere.
Wow.
And ZTR will respond with 2 kills of his own. Bomb now planted. This one's flipped on its head, and a 2v4. Now brought even into 2v2. It's left to ZTR to try and finish the job. Playing around the short smoke, ready for the man up top, but Sumdai Young will find him, and so Monte can at least breathe easy that 4v2 doesn't spiral out of control and go the other way.
It's just ZTR hiding in that smoke, lets Lean get out, and he walks all the way front crane and kills the short player. That's the last thing Metizport were ready for. Great play from Lean, but it's Sumdai Young to shut the round out with 3 kills. A little clutch back attempted. I would like them to commit contact there. They heard players rotate out of A. They still wanted to use util, knowing the AWP was in play. And Nilo with a great jump bait forces Warrior's shot out of him. Monte are right there in time to stop it. First round for Monte. Got to be the start of something here. Can't be one and done at this point in the game. We've got a boost coming up. Lean should be able to escape. Lots of mollies coming in. That's going to give Chiquinho some room to jump up if he wants. Smoking front sight is rarely done unless you're really panicked. Lean feeling under a lot of pressure right now. And for good reason.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he will get the kill out of it. And so that at least sends them away from B. And now that it's gone all quiet, they try to get past Demka. Sure, he only gets 1, and you might have expected a bit more from him there, but he's got that forward intel that the bomb is coming back. Waro in the right place at the right time. And so Monte are looking for their second round in a row, and they are getting aggressive all across the board. Chiquinho, 40 seconds. And look at the minimap. They are all around him.
Ooh, he gets past Lean. Oh, he's going to clear it. Nice flick for Chiquinho. 1v3 though, 20 seconds. He's looking to save. They're going to reinforce B, make sure he can't get out with a bomb plant. Monte find 2. Okay, they're building.
I mean, you know, when you start the game 0-6 down, you're under no illusion that it was ever going to be easy to try and build back in, right? But it's going to start somewhere, and these last few rounds have looked a lot nicer. Lean finding his impact in that one.
Not afraid to send it through smokes, though. Waro warming in with the AWP, back-to-back kills. And he starts middle this time. Seems like they just want to put the pressure on Lean, right? Least experienced player at this level. He's performing admirably. Oh, right in front of the Molotov as well. Gonna get flashed in for more.
Flash timing's everything, though, and it comes too late. That's the problem with it. Sumdai Young is burnt out as he's blinded in the blanket of Molotovs over here towards B. And as Monte move in, they need a kill quickly if they even want to justify giving this round a look in. The util's done all right damage. Hilo should have this one dead to rights. And yeah, this is a save for Waro, surely. He actually throws his hat in the ring, which feels like a bit of an overstep there. Would have loved to have had that AWP brought forward.
That carpet of fire was lovely at backside. 2 mollies, quad to default, and it's spread to everything in between. But it's not just that, it's the flashes. They're raining flashes. So even if you get caught in default molly, you go wide, you play behind double thinking you're safe. But that's when the quad molly spreads. There was nowhere to play for Subdaya.
Keep breaking down rounds like that, and I just might flash you the fiery carpet later on.
Yeah.
Here you go.
I think you should get that looked at, bro.
More of like a ginger thing. Here we are. Timeout called for Monte.
Does it itch?
That's a very personal question, man. I don't want to go into my medical history right now.
Okay. Just show me later.
Timeout called through, and I mean, you know, last time they called one of these, they were able to find some success on the back of it. So let's see if they can figure out what they want to change. I think one thing that's a little worrisome for me is even though this util's still going down and towards B main out of Monte, Metizport are not respecting it. I think they know that Lean isn't peaking, isn't like trying to play hyper aggressive around that utility. Oh, so here's the change from Monte. They say, all right, you want to come through the smokes, do you? Try it now. And of course, Metizport won't.
Yeah. They just walked all the way up ramp.
Ooh, double sandbags.
They might not want to
switch.
They're so contact, they might not molly this, and this might actually be their undoing now. Player peeking. Oh, would love at least a free kill for that, but they won't be ready for second. Smoke is down, forces a swing, and Metizport just eviscerate the A site. Just like that, Harry.
Yeah, quickly done.
Clinically.
And so this is rapidly getting out of hand for Monte. ZTR and Co with a great understanding of how this game's flowing right now. I mean, he's set up top of the board 12-4, having a field day. And I like that they're trying to pressure Lean, if I'm honest. I mean, if you think about it, for a lot of these players on Metizport, there's been times where they've been in his position, right? The young academy guy getting pressured, getting bullied, trying to get in his head. They've had to work to overcome it. This one was odd because, like, the smoke was just weird. Like they were.
Was that T-Smoke though?
No. I think it was whoever the second player was. I think it was Sunday Young in at sandbags alongside Demka, but maybe I'm wrong. He dropped the smoke, but then Demka was already fighting, so they instantly knew, like, well, he didn't drop that smoke.
Yeah, the whole point is you want to first player to
I mean, I kind of understand. Like, you know, they're worried about the molly, and they're probably thinking Demka can get back in, so they can kind of make it look like it's his smoke, but the timing was just all awry, and it instantly gave away the double sandbag setup. Over in mid, Sunday Young tries to make up for it here, but it's just a one and done. Oh, and they put the squeeze on lead. Waro dead, pushing down the ramp.
This is brutal right now. Metizport are so well drilled. They're playing like a unit. Very tight, always allowing trades. We've seen nice executes on both bomb sites. Monte, you can't really get comfortable. Some low players here, but bombs getting planted and then cut on the clock with no kits.
I mean, Waro and Krasnal were big parts of that win over Falcons. Waro's nowhere to be seen, and he's had the AWP a fair few goes, right? Like, he just hasn't really been able to find any impact with it. And now, as we've gotten to the tail end of this half, he's had the AWP less and less, and that's only made matters worse.
Playing so passive, they've got so many Molotovs for the bomb. Chiquino just fights and finishes at 9-2, and one more round left for what looks to be a dominant opening map from Metizport. Not just a close victory over Falcons on this one, but stepping it up and showing even more versus Monte. Some big heads left on this side of the bracket, though. Big Spirit up later. You're calling for the big upset, Harry. You want to break that down for me?
Literally, it's as simple as this for me. Yeah. Do I think Big are better than Spirit? No, not really. But wouldn't it be so big for them to win that game?
I bet they've been grinding the demos all night on anti-donk. And that's the thing. You know what Big will do if they win? They'll win versus Spirit.
And then they'll lose.
And then they'll lose the next game. That would be very big of them, wouldn't it?
That's basically the mindset I'm in. Is I think Spirit are the better team, but I think Big are very, very good at performing in those sorts of games where they're underdogs, so they could do their research and they could try figure it out.
Yeah.
And they pull off a win like that.
They also have been showing a good vertigo, and we saw Elevate cause problems for Spirit on that map. Right now, Metizport having a field day, but they are a man down. Can they?
Plus, you know, damn, you think you can beat Searson online? I got news for you.
Yeah, true.
Here we are. Suspect towards the top of the ramp, and Lead gets decapitated. This one is quickly going the way of the dodo for Monte.
Chicken or the egg? Ouch. Just I feel like every time you peek a long angle, you're peeking 2 people, you're peeking 3 people. Metizport are like chained to each other right now.
All right, Waro, very, very quiet first half here. If there ever was a time, it's now. Show us what you got. Samdai Young's also got an auto shotgun. He's spamming away, but there's Waro on the AWP for the first.
Oh.
Dink onto ZTR, but not the killing blow. Waro's paranoid about mid. I don't think there's time to be paranoid about this angle. You can't hold that forever. And so as he turns around, he just walks right into ZTR. It is a absolute domination of a first half out of Metizport. Monte never even get the ball rolling, and Metizport want to get this one onto Mirage as fast as they can.
Delay of getting caught, but still, you win the round. That's what matters most here for Astralis, and this is your map pick as well. The condom men made it in the building.
Should be a dead man, and it is! Zaru secures it. A triple kill out of Monsieur Elbow, and now we've never had a trumpet. Outstanding.
That sign said love to Lucky, but since yesterday, Summer, I've become real paranoid.
No, we don't trust the signs anymore. Yeah, there you go. That's the right idea.
He's playing CS, that can't be taught. And he's barely joined this team.
They've one-upped it again.
Done it one more time.
Oh no. You hate to see it. An absolute catastrophe.
That's a rare rank. Something to be proud of, honestly.
Yeah. I think that has to do with calling your own number, getting into the zone, and we'll see actually if this roll. Oh, what the? I was gonna make a bet on that one, but never mind. You know, get your
you win some, you lose some. There we go. You can do it again. If you get to blue,
if this is blue, Liquid wins. If it's purple, Liquid wins.
Oceans all around.
If
the
it's blue, purple, Liquid
coming
wins.
together.
No.
And
yeah, Liquid win. That's it. That's it. Liquid are winning it.
Yeah, I'll buy that. I'll buy that. Right?
But they turn back because they're so afraid. And then they walk into Apex, the only 2 Frenchmen to take it in a major on French soil. Isaac with everything on him. Vitality shot. It's a full house from the French. No hold back. No surrender. Dash, trash. 2, 3. Passa uma. 1, 2, 3. Mãos à frente.
Bora lá. Vamos bater no ar, já aquecemos os pés. Estás pronto? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready for this, man. Let's do it.
You gotta clap with me.
Okay.
And when we do it,
Okay.
we gotta scream.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. 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 Awesome.
Sweden is back and in fighting form right now, looking to qualify themselves to London. First win over Falcons for Metizport. They started hot to trot in the Spring Showdown, and now they look to dominate Monte in Map 1. It's early in the BO3, and Monte are not known for going down without a fight, but at least in this game of Vertigo, I'm losing faith in this Monte squad.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I mean, I don't have any faith left in Monte on Vertigo, if I'm honest. I think, yeah, you have to just look ahead if you're Monte here. I would say it's more of a case of trying to feel like you're warming into the game at all is more important here for the Monte squad. Metizport, if they win the pistol, they win this map. We go to Mirage, a map that is good for them, a map that they've got a lot of reps in on. But it's Monte's pick in the series. Be here's the footsteps, and he is out of there. Calling for these rotates. Nothing left to the imagination here from Monte. They are up the ramp. Oh, and now into the site.
USPs, they can let you down. And Monte get that plant with a lot of control in the post as well, running through into an enemy. Lean, he's looked good. I like what I've seen from this guy in the few rounds that Monte have had to show for in this whole map. He's going to go even further into the smoke. They can hunt a little bit here. Shouldn't be winnable for Metizport, and ZTR just fighting for survival right now in the smoke. They'll hunt him. 3 rounds for Monte. The start of something?
I mean, you know, the only way is up for Monte at this point on this map.
You can also fall off the map.
So, not a bad way for this to go. If the comeback was ever going to start, it starts with a pistol round win. And yeah, good stuff from Lean. It was clear that Metizport wanted to try and bully him early on. They wanted to try and get in his head. He's like the one guy that hasn't worked on. And one of the 2 rounds that Monte were able to find in that first half came off of the back of Lean, you know, successfully doubling up in a B hold. So it's nice to see he's still bringing that performance from the first half at least.
That little mid stack is nice. They are always playing very tight, so trying to trade a Mac 10 here, but easier said than done. Someday Young tries to rip through the rush. He gets one. Monte escalating to A, and this will certainly be their round. It's more about how much damage can Metizport sustain. All going through the smoke would be nice right now. There's no one on gap.
Oh, that's seen by Waro. Oh, yeah. That's nice. Waro needs a couple of kills like this, man. Oh, don't need any like that, though.
Double dink.
Double dink, yeah. Fair play, man. Fair play.
It's okay, though. Get rid of the eco, and now the first fall by the half here for Metizport.
They're all chewing.
What are they chewing, gum?
I couldn't tell you.
Surströmming?
I hope not. I don't imagine that would help the concentration.
They don't look like they're gagging, so probably not.
Oh, nice nade. Oh, great nade. ZTR, clean util there. And he's even going to go ahead and start to aggress down through the short side. Monte are all grouped at the top of the ramp, and they are kind of boxed in here. Metizport full sending this into the hold, into the aggro, but here's that backstab. Demka with a turnaround brings it back to a level playing field here. A 1v1 as Monte look to chain together 3 in a row. He's going to go all the way back, use this silence. Hope that he's given any sort of cue as to where this last man is.
The key here is just the longer he waits, the more Susp has to consider that maybe he's gone a bladder, maybe I'm being flanked mid, and he'll have to reposition. He can't stay here forever. Demka hoping he'll push in, gather some info, but Susp just playing confident, just holding and hoping Demka will recommit to A.
Dude, if he just... Oh, did that make noise?
I don't know.
I was talking as it happened.
I'm not sure, actually.
Doesn't look like it did.
No,
Susp was walking away.
Back.
But he's come back. He's come back. He's really stuck to his guns on this one. Like, Susp deserves all the credit if he wins this round, which he's in a great state to do. Demka, the last thing you're expecting is for him to still be hanging around. The molly will stop that peak at least, and it lands the tag as well. So both players now have the info to play with. It's going to come down to the raw fight and walk in that smoke. Demka will get the better of him.
Yeah, it looked good for a moment, but then he smokes himself off. He didn't even smoke it like deep where he can swing with the smoke. It literally just choked him out. This is a nice nade, but yeah, great clutch for Demka. Just patient, recommits.
It's like looking at the nade, man. That's so funny.
It's an awkward way to lose the 1v1, but Monte given a chance here.
Yeah, you know, I mean, one of the things I've kept kind of banging on about was just like, for Monte, I think it really matters to feel like your players at least had a chance to play and to warm into the game, feel like they actually can compete. And if this had ended, you know, 13-2, they would not have gone into Mirage feeling good at all. At least now they've struck some rounds together. They've started to get in the head of Metizport a little bit more, and they built up some much-needed confidence. But can it be more than that now for Monte? That's the big question. As they brush aside these pistols with ease, they're staring down the barrel of 6 rounds to the good. Suspin with the backstab. Deagle and Adam's still alive up on short, and that second kill had to come through. Krasnal gets the trade at least. They won't plant for ramp. They won't plant for the backstab, so Susp really has his work cut out for him. 2 players ready to trade, although they've just dismantled the trade. Low HP on this first guy. Demka had to hit that, and he will. So they get past the Deagles. They get past the pistols. And now it's a 4-round game. Now there's a bit more to play for here if you're Monte, because the longer you can keep Metizport here, the better. You can keep streaking together 2-for-1 rounds each time you beat back a rifle round.
Okay. Might be something to this, Harry. Right when we were ready to write Monte out. But they've done their share of grinding. Whereas Orb looks for a ramp pick. He almost finds it as well. Adam with a deep nade lined up. That's lovely.
All the nades have been fantastic for Metizport.
Util, the whole series Util has been...
Every time you see a nade come out, you know it's doing like 50, 60 damage. I don't feel like they squander a lot of Util. It's all very, very purposeful. It's like they're taking the contact first and then they're following up with the nades.
Their smoke timings were really nice. They were just constantly blocking in the post plants. They had that double molly BX sec that burned everything at the backside. Rose taking the orb to B now. That it does force Sus back. CTR spots something on A. There's pressure on both sides right now. Monte uncommitted. They'll leave Krasnal to lurk and they'll go for A contact. The bomb is outside of B. Susp gets back into this position previously mollied. Re-aggression on ramp. Perhaps supplemented by a flashbang. Chiquinho could throw it right now. CTR watching out.
Yeah, there's that flash. There's that kill from it.
Still
3 players
2B.
over towards that A side, but one of them is moving back over. Susp can't find this secured kill to open this one up. Instead, Nilo had to do it, and Krasnal deals with them both.
Oh, dear.
They follow up on a ZTR. Metizport feed the beast, and Monte get out with a round here. A lot of damage done to Krasnal and Warrow, but Metizport are never to capitalize on that.
Yeah, Metizport was so ready for that play as well. They still had 2B, close position taken by Susp as it was once cleared out by Monte, and they run through the smoke at the final second, putting the timings through a loop for Metizport, and Nilo gets baited, jiggled by Krasnal. Nice display of mechanics to force the Swede to shoot and then swing him. That is an upsetting round for Metizport, who felt like they did everything right to get a 5v4 and pre-rotation. But Monte, 10-2 down, have found 5 in a row on this T side.
Yeah, the save is nice, and Monte aren't yet in a position where they could have looked to hunt that very heavily, right? The kind of streak started with that 1v1 in the rifle round, so they've never really had a chance to build up their own money, and they don't want to overcommit to a hunt there and go for the punish hardcore and then end up having it come back to haunt them if they lose the follow-up round. So they give a good deal of respect to Metizport there in the save, and that's going to allow Metizport to come through with something resembling a buy here, with the AWP making it out on a rifle as well. So the pressure still on, still applied from the Metizport side. But quite soon, we're going to hit that point where Monte can look to hunt those saving players down, and they're going to have to. That's how they make this a very punishing T side. So yeah, look, we get a sprinkling of util, some upgrades. There's that util damage. ZTR, just a god of utility.
Crazy, 400 already?
He's got the lineups for everything, man.
It's always good with you to this guy. Oh, doesn't get out.
Oh, the AWP went flying off the map.
Yeah.
That's actually a disaster. That was like the one way you maybe could have made this exciting was getting your hands back on that.
Still a rifle. I mean, don't count Metizport out of this round, but Monte been very good at these kind of scenarios. Demka doesn't want to cycle guns right now. He's too busy going back to A.
There's the util damage comparison. The double nades come out of Monte there. They did 8 damage with them. That was ZTR with 1 nade. He would have done 400. That's that AWP.
Adam, right place, right time with the nades.
Adam on the eve of the A play. Yeah, more util comes down. This A site far from being an Eden for Monte as they move in for the plant. Lots of damage done through the smoke.
Feel like they were destined for that kill, but... Oh, they even check it again. Lean gets away with his frag. Adam can't connect a kill. He finally does through the smoke. They don't have a kit in this round.
Oh, made it very deep over on short and sus, but they weren't ready for that. They weren't ready for him so deep in. Suddenly, Warrow's got to do this alone. Oh, the molly burns out sus, but there's still time here. It's a slightly wider plant as Adam gets on it.
He's got it. He should.
And so they steal this away. Yeah. A low econ round, even though the AWP goes flying out of the map, it's enough for Metizport to do it with the pistols, do it with the rifles. And Warrow falls just shy of winning that 1v3, gets it down to a 1v1, but can't secure the final kill.
That one hurts for Monte right when they were pulling a huge comeback as well. A favored man advantage, post-plant, AWP set up to win the round, but Metizport win it with half buy, with a couple of guns.
The thing that's so wild there, though, is that, like, when Warrow takes that fight, he's playing to win the fight, you know? Like, if he didn't peek, we saw how close that was. Yeah, they win the round, right? So that's a real heartbreaker for Monte.
That's Warrow, man. Lives and dies by the confidence peaks. It's put him in the top 8 of a major. It's also eliminated him from the RMR. Swing together. What a spray. The rifles on the CT side come out on top, and through the smoke, yet again, it's layers for Metizport. These multi-ramp push peak plays keep getting them kills when they know that Monte are heavy on A. We've seen 4 players for Metizport on this site twice now. They don't look at gift horse in the mouth, Harry. When they hear you, they come running. And that's map point on Metizport's pick.
Yeah, some understandable frustration here for Warrow. He's literally beating himself up over how these last few rounds have gone. Young tries just an all-in aggressive play up through the ramp, and I mean, this is too easy for Metizport at this point. They didn't really have a lot to go off of in this round. For Warrow and Krasnal, it's just a late walk up in a B, and at least they've got room here if you want to look for silver linings. But for how much longer? Metizport already dropping in. They catch a good timing on Sus. They hear him dropping in, so they knew that he was going to reposition onto the generator. Krasnow's trying to take some liberties here. And now he sees himself up close, up personal. Deals with Nilo on that rotate in. They lose lean in the meantime. That's all the way over at a ramp. But that at least slows this retake down for a moment. Oro's holding for a flank that's never going to arrive, and it'll be down to him to clutch if Krasnow doesn't go huge here. There's still flashbangs. I hope Waro can offer one of these up from the T-stairs. He's lobbed that out now, but Krasnow turning from it gets him killed. And so now Waro 1v3 to try and keep the dream alive for Monte. 1 kill found. They're not on the bomb yet. They will get on it now. And Metizport close out Vertigo dominantly. They put a stop to the mini comeback of Monte. And now they look to take it on Mirage. Monte's map pick coming down the pipeline next.
Welcome to the BLAST Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my god.
All right, well then, a 13-7 victory on map 1 of the series for Metizport. I mean, we knew this was a possibility. We knew with the upheaval of Monte and the roster changes and a little bit of the confusion that they were diminished and weakened and vulnerable. I still didn't expect a 10-2 half to come out. T-sides on Vertigo today are just romping, Bubsky.
Yeah, I mean, that CT side is really hard to communicate when you have to do those mid-round situation, right? It reminds me a little bit of Anubis on the CT side. Like, you really have to like push out and take the duels in order to get the information to stack correctly, and it's not really able to do that all the time. One thing you said you were a little bit surprised about Metizport. I think I was one of the few who chose those guys today, and I think on a normal day I would agree with you. Monte is the better team, but Som Dayong has already left the ship. Bro has already been shipped out to Astralis, right? So I think it impacts the internal flow of the team, right? Everybody knows that they're just playing for the sake of it. Like, there's no long-term goal for now. It's just about like, can we sneak in that spot for London and potentially get some new talent in for that one? So it's going to be really interesting. I'm quite surprised to see the guy in form of Som Dayong, who had such a uprise in this roster to actually leave.
Yeah, that part is a little head scratching for me as well. I think for me coming into today, the reason I kind of would have given Monte the edge in this series is like, yeah, the upset over Falcons is cool, is great, but we haven't seen any kind of body of work. And for Monte the other day, I mean, Krasnal, Demka, Woro, they were firing on all cylinders against Imperial. It didn't look like this kind of like weird situation that they're in with the roster was really bothering or affecting them. Just today, for whatever reason, again, maybe just a flat performance on the opening map, much like Heroic in the first series of the day, or maybe just an overall underestimation of Metizport. Because look, we focused a lot on Nilo. ZTR had 23 kills in this game, calling the game as well. Like, you're now starting to see a bunch of different players on this team actually step up and deliver.
No, and as you said, it's pretty interesting that it's CTR. He is the guy with the most experience in the roster. He played alongside one of Sweden's finest players like Rez and Brawlan, and also at some point Device, right? So he's been a part of the big stars in Sweden, and he probably have taught a thing or two to the boys. And I think it's important to have that figure inside the team, that if you can have that one guy who can just like steal all the good stuff and then take a level down. We've seen a lot of players have success with that recently. I think Dupree is one that comes to mind, right? He's been pretty decent in Prezi and actually getting them to the RMR as well. So I think it would be interesting to see how many players who can just sneak a little information from the better teams and get it down to the lower levels in order to improve those.
How worrying of a sign is this for Monte? I mean, we know, as you mentioned, with in and outs of the roster, like, probably don't have the same factor of being able to bounce back as you'd hope so, and as from what we've seen them in the past. But in this series now, this is an opportunity for them to kind of even things up and go to the third map. That was Metasport's pick. You know, Mirage is up next, and that's Monte's pick, and that should be where they feel pretty comfortable.
Yeah, it does feel like a free mapper to me, no doubt. I think Monte simply has too many good individuals. You spoke about them before, and they showed up yesterday. But today, on Vertigo, it can be a little rough at times, especially on the CT side, as we said. But I think it's going to be really important to look at how are they going to go out and take the middle area of Mirage, right? I think that's what the core of this map really lies on. If the anchor rolls on the CT is able to withstand the pressure coming while you're also battling mid, this is where I think the good teams are at. I think Heroic is actually one of those teams, but we saw today even the good teams can have a rough day at the office.
Well, what do you do though if you're Monte? Because yeah, against Imperial on Mirage, we saw guys like Krasnal and Demka and Woro just kind of running around fragging. Like they were happy to get into fights, they were happy to kill things. But when you see the level they brought on map number 1, you've got to be a little bit worried about leaning into that kind of a tactic where it seems like individually there's a bit of an off day where they're matching up in these fights blow for blow as well as we might think. Do they change their plan? Do they take a different angle to it and try and play a little bit smarter, a few more setups, a few more bait and switches, or are we still going to see Monte come out and start this with a brawl and just see if things have changed between maps?
I think that's the issue with a team like Monte, right? You rely so much on the individual level that you don't really have that base level of utility and team play to the same extent of a Metizport, and it's kind of wild to say, but I think once you change out rosters and people are leaving, you kind of just go back to basics and be like, okay, let's just play, try to do what we're good at, and that is aiming at the most part. And Som Dayong has actually, in my opinion, been the best player on the Monte roster, so he's going to be happy to step up on Mirage if they actually want to take this to 3 maps and potentially go to London. And the interesting part is, if they manage to snag that spot in London, there's still a couple of games left. Will it even be Som Dayong? Like, who will be the 4th and the 5th guy? That's going to be interesting.
And that kind of speaks to your whole point of like, you know, what are they really playing for at this point? Is like there's that team identity and cohesion that's kind of lost without that goal. We saw FaZe kind of struggle with it towards the end of CS:GO, and CS2 is coming right around the corner, and they've openly talked about that motivation. This is a different scenario with your roster essentially gutted. So yeah, it's got to be a little bit of a crazy, weird feeling. But for Metizport, I mean, they're playing for everything. This could be one of those, you know, if they do end up making it all the way to London or even in the semifinals, this is a tournament that might be able to actually put them on the map as players and as a team.
Yeah, we've seen those kind of teams have a good run at this tournament, right? I think Seoul is not the same type of team, but I think they remind me in the same way of that regional kind of hero going into the showdown as like one of the ones to be underdogs in most matchups, right? But they've delivered so far, and I think it also shows how hungry they are for this showdown compared to some of the other teams who are just generally in the higher seats of the tournaments. They normally play the group stage, they normally play the at.CET, they play the bigger tournaments, right? These guys have finally a chance to make a real run at a tier 1 event, and they're not gonna miss it.
Yeah, well, they've been on that grind. They've been hungry. Their blood's pumping. In the last 3 months, they've played 22 maps of Mirage to Monte's only 9. So they are really in the thick of things trying to make this work. We're off to a break. When we come back, Monte, Metizport, it's map 2. Monte on the verge of elimination inside the showdown. They better step up here.
Monte's map now as they take on the Swedes of Metizport. It's a 7-map win streak on Mirage, Harry. What could go wrong? That being said, Metizport came in flaming hot to the start of Vertigo.
Yeah, you know, and I think one of the things that's hard here is the Metizport are playing well above a level that anyone would have expected. I mean, look, you can see the GG bet odds have more than flipped around and now have them as their favorites. And, you know, I think it gets very hard to quantify when you get into this kind of unknown territory of a team that really feel like they're peaking at the right moment. They're riding the highs of the wins that they've had already. It's hard to quantify that. One thing I'll say to testimony them here on Mirage is they've got a lot of experience on this map at a bare minimum and some good results in there as well. Monte might be on a 7-map winning streak, but that could all get broken a day by Metizport. And if it does, Monte's time in the sun is over, and Metizport would be 1BO3 away from London.
It would be a go, but considering they have an academy player and Subdayung who's officially exited the roster, it does feel like it's lining up for Metizport right now. A win v Falcons and then a win v Monte. That's the goal here. But their hardest foe may still remain. Spirit Big is our last game of the day, brought to you by Scrawny and Launders. But got to see who takes this one first. Con Smoke gets players close to the A site here. Monte, I like this split right now. They've got great positions, but Metizport still remain with 3 CTs at A.
Oh, not a bad way for it to start. Demka dead.
Oh, they're going back. They got the B.
They want to try and change this, right? Yeah, on the back of that success at Awaro. Subdayung finds another in the meantime. Still Susp waits up in the apartments, and they look to move in past him, but gonna rely on that backstab from Krasnal, and it works out wonders.
It's a good shot, but this is a very hard round for Metizport, and the swing is ready. If Waro wants it, they might just back walk in. Julie's left up, Nilo even in a 1v3, and they're grouped. They can swing on a timer. It's the one on the clock. Okay. What's he got?
Oh, a double swung, and that will seal his fate. And so a pistol round locked in for Monte.
Yeah, like you said, they got the depth on this map. There's no doubt about it. It was, I think, their most or second most played map last year when they went on, you know, some crazy runs. This and Anubis were just go-tos. I mean, Anubis was a map Monte made their Paris run on, right? But Mirage was always a staple, always being picked in. Metizport have loads of experience, but not, you know, the success against tier 1 teams. But they're pretty new to... They're rising up the ranks right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
they're on a downtrend.
Yeah, and there's still some legit wins in there. Yeah, the likes of Apex, Furia and whatnot. Oh. This one shouldn't get too out of hand with just the pistols in play. And I mean, sure, they've lost Subdayung early, but everyone else is here to contain it.
Easy done. Done it shall be. Waro starting far stronger than last map. He was very late to get going, and yeah, sure, they got their warm-up rounds in at the end. They got their 5-6 rounds, which we definitely needed out of Monte if they were going to compete in this series, but now starting a map in their favor, we'll see how Metizport respond. Buy round coming down.
Oh, and I wonder what strat Monte are looking to employ here.
I couldn't guess. Through the smoke. Oh, he can peek in front of it. He's going to get warning. So blind. What a flashbang.
Yeah, ZTR just bullied by flashes.
If he just kept spraying,
yeah, I know.
He kills them all.
Oh, it could have been so much, and he did a lot of damage, right? Lean and Demka both tagged up, but never to know about that at Metizport.
Or it might have been like 3 kills if he just held mouse 1, didn't move. That hurts. Great rush for Monte. I mean, contact initially, but a well-timed flash and going through a smoke. Very risky move in the first gun round, but The temperature check was nice, and Metizport overheating.
Yeah, this is where I think the fact, Monte were able to kind of warm into that last game will be worth its weight in gold here, because they get to a map they're far more comfortable on, have a lot more ideas on. And it's not like they were solely outclassed at the end of that last one. They at least went on that little streak towards the end. Yeah, believing that Ancient lies in the future. And if this keeps up, there's no reason it can't. Young, where's your gun, buddy?
I put it away.
Hang on.
Tell me there's one in spawn.
There it is.
Woo.
Left it there with the flashes. However, him not being in top mid actually does matter. Lean gets wrecked as a result of it. Thankfully, Waro is able to trade. Far better look at a Waro 2K. Barely even had to say his name in the first half of Vertigo. Unless I was saying, and that's another kill onto Waro 2K. Oh, Krasnal fast out in towards the A site. ZTR a dead man. Jaquinho will at least equalize this back into a 3-on-3, but there's a lot of damage done, and this is all a fake anyway, right? Metizport fully rotating bodies over. That leaves the B site empty and ripe for the taking. Monte will move in, and they are solely uncontested as they do so. Waro even with a chance to take it one step further, and that just seals the deal on the round.
Yep, lock it in. 4-0 for Monte right now. No way Metizport can fight for this round, and they've even been spotted trying to escape. Demka is here to stop that save, and this will put them on an even worse kill. They've got to eco one more. Maybe they have a gun, but on Mirage, it's not the map to win a round on CT side with just one weapon. Maybe an AWP that's playing very mobile, but for the most part, Monte will be able to avoid Jaquinho next round. Terrorists win. Playing very mobile on this T side, leaving options open. That's an awkward miscom. Some stress for Metizport, starting this game cold.
Sun is setting. But Abdi is keen to weigh in with some advice. It's a lovely backdrop, but let's hope he's got some words of encouragement here for the boys. Life doesn't get easier, you become stronger. I like that.
Inspiring, really.
All right, then. You got this gun, and Nilo's got one as well. So, still in with a chance in this round of Metizport. Sometimes these rounds can be somewhat liberating. You know, you're not meant to win them. The pistol players aren't afraid to take risks. Both rifle players are going to be looking to make plays and make moves and be active. Oh, well, hey, never mind. Someday,
could have gone worse.
Real bloodthirsty there. In his dying breath, Jaquinho, burnt alive, does at least take out Krasnal, but not before he got that double over towards B.
Yeah, for a moment felt like there was a chance here, but now, unless Waro gets nothing, yeah, it's easy. They've got the bomb on B, they're going to stick it. TTR will have this. Oh, I was going to say free, but Waro pulls his gun just in time.
Yeah, this is the Waro we've been waiting for,
Mirage,
man. It was sad having to see him on Vertigo, and he was annoyed at himself. He kept like raging in the cams. He knew that what he was doing was wrong and just wasn't working out. But put him on Mirage. Suddenly you see that. Bloody hell. Lean really soaked up those bullets. I would say Sunday Young hit him at least 3 times, maybe 4. Oh, wait, this is CS2. You can only hit people 3 times. The 4th bullet always disappears. Or a 2K now with the AWP. Out in top mid, boosted up. Doesn't get given a fight. Oh, he knows he has a pretty good timing around there, but isn't able to get there in time. Going to try blow this open. And now goes peeking through it, but nothing offered, nothing gained. Still mid-control taken for Monte.
They're just abusing B right now, and they're going to keep doing it. Sunday Young checks spawn, but he's taking that bomb to apartments. And right now, Jaquinho has not been able to stop it. He's got the AWP here. Oh, he sees that. What? Doesn't connect. Just a little bit too far. Grass now realizing, maybe I'm a bit too big for my boots. Have to give it up, and Jaquinho with a deep smoke. But yeah, this B site has been a problem for Metizport, and Monte will just recommit late.
Oh, I like this from Waro. He's keeping them paranoid about the connector, and he's going to go play in these smokes. That at least keeps the attention over towards A. Util exchanged in the apartments, and a player spotted emerging up through the short side. Monte have got 20 seconds, and they're running back with the bomb. Ooh, this is one of the options that were available. No one thought they would pick it, but they have. They've got to get past Adam. Doesn't go well at first, doesn't go well the second, and he's even able to get himself tucked in. There just isn't time for Monte here. Back turn for Waro, and Sunday Young is left combat saving this AK. So that's how Metizport get on the board.
Sure, very, very close, but Adam hits his shots when required, and peeking with his teammate in spawn as well. Felt like they almost gave away in the final few seconds there, but the clock will expire for Monte. Good save from him and Nilo. Metizport needed that. Blocked out at B twice by Smoke and Molotov. Oh, and now we have an opener as well. Waro put down. 8-1 to start this game. Couple of deaths now. We're on Waro watch as we speak. Won't take his AWP. Lean brings the bomb back to A, could run and execute, lots of smokes. And SDY playing a lurk in middle.
Oh, where is it? There it is. He's got it. Demka's found it. Oh, the timing's going to be a little off on these smokes, I reckon. Adam B flashed in for the ramp peak. CTR lending a helping hand there, just the util king of Metizport, helping his teammates to further this man advantage, and Adam takes it one step further than that as he dry fights the bomb down at ramp. This one is over for Monte. It is a slow and painful death here for the Monte squad in this round, but it will come through.
Even the wall bangs, man. Nothing misses there for Metizport, especially not those flashes on ramp. Very nice work, as you said. And yeah, util a little all over the place, losing their AWP immediately. Tracing him with the bullets.
Nades open the top mid smoke. Sees nothing through it. Waro, different starting point in this one. Oh, no, actually, he's right here at top mid. My bad. Gonna try and get out now with Sunday Young moving in through lower. Good damage found on the Sunday Young early, but there's Waro chomping at the bit to get involved again. Elo knocked out of the round now. And so with all this space over in mid, Monte is starting to creep on through, taking some liberties is Lean. as he's made it all the way up to the bench. He just hears this jump check out from CT. He knows what Adam's doing, but he gets the spot off. And so Lean's advanced position is locked out. A little awkward now. That bomb was moving back over. They were kind of hinging a lot of this round on Lean finding some success. Now they essentially have to get out ramp all over again. Palace players feeling awkward to make the first move.
They don't know he's here. Oh, turned away. They saw an AK back in spawn, but Adam pushes ahead and takes off to Demka up in Palace with a trade, but that bomb is lost in the source. Lurk kill is nice, but Waro is not safe yet.
There still is a lot more left to do here. Jaquinho moves up through the short side, holds this one close. Here's Waro drop down, but a missed shot from that AWP. And now it's down to this 1v2. ZTR deals with Demka, but is he ready? As Waro is now armed with his weapon of choice over at short. ZTR's looking for util, hoping he can find a smoke. Gonna have to stick this one wide. Waro can see the wires, but he won't get there in time. And ZTR takes that one right from under his nose.
That hurts. Felt like he played as well as he could. The bomb plant let him down. They didn't want to plant for Cat because of Jaquinho's position. They knew he was B with the AWP. That's where he's been playing. So Waro is trying to live and ladder for the post plant. And it's that exact decision to not plant open that lets Waro down. Just stares those wires, but can't get the kill until a millisecond after the defuse. Great move from ZTR, realizing he had that gap. He doesn't want to take a head-on fight with Waro's AWP. Stick and pray. It was the re-aggro also into A. After Adam gets that kill, he pushes all the way back in under balcony. Last thing they were ready for. Metizport. Oh, doesn't get closer.
If it didn't take him that like tiny, I don't even want to say half a second, it's not even half a second, but that tiny moment of realization where he sees the wires and then commits to the jump up. If he had leapt up straight away, Waro would have had that.
A-pop.
Fast out, here they come. Jaquinho doesn't miss this one, he nails it. And so Monte gets churned up here at the first attempt to get out. More util raining in as Jaquinho lends a helping hand, and it's a dominant round put on the board for Metizport. Just some Die Young left to beat, and the nades rain down upon him.
Double HE'd in a 5-on-1. Like, you just don't get any rest, do you? That is suffocating. This is a dominant start for Monte, but Metizport are throwing it back right now. Great reaction for Jaquinho as well. Almost swings the ramp, sees him come out Palace, saves his teammate, and that just lets everyone to take one more extra fight. Metizport start heavy on A, and it pays off well. Monte still not deterred, go back for an execute.
And I mean, all this util that Metizport have is it's like an art form, man. Like, it feels like Monte are always half health before they're even getting into these sites. Even in this one, where they at least beat the util, they don't beat the AWP, they don't beat the aggro, and then there's more of those nades raining in to soften them up. And so Metizport reply to Monte's 5 straight rounds with 5 of their own now, tying this game up.
What a response. And, you know, Adam, again, deep on A, pushes into Palace, realizes immediately they're out ramp, heavy, he just tucks in, he even gets a nade into Sandwich, like they're just spawning utility damage. And yeah, I like to see Jaquinho making this incredible recovery after a down period that we didn't see him competing at a high level. And he's looked really good in this team and in this tournament. Very fast on the AWP. Dependable, clutch. Everything you'd want out of an AWP player. Oh, Kraz now. He's holding you, bud. Oh, the spam. Oh, full 100-0 off of a spam. Now, Jaquinho has died. That's something. Hey, they had him.
That's crazy from Demka. Oh, I really hope we get to see that from his POV. It was kind of nice seeing how crazy that shot was from Adams.
Waro almost blocked that smoke, but he dodged it, and it gets him into jungle.
Silence here in the audio jungle.
Look at this rotation as well. Warrior has to flank here. I'd love to see them stop on the B here. Warrior must be calling. He has so much room. Either the bomb go back or let Warrior flank the A play. Somebody can't play first. It's been spotted. It's kept to a B. It just takes a lot of time.
The thing that's concerning, right, is that Nilo's kind of threaded the needle here to get back into the window room. And so now, now Waro, okay. This is how they're teeing him up. They feign the footsteps. They get him a bit more room to maneuver in through the back lines. He's going to go clear out B, but both players for Metizport are over at short, so this isn't going to be as free as he would hope. Maybe he catches this man, but Nilo's too quick. And so now it's back into the stack for Monte. ZTR and Nilo deliver to close that round. 6 in a row for Metizport as they lock Waro's flank out of the round. No impact from it.
It looked really good, but it still feels like Monte panicked there because there's 25 seconds and they start running in B upper. I feel like just give the room for Waro to flank. They didn't really let him play. He had to turn around to kill Nilo. He couldn't commit to finding the B anchor. And sure, he gets headshots, unlucky, but Monte needed him to kill the B players. They didn't know where they were. And their rotation, loud out under, only pushes Metis up cat. And now they're starting to just throw themselves into middle. Sus doubles up. A lot of damage, and Adam's here to help. This is the end of the half, and it's ending with a whimper for Monte. That 5-round streak. Now 7 for Metis if they can close a 4-on-1.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real nice statement for Metizport, right? Even though Monte thought they had them right where they wanted them. They had them on the back foot. They were doing everything right. It felt like you were getting a great game out of Waro 2K, who was 8-1 at one point, let's remember. And now it all goes silent, and Metizport show Monte, well, anything you can do, we can do better. Your 5 in a row pales in comparison to the 7 in a row that Metizport have put forward. Versus a lot of full buys in there as well. It's not like they got loads of freebies here. Just Demka left in it. And while he's got a 1v1 open over towards B, ZTR's on a nice angle for this. Demka's so paranoid about this short player that all this time taken has brought a second man back over towards the B site now. Doesn't look like he'll even be needed as ZTR lies in wait. He'll close it out. 7 rounds in a row for Metizport as they hold the lead and they're charging towards the finish line.
They must get up catwalk immediately. 15 seconds on the clock.
Cyber's down in CT spawn. I don't know if he could stop the plant with a jump shot. That would be quite something. He's hearing them. 5 seconds left. He's close enough. Is he going to try a jump? 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Oh my god! You've got to be kidding! Jax is on his own. He's going to have to get at least 2 more kills before this round is even closer. There's one of them hiding inside the smoke. He might be a genius. He's taking down the Sutra and now the pistol's out. On top! Oh god!
Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th.
And there's Zipmix over the top. Oh, no way to presets it out. Takes Hexa as well. 1 on 3 now. Nico.
The only thing is the element of surprise. Maybe get 1 quick kill. That's going to be the headshot. And he's being pushed into that corner all the time. He's going to get 1 more. Oh, tapping away.
Oh, what a way to start the day. Point is just take the bomb plant. Damn, get what you can. And maybe somebody like Honda can pick up a couple kills. I mean, he's got that first one, second and third. Honda looking for a potential 3rd ace. It has to be Honda. It has to be the 3rd ace, and he rounds the corner. He takes it again and again and again.
He doesn't have a smoke to put it out, so if it spreads, he's in trouble, and he peeks into it. Does get the kill on Perfecto. A little more damage. Jake has with a big double. That is huge. And they're going to go pick up the bomb, but still, he did everything and then some.
Yeah, that's everything he needed to do right there. And, you know, talk about coming alive. Most electronic. No, there it is. Double headshot. And it's the clutch.
1 versus 4. And he's going to get a headshot.
The Swedes are gunning for London. They're gunning for Monte's head here as they chain together 7 rounds in a row to close out that first half. Stellar effort across the board from Metizport. For Monte, it was a strong opener that quickly fell silent. Spearheaded by big performances. You had Warrior 2K start this one off looking really good, but then he hit a bit of a strugglesome streak. Had a couple of missed opportunities down the stretch. And now they look worse for wear. Waro can't bail them out of this anymore. It's got to come from somewhere else. Looking at Demka. Looking at Sumdai Young, lean down there, 2 and 10, having a bit of a rough go at it here in the second map when the pressure is really on. Metizport, fast speed play, and they deal with those dualies straight away. Lean offers up some resistance, but it's just the 1 kill. And here come the rotates for Monte as trades go back and forth. It's left in a 2v2.
Unbelievable. They trade every single kill in the site, and now it's Susp. 1v2, but they've gotten out the market already, and they're crossing back into the bomb site. Julies are so hard to put down. Bomb's not planted for this. It's a dangerous reposition. They've spotted him. They can put the pressure on. Quick tap. No kit. He won't bite. He won't fall for it. Forcing a full 10-second stick. Susp is on the clock. He's got to move quick. They're already halfway on the bomb. Can he find the headshot? Oh! Sickening. He finds the clutch in the nick of time. And Metizport, they are running to London right now. I don't even know how they trade just every kill coming in. And that back of the head hitbox, better in CS2 without a doubt, but still a very difficult closing kill.
Oh, and look at that, man. That gets them hyped up. That brings them back into the fold. I mean, you know, they were getting put on the back foot in the pistol in spite of some really keen trade work to find that 2v2 in the first place. It ends up in a 1v2 clutch. And Suspect, it looked like he was going to get caught out of position there, right? No one was coming through market. They got the spot on him. The bomb wasn't planted for him. He had to take some risks. And that one moment, that one bit of room gifted, he seized that opportunity. And he locks Monte out of the pistol with that Metizport. As a reminder, 8 consecutive rounds now and more to follow. Force buy in for Monte. But this is going to leave them, if they don't find success with this force buy, it's going to leave them with very little breathing room here. You're really looking at like 1 rifle round if you fall down on this force. And that's not how you want it to start. Waro 2K fed to the wolves. Monte should already be thinking about saving. Krasnell, will he give them a reason to believe? Will he give them a reason to go for this? That 1 kill is tempted, rotates over, but he can't get any more.
Suffocating from Susp. He just pushes back in, doesn't let Krasnell buy any time backside. And that does force the save that you're talking about. Metizport, it's so classic them as well. Just full 5 grouped, go for the B hit. We saw Monte do the same thing in first half on their gun round. And yeah, Monte get to play it again, but with far less brought into it. No scout.
I think this was always the danger, right? This Mirage pick. I mean, we said Monte, what, 7-map win streak here.
Yeah.
And that's versus good opposition. Metizport have a lot of maps played here and a good success rate on them. Not versus the same caliber of team, sure, but at bare minimum what it means is they're stress tested on this map. They've got a lot of ideas. Yeah. They're comfortable here.
They played it twice today already.
Yeah.
This is their 3rd match of the day, their 3rd map of Mirage. Warmed up and ready to go with either Spirit or Big in the final versus the winner of this matchup as well. It's been an arduous week. It's been a difficult week for many teams. Favorites getting put to the test. Expectations put aside. And Metizport have exceeded all of them. Of course, a strong grenade, no surprise from the Swedes. Clinical util all day.
And they're ready for this push in the top mid. They're prepared for it. Pass down towards the catwalk. Jaquinho. Oh, Demka with the deagle. There's another from him. And Demka's Deeg might be the redemption for Monte. It might be the way back in. It's saved, cobbled together round. It might happen still. Adam left up in this one. He's had some great moments here on Mirage, but now he's got to add a 1v2 to the tally. Bomb picked up as Demka concedes middle. Warrow's backstab won't find a thing, but Demka is hot on the heels through the apartments.
Last place you're ever checking.
3 kills from the Deagle already, and he's looking for the 4th to bring Monte back in, but caught looking the wrong way. Good read from Adam on that reposition. They never saw Warrow. They don't know where this guy is. Guns to pick up. It's rifle re-rifle in the 1v1, and Adam repositions onto the bench, gets the spot, gets the tap, and locks in that 1v2, regaining control on a round that was rapidly slipping through their fingers. Demka's heroics are all for naught.
2 1v2s in the half already for Metizport, and it's just clinical for Adam. The timing lines up perfectly on that apps check. Why is he ready for that? Demka has such a fast reposition after his Deagle multi-kill, and what a multi-kill it was. And then just the process of elimination of angles from Adam. Clears market, knows what's likely the end result for Warrow. Metizport are playing some fine Counter-Strike this week. 3 away from a final. Demka, can he be the hero again? This time tucked in sandwich, looking for another multi-kill. He's got an AWP bowing down to help him out, and a jungle player to watch over the top of the stairs.
Oh, some weirdness over here in mid as Lean's gotten past the mid man. Warrow rings out with the first kill.
Nice.
Lean just commits to the backstab, doesn't bother to hang around and see if anyone comes out of dark. This walk down the ramp will get punished. Demka, I don't know if he was out the smoke enough to see the bomb there, but that might entice Lean to keep committed to this backstab. However, he needs his teammates in the site to stay alive. He's running now. This is hard. Lean. Oh no, he was kind of the golden goose of this round.
Yeah, Nilo was already B though, so they were, or ZTR rather, so the bomb was actually trying to go back to get into that B bomb site. Now they know they've just got Monte boxed in. They'll use the flank to their advantage.
Sus pointing for the fade of this smoke, and there's ZTR with the backstab. That one's free. It's only Warrow left, and they know he was here. They know he was towards CT. Sus blocks him out of it. And we said, you know, with that 4-spy coming in earlier on for Monte, they really only had 1 rifle round to make all the difference in. That was it. And it gets brushed aside easily.
They were not scared of that one, were they? Hunting down Warrow in a 4v1. It speaks to the mental of Metizport right now. They are feeling invincible. They can do no wrong. They're winning clutches. They're winning man disadvantages. They keep catching Monte on the most awkward of timings.
I don't know, there's just a bunch of weird moves made in that round, like the push through the smoke when they have a flank coming into A anyway, feels like an unnecessary move. On top of that, the run from Lean makes even less sense once they know the bomb is in a ramp. And so now Metizport, they've got this one teed up and on a silver platter, full blind on Adam, but still good for the kill.
It's not looking like the regular Monte, and well, partly because it isn't.
Monte haven't won a round since round 5. It's 11 in a row for Metizport, and they're going for 12 consecutively to run this one over the line. Oh. Clean shot from Nilo. One more man back in the spawn is beat down and overwhelmed. Lean dealt with Warrow and some die young. If any 2 could do it, it's got to be these 2, but Nilo deals with Warrow. It's all left on a Some Die Young. Smoke dropped forward, and Nilo decapitates him. 12 rounds in a row to go 12-5. And they're just 5 kills away from eliminating Monte and making it convincing on both maps.
Yeah, dominant. Not even competitive in this series for Monte. It was 10-2 on Vertigo first half. There were a couple of consolation rounds, but Metizport have blown them out of the water. Eliminating Falcons was not a fluke. And they want to go further. They want to go all the way on the edge of the grand final now. Pushing up top mid, SDY. And Susp in the smoke. Unknown about it. A B hit, an explosion. Krasnal alone at the back of the bench. Not for long. Susp hears the rotations and he cuts them down in his stride. 3-on-1 now. Blink and you miss it. It's 13 straight from Metizport, and they go through to face the final foe to see if they can qualify to London.
Well then, nice elimination from Metizport. That is absolutely incredible. 2-0, 13-5, a dominant victory, Bubsky.
Yeah, great win, and also a farewell to Monte for my sake. I think this is the last we're going to see this roster, particularly play with Somda Young, right? And they've been a great contender to many of the great tournaments. I think people underestimate how dominant of a force they've been for the last couple of months. And it's interesting to see that they have fallen to this point where they're actually getting smacked by a bunch of Swedes.
Yeah, I mean, this team, continues to impress. I even after the upset over Falcons, it was like, I don't even think that can actually be replicated. And they do it in dominant fashion, because this was primed. Like, look at this 5-0 start from Monte. The fact that they just, like, that's teed up for them to have, like, the momentum knockout game on their own map pick of Mirage.
Yeah, and it says a lot about the level that Metizport brings, right? 13 rounds in a row against Monte, who's no bad Mirage team, just really says how much this team wants it and really wants to take that initial spot in the London. And they're so close, and it's so amazing to see this showdown. All the favorites, or most of the favorites, except maybe Spirit, have underperformed to a little bit, and we see the smaller teams really coming in prepared.
Yeah, it's actually, I mean, we know like the brutality of the format, the single elimination of the format, lends itself to some upsets, but we're starting to see a lot of favorites kind of, slip up. Cloud9 obviously won, Complexity losing against OG. I mean, there's teams that are just getting kind of, Falcons obviously a big one. These guys are just getting knocked down like flies.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to Metizport really thrive in this sort of environment, right? They're used to playing so many BO3s a day. They like to get ready and really get in the zone when it comes to these online games. And I think they have a little bit of an advantage there. But I just think that it's coming down to the fact that they just wanted so much more than the other teams. They've tried sitting on a stage before. They've sit on the major stages. These guys have never really tried it to the same extent. So they just wanted that 20-30% more. And it's just the small things. Like, they're going to play 20 minutes more deathmatch a day. They're going to do the extra thing just to be extra prepared to that game, and I think we saw the consequences of that.
Yeah, I think there's certainly an argument to be made that, like, this being such an important event for a team like Metizport, where, other teams may be looking past it a little bit, this is kind of like their major is qualifying for London, so the focus is all going to be there on a different level. But even outside of that stuff, outside of the game, that's like kind of unquantifiable and just like a fun talking point, we're now starting to see a Metizport that is, in the games that we've seen, Nilo's obviously a really big player that we're expecting a lot from. ZTR had a really good first map. This time it's Adam B that has an incredible series. Like, he's just dominant. So we're starting to see multiple players on this roster who are delivering in upset victories, which is kind of mental to see him coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, and it's also crazy that we had another roster who was fielding their academy team, right? It was NIP coming in with the new guys, the young ninjas. Many of these guys have sat on that roster, and they were skipped out solely due to reasons that I don't know. But one thing for sure is that they can play Counter-Strike, and now they are so much closer to London than NIP has ever been. It's such an interesting story, and I think Nilo and the two twins is definitely the ones to watch. And I also think Metizport just extended their contract, so a little hefty buyout on their way, maybe, if they are to leave at some point.
Yeah, the org's got to be loving this. These kind of like no-name players making a name for themselves and making a name for the org in some huge events. It's kind of hard. Let's switch over to Monte. It's kind of hard to have this conversation a little bit, as you just mentioned, with all the roster upheaval. This might be the last time we see SGY playing in the jersey. Might be the last time we see this kind of lineup playing in the jersey. Some of these guys might with the roster upheaval after the major might get poached out of it. So I guess just confusion of where this team's future lies. But obviously you have a solid core 3 players in Demka, Krasnal, and Woro, even in a situation where they weren't able to get it done today.
But this roster really represents what is so good about CS, right? That open circuit really shows that everyone can become a pro, right? They were leftovers, they didn't have any spot in their regional teams. They just knew they were really good individually. They decided to set down. I even remember Voro back in the day reaching out to me in my Twitter DMs, hey, do you want to try out and just play a little bit? So it started also as a mixed team, and they ended as one of the best teams in the world. Top 9 at their peak, if I remember correctly. It really says that they are a force to be reckoned with on their good days, but sadly it ends here, and I also think it's due to the organization behind them not being able to support the necessary resources that maybe other can do.
Right. Well, it's kind of cool. Metizport, they just keep winning, so we're going to keep giving them interviews. James Banks sat down with Giacchino after this victory, and once again, we're going to hear from Metizport on how this little Cinderella run is going.
So, Giacchino, I would say starting off with this seemed like quite a comfortable game for you guys right from the start, right? A 10-2 first half when it comes to Vertigo. Mirage, even when you were down 5 rounds, you then didn't let off them after that. You end up winning 13-5, which is wild. Did it feel like you just had control the whole time?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say obviously a really good start on Vertigo. They had a few rounds in and got some momentum later. But I would say we were still in control and feeling pretty comfortable what to do to close out the map and the game.
Were you guys feeling worried at all, considering you just lost a game to Eyeballers in overtime on Mirage as well?
I wouldn't say we felt worried. It was more like let's re-energize. Let's see what we did wrong that game. I would say we were pretty stressed the game before, so now we just focus on staying calm and playing our game, and it worked out pretty well.
And one thing I'm learning from here is that I spoke to ZTR, spoke to Abdi, now I speak to you. Even when things are going bad, even when it's kind of going backwards at times, you guys seem to be able to dig yourselves out of this. Can you talk to me a bit about just the chemistry and the synergy you guys have as a team, even playing online right now?
I think we all have really good chemistry. We talk to each other a lot every day. We play a lot with each other outside of the team as well. And then also our coach Abdi, he knows what to say at what moments to like calm us down and get us together and get us refocused. So I would say, Abdi helps us a lot with that.
And just for you guys, obviously the Falcons win was huge. Now you've beaten Monte as well. How important is going up against this level of team, you know, the teams that are regularly playing in some of the tier 1 events, and how important is just potentially making it to the spring finals for you?
I mean, it's really important because we want to grow as a team and we want to reach a higher level than we all played at before. So these kind of games and tournaments where there's like some pressure because it's a big tournament, we're playing against good players who have like really big names. So it's really good for us to see where we're at, and also used to play against the best teams in the world. I mean, we can learn a lot from every game, so it's super important.
And would you say for yourself personally that this is a lot more of like a confidence boosting compared to what happened to you when you had your brief stint in the tier 1 scene? Is this like giving you confidence to say I can do this and I can get to where I want to be?
Of course. I mean, it's always extra motivating when you're getting results and seeing results from the hard work you put in. So, I mean, for sure. I mean, I think everyone in the team shows it. Our coach as well, our staff behind us as well shows that with the work we're putting in, we can play against top tier teams and top tier players. So yeah, for sure.
And do you have any sort of like national pride in wanting to put Sweden back on the top, where obviously a lot of fans, a lot of people have been waiting to see that for quite a long time?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the reason why we're playing together. It's because like we all want to see Sweden rise again. And even from the start, it was our goal to become the best Swedish team and to try to make it to the next level. Since Sweden has been lacking a lot behind. But I mean, as we're showing right now, there's definitely the talent in Sweden to do so. So of course, there's a big pride.
Yeah, you definitely are showing that there's the talent is there, and some of these notable organizations maybe needed to wake up a bit earlier, but I think you're in the right spot for all of you guys right now. My last question is just kind of around understanding how much time you guys are playing, what your practice schedule is kind of like, because we see a lot of these teams that come up to this level, and you guys are often playing a lot more, practicing a lot more. So what does it look like for your team?
Obviously for us, it's really hard to find good schedule and good routines to get practice in. So, whenever we can get a practice day in, we try to do it. But we have a lot of games. People have a lot of schools, but the people who don't have school or don't have anything to do, they try to see how they can help, and we try to be as effective as possible. So we're trying to learn. It's really important that every match we play, we try to learn something from it, and everyone is trying really hard to, whatever time they have, try to find something useful, because we really don't have as much practice, nearly as close practice as any other team.
And it's hugely impressive that you are able to grind like this with some of your players being at school. How many of is it that are studying?
So right now it's only Adam B and Nilo who's in school. The rest of us don't have school, so we usually try to spend, during the days when we're not practicing, we can prepare a bit more, watch some stuff, some demos, or watch robots while the others are in school.
When will they finish school?
This summer. So hopefully.
Oh wow!
So we're trying our best now to grind it out, and then in the summer our plan is to try to start practice full time.
Cool. So then you go to full time, full dominance, and see where that can carry you as well.
So we're really looking forward to that.
All right, good words from Giacchino there, talking about the struggles of studying and playing all at the same time. It's a situation we don't often see anymore as more and more players have gone professional over the years, but you can see that little run in the bottom left from Metizport. Falcons, an upset there on day one. Monte, the upset we just witnessed. One more step, and they make it to London. It's quite a big step, though. It might actually be a leap. Potentially Spirit to meet up in that semi-final for the qualification spot for Bubsky. I can't imagine there's a huge chance, despite the good things we've seen from them.
No, but in their mind, they've already won, right? They have done what they should at this tournament, and everything from now on is really a gift. I understand there's only one spot at stake, but realistically, you're not going to go in as a part-time team and say that, hey, guys, realistically, we're going to beat the best player in the world right now. They did it earlier with Simple, right? But he's not the same that he's used to be. But I think they have already achieved massively. And as he said in that interview, it's really interesting to hear that they're actually not full-time yet and will be potentially in the summer when Nilo and the twins are done with the school. And I mean, I think we see a couple of teams still doing this, and I think it's a very good idea, actually. Just a disclaimer, regardless of how good you are, please finish at least some school before dropping out on CS.
Inspiring words, Bubsky. Really quick, for those of you in school, for those of you not in school, make sure you guys are following all these events over on BLAST.TV, where you guys can play fantasy as well. Set up a bunch of fantasy teams for each and every event. You can see on your screen there at the bottom, this would be the best fantasy team you could have picked for this particular event. And important to note as well, the top 25 fantasy players across the all of 2024 on BLAST.TV are going to get gift cards, Steam gift cards as a prize to reward you for the wonderful fantasy selections that you make. I myself kind of suck at fantasy, which is kind of depressing, but it is what it is. Either way, we've got a bit of an extended break. We do have Spirit versus Big coming up as our third and final game of the day, but that cannot start before 8 p.m. European time. As I'm an American, I don't even know what it's CEST. Is it CET? Where are we at right now, Bubsky? CET, baby. Nice. So we're going to go on a little bit of a break. We have about 40 minutes before we come back, and we'll get you guys all set up to watch Spirit vs. Big. So we'll see you shortly.
Welcome to the BLAST Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? No! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my god. Welcome to the BLAST Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's going to lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my god.
Welcome back after the extended break to the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. Bunch of teams trying to qualify for London. Not too many left in the running as we've seen upsets all along the way this week. I'm joined by Bubsky as I have been since day one. We just saw earlier today, OG, the surprise upset over Heroic 2-0. And obviously the Metizport continues to surprise with another upset over Monte this time. Looking a little slow moving with all their roster changes. But we're starting to get these semifinals really ironed out, Bubsky.
Yeah, it's been the tournament of the underdogs, right? I think some of the teams who didn't make the RMR or didn't even make the major is really motivated to actually make a statement here. And we've seen OG and Metizport as one of the few teams who's actually made a really good impression at this tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean, OG looks like they're catching a little bit of momentum. I mean, it's always tough with OG. You don't want to get too excited when you see some positive signs because the other side of the coin is surely coming at some point. But Heavy God, Regali had great days today. Heavy God's looking more and more comfortable in this team. Keto's looking more and more comfortable calling for them. And for Metizport, ZTR looking good. The Twins are looking good. Adam and Susp, and obviously Nilo's in there as well. These are the matches we had earlier, as I mentioned. 2-0 for OG, 2-0 for Metizport. Coming up now, coming up to close out the day and get our second and final semifinal figured out is Spirit taking on Big. And I guess my question to you at this point, Bubsky, would be how much of a chance do we have for an upset in this matchup?
I mean, I think we're going to have one thing going into this matchup, right, is that Big is super good on Vertigo, and we've seen Spirit on this map look like a tier 1.52 team at some stages. I don't think they've been comfortable playing the roles. I also think Donk in the anchor position has not been looking too good, so it's going to be a punish pick potentially coming in from the side of Big. I would expect it to come in regardless, but we do also actually see it come in pretty nice. I do think Big has that advantage on this map coming in with all the small gigs and boost and the flashes and the utility, but realistically Spirits are massive favorites, and there's gonna go a lot wrong for Spirit to lose this one.
It's got to be nice for Spirit, though. It's like everyone figured out this kind of weakness from the RMR and saw like a little bit of vulnerability in their Vertigo, and now everyone just spam picks it against them. So it's almost like everyone's making them stronger for the upcoming major because they just simply have to get good on it by virtue of the fact that everyone believes it is a weakness of theirs.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happened when you're one of the best in the world, right? People look up to you and they try to find every single weak armor place you have on your body, right? And this is for now Vertigo. I'm not going to be too scared going into the major that it's going to be consistently an issue for Spirit to play this map, because obviously they have the players to comprehend. We have Shiro on the orb, we have Suntix as a great anchor player, Magix as well. They should be relatively comfortable on a map like this, but they've not shown it so far. They still have a week or two to prepare for the major, and I think this tournament can also be seen as one that will give great experience.
I like that you brought it up earlier because it struck me as a weakness watching them and casting them at the RMR and watching them on Vertigos, since then as well, is why, considering the skill set of Donk and what we're kind of highlighting as the things that make him special, of his timings on rotations, his ability to the way he decides to take fights, why do you think they're placing him in an anchor position here on Vertigo? Is there logic behind it, or is it just kind of like, that's something they'll probably learn to shift around at some point?
I think it's because the team was already built before. Donk, right, he was in the academy squad at some point, and I think Suntix was already playing A at that point, and I think it just makes sense to just keep it like that. I'm pretty sure that they are dynamic enough to realize if it won't work with Donk on the anchor road, that they'll just eventually switch it up, right? And then I would love to see Donk on the A ramp just taking those duels through the smoke, because I think that will fit him better. But obviously they know a little bit better than us. There can be many reasons for why they want Donk to play on that anchor role.
Yeah, I mean, let's look at Big as well for a second here, because obviously the leadership of Tabson, the leadership of GovB has been something that's been unique and special to this team. But they too have just brought in roster changes that up to this point in the tournament have looked solid. Searson and JDC. Searson back in the lineup. JDC joining. Obviously, most notably from Mouse during their rise up, but was kind of left a little bit in the dust. But he's had a great showing so far for them here in the showdown.
Yeah, and thank God for Big for realizing that it wasn't the right thing to be international. They've tried it for a couple of years now, right? And it's really never worked. They did okay at point with Santaris on the roster. They also had a decent amount of results with Monte. But I just think it made sense with the core being German that you're also going to fill out the 4th and 5th spot with Syrson and JDC. And we've seen Syrson before. We know what he can do. But the guy who surprised me most yesterday was actually JDC. You just mentioned it beforehand, right? That he was actually the difference maker, especially considering he didn't have the best year in his career, like being left out in the dust of a mouse project that was going relatively well, and then all of a sudden a very big chance for him arise to join the biggest national team in Germany, right? And I think it made sense for him to take that opportunity, and also I think he's going to bring a lot of fresh air into Big, because I think many players who join Big nowadays, right, they're going to buy into the ways of tabseN and GOP, but I think JDC actually might have some experience from playing with mouse to potentially change the mindset a little bit.
Yeah, bringing a little bit of experience from another team and a couple different ideas that they might be able to work in somehow. Yeah, we're already a little deep into the matchup, but before we go any deeper, we've got as always an interview with Mr. James Banks, who's going to get us prepared for the series.
Crimbo, a good start here for you guys, and I want to touch on with Syrson and JDC coming into the team. What are you finding as the biggest differences that these players have brought?
I think, like, for example, in like just general the communication, right? When we first talked German again, it was a bit chaotic. Everyone's talking so much, you know, native language. Like everyone was talking so much, so I mean, it's kind of easier sometimes, you know, to say some little details like faster, of course. So this especially, and I think in the mood kinda was always so good also before with Monte and Sin. So just in general, it's like you know, being German again, and yeah, it's just still a great vibe. Also how it was before.
Flying the flag for Germany once again. I think that's what the German fans wanted as well. Now I can look at some of your results, and we can't really build a picture on how well this Big's going to play. Do you consider this game against Spirit to be like the first real test for you guys?
Yeah, for sure. I think also Gamer Legion was also a bit maybe, I don't know, a bit frustrated from the RMR, like it was for us, after we flew out the RMR as well, like, you know, the week after or something, you know, it's hard, you know, so I can definitely feel them there. But yeah, I mean, Spirits is a great team, one of the best teams in the world right now, and we had some time. I mean, we had some rough games and some online tournaments when we instantly started. We couldn't really prepare much, you know. We just set some positions here and there, and now we had a week of practice, you know. Still not everything completed, of course, but we're feeling definitely better. We have some stuff said, you know, we're getting to know each other as well, you know. JDC also different, we don't know him, you know, as good as we did know the players before, you know, like how he wants to play, you know, how does he react in this situation, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It will be a sick game for sure.
Now I gotta ask, we always look at Big as like the tactical team. Have you been cooking something to try and find an answer to Donk, similar to what Maus was saying they did when they got that win over them in the RMR?
I mean, we didn't have theory yet, so maybe Gop has been cooking something up. But I mean, in general, this guy is just he's just killing everyone, you know. And in the end, you also must shoot back. I guess that's one of the most important parts in this game. And yeah, let's see.
Oh, I love that. It sounds so simple. Shooting back, one of the most important parts of the game. Let's stay focused on Big, because we know what Spirit brings to the table. We know Donk's going to be good. We know Shiro's going to be good. We know Zontic's, Magic's, Chopper are going to be solid and step up in moments when they're called upon. So if we want to paint this as how does Big cause this upset, you know, we're obviously going to look at Crimbo, who's sort of taken the mantle as a star player of this team. And then you're going to probably next look to the new guys. Obviously, you want good calling out of tabseN, but Syrson is someone that we called up in their last series and said, you know, Syrson has to have good games with the AWP as well.
Yeah, especially. I also think one other factor we're going to have to focus on in this matchup is I wouldn't say lucky, but the proper matchup for Big really to be able to play Vertigo against a team that is in such a caliber, right? If they was against Vitality or another team, I will be a little bit more scared. But I am relatively comfortable that Big is gonna cause maybe an upset on first map, and then potentially they have two chances to just take one map against from Spirit, right? So I think they're gonna have a chance, but it does require them to have a lot of preparation. I also think we heard from Spirit before the tournament started that they had a week off coming home from the RMR because they kind of wanted to be energetic coming up to the major and so on. So I think it's if the timing was ever right for Big, I think it would be now.
Well, I mean, if they do get that upset on the first map, which is Anubis, that would be massive going into Vertigo. That'd be a huge boost of confidence. You actually think they have what it takes on Anubis to shut down Spirit?
Oh, sorry. I actually thought Vertigo was first.
Vertigo's first map, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, whatever. Sorry, I have to look at the camera, not at the monitor. We can normally look at the other things. But
I wasn't trying to throw you under the bus. I just,
it's all
Anubis
good.
being the first map is going to be a tough one regardless.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long day already, right? So it's fine to make little mistakes. I think regardless of what map is going to be ordered, I think that Vertigo is going to go to the side of Big. So, and we've also seen a couple of good results on Anubis for the likes of Big. So they actually have the potential to do an upset here. I'm not going to pretend that they're going to be the favorites at all, but for some reason I actually believe in this project of Big more than I've ever done in what they've presented in the last 3 to 4 years.
Oh, dangerous. Many a good man has been lost down that rabbit hole. Either way, Anubis is up first. If Big can cause an upset here, they get to go into their map pick of Vertigo, where Spirit has shown weakness. We could be in for another surprising turn of events in this series. It's Spirit, it's Big. We'll be back after the break.
Good day, everybody. Scrawny and Launders, the takeover has occurred. The takeover, not just from our fronts, but my God, the upsets have not stopped happening. We talked about, upsets at Showdown because we usually are privy to one or two.
Mohan, it feels like the world's on fire. Anything is possible, and maybe that means Big has a chance as well today.
I think there's something weird where if you watched every game of the Showdown, maybe you think that's true. I think it's crazy because the amount of knockouts that have taken place. Also, Big, very legit win versus Gamer Legion. That was a great game where they played well. It adds up based on everything else we've seen, based on the magic that has occurred in the Showdown. I think what's made this Showdown very special is probably this Big, you know, finally some success with this new lineup with Big, and also Metizport being like a solid, full Swedish lineup actually owning. So I want to believe in it, but I'm not exactly cheering against Spirit either. They're a new story. They fit right in as best of the bunch, sort of. I think, I mean, Spirit should win They should win 2-0, I think. Yeah. I'm going to say that.
I mean, I co-sign with you. I woke up this morning to a message from Blast. They said, Scrawny, you didn't do your predictions. And in the heat of the moment, I typed out my predictions, and somehow I've been left with Big. So even as the guy who predicted Big today, Mohan, I have to say, my fingers typed it out, but I don't know if my brain believes it. This is a Spirit that's obviously coming off of the Katowice win. This is a Spirit that then has looked solid at the RMRs. You know, they kind of seem untouchable in that degree. One of the few untouchable teams at the moment. Yeah, okay, Vertigo maybe is the weak point. But like Moses and Bubsky were talking about, now that everybody thinks they identified a singular weak point, they're getting tons of practice on it and still starting to hold back teams on Vertigo. So it's not even like a glaring issue. It's just maybe Big's opening, and it's a huge maybe, and it only comes after Anubis.
Yeah, and I mean, outside of like the 3 maps at the RMR where Donk didn't play well, he's like back to amazing. He's still got incredible like ratings. It's just we're just extremely numb to it because we're not seeing an average of like over 2 on some of these maps, but like he's still in the 1.5 per map rating range. It's just like totally ridiculous numbers. So
washed.
Yeah, honestly, old.
How can you claim it? Magic's, he just walks out. We got an entire team of Big sat outside and nobody's just watching for the walkout.
Oh man.
And that's the problem when everybody's got a job.
That's true.
You need one unemployed friend to keep everything together. In this case, Searson's able to jump the bomb over.
Oh my god, he actually almost did it.
But hey, he gets away with it. Bomb plant for Searson. Now everybody's tucked on long. We're going to get the flank around from Shiro. And this flank is a beautiful clean tap. Shiro individually looking great. Taking this team to a whole other level.
He knows about 2, and now he might know about all 3, but man, he's just not letting him get away either. Prozis alone, 1v5, and it's a meltdown here for Spirit as they just kept hitting him in the ribs at every single point of that round. The first pick off into like letting him plant and then tagging him while they're planting, Shiro holding the flank. Like they felt like they were making progress, but the whole time Spirit knew the outcome in the end.
Yeah, from this point forward, I mean, Magic's again just extending out long and shooting a guy in the side of the head. Because he does it unannounced. No flash over, just takes a little peek, sees what's for free, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And again, while Donk's not like, now Donk's like less consistently like lights out, I guess. Maybe you could say that. I don't think anyone still worries about Spirit because like they didn't win just because Donk was so good. They won because both Spirit are very good right now and Donk is in his absolute peak. That's why they dominated Kato. But even Spirit as a team with Donk with average or above average ratings, I think would still win versus Big. Like that's how good they are at the moment.
There's no doubt Shiro brings that extra X factor, clutch ability. But he loses his head this time. Nice peek from JDC, who had a wonderful individual level on Ancient yesterday in their victory. Shout out JDC for his best game in the Big jersey. But it's a one and done here in the second round of the conversion. A conversion that is, of course, the force buy around the Galil. Now down to a smoke on Searson. So that one's sitting in the river alongside Prosis. Spirit have Donk exactly where they want him. Tucked away in the bomb site that's getting targeted by Big. Good timing on the utility here from Magic's. Going to burn the clocks down to 30 seconds. And that's going to afford Chopper to add himself to the ranks. Magic's first contact, catching Searson with the nade. That's free damage. The smoke will take his vision off, and he has a choice.
They don't have any nades. No nades.
They'll sit here. 15 seconds to the clock, and Chopper's just going to be that element of surprise as Donk goes down with nothing. Nobody's going to check Chopper. He comes out, shoots for Process. Bomb's being planted safely by Crimbo, but everybody dead around him. They've done their jobs and then some. Beautiful setup. There's a prime example of it, right? Donk gets nothing, but Chopper's got it all.
Yeah, he sets up Chopper perfectly. And he's obviously going to get his one free kill, and then he knows he has to stare at somebody who's staring back, but he's ready for that too. He's been very good, man. Chopper has been a very impressive individual. And yeah, nothing but good things to say about everyone on this team at the moment, so Donk's got to be the best player in that position, like, period, right? Like, even when we saw him in versus Virtus Pro in Bet Boom Dacha, he was disgusting in that spot.
Oh, B-Site was on close, and it wasn't, you know, we can talk about how the team looks good around him now. That was just Donk in that instance.
Mm-hmm. So Big have the work cut out for him. And I think, like, my expectation is, I'm like, hopefully they can carry some of what they showed us in their previous matchup versus Gamer Legion and just show us a great game today. I'm not expecting them to win versus Spirit, but even if they showed us a great game versus Spirit, I think hopes would be high for Big, but nobody's expecting to beat Spirit at the moment.
Everybody would love to,
and
yet nobody can seem to pull it off.
But as mentioned, at least there's Vertigo. At least that's the one thing that they can be excited about in this veto.
Yeah, because Vertigo just in general for Big, like, barring the whole Spirit situation and whether or not it's their weak point, Big and Vertigo, already a forte of any series, any opponent. You get that extra variable, and all of a sudden Big, maybe map 2 is where they're going to be able to thrive in the series. Show us what we want from them.
And they don't have to play Overpass.
Yeah, wonderful. And we don't have to cast it either. It's a good day. Easy cleanup down the river. Donk, obviously. Anytime Donk knows he's got a gun advantage, he's going to go fighting, and sure enough, 2 kills easily. Keeping him at that distance. This was a round where Big even come in with some grenades, though, right? We don't even get to see the purpose of those utilities. This isn't an all-out save. Those nades never get thrown. Donk's just making a stockpile of them down in the river. Crimbo's Desert Eagle wants the long shot.
He's actually never stopped peeking this entire round. And he actually hasn't died. And in fact, he gets the ace. They just can't kill him, dude. What the hell? No one else does that. No one else hangs out at one spot for the entire round and gets an ace.
That's hilarious.
What?
Non-stop peeking. All in a day's work for Donk.
And it was
like they had a plan. They wanted to do something. They had an idea, and it doesn't even get put into place because Donk just exists.
They couldn't get to A. That's pretty funny.
Easiest ace of his life.
I don't think he's not the guy you want to power up right now on your
right.
round.
And you see him laughing too. Like all you need to do is remind Donk how easy life is 3 rounds into the game. Now there's a scope on him, so we'll see if he goes back at it with Searson holding the angle. Too funny.
The one thing that everyone sort of noticed about him was that he just never stops moving. And I think that's like the reason he lived in that round, for example. Like, he just, no matter when he's taking a fight, he is also very hard to hit because he just doesn't stop shifting around, running back and forth. You might have stayed in the same area, but you never see the same Donk twice.
Ooh. They try to open it, doesn't go fully. Still tabs able to get a glimpse of Chopper and stop him. Sontic, solo duel, loses out. And we'll see if Crimbo can get the ball rolling at the A site throughout this Anubis T side. You know, Biggs, no chump on Anubis. But Crimbo on A is something we'll keep an eye on. Donk has to forego the mid control. Shiro, great amount of damage here. Look at the HP. It's perfect for Donk to come out. Catching the double kill. And with the 17 health left on the 2 remaining members, there's still a chance because Tabson gives the cover. Crimbo holds for the Heaven Peak that Magix nearly gives him. And as he baits out the shot, they still hang on. 7 HP for the 2v2 clutch out of Big.
And it comes down to Tabson actually getting hit through default. And he goes down into just 1 bullet away from death, both of them. Good shoulder from Magics to avoid the op shot, nearly closing out the 1v2, but they stand strong. That was a good setup for Donk as well. Shiro just melting down so many players coming through camera, but I don't even know if he got one kill, right? He just did so, or maybe he got one and did a lot of damage.
Yeah,
but
damage on the others.
Seriously, could have been 3. Yeah.
Really good engagement, dodging the camera players into the long fight, then back.
Yeah, he's really good on that pillar, actually. That's another guy.
Zontix could have made that round much easier had he just straight up won the duel to Crimbo, but you know, Crimbo, CT side, T side, gonna be playing around that A site, and somebody who I think is definitely a jackknife in terms of Big's arsenal. Whether he keeps open the possibility of rotations back late round, whether they use him like this as the starter to get the entries going.
Quick pause and back through it. And I guess this smoke is quite big because it's on the bridge, making it hard to gauge exactly where you need to blow it up, but they could see enough. 2 alive at the end of that one helps Big's economy a touch as well, so they needed it. Searson had a bit of a sketchy game on Ancient, and I don't really know Searson on Anubis that well, so I'm going to be kind of wondering.
Yeah, fair point.
With the newer map since he's been on Big, where he's comfortable. Oh, nice try.
Even with the smoke, Donk nearly getting a fight. And Shiro's going to keep things in flux, but oh my God, he gets caught. JDC. Bullet whizzes by him. He capitalizes. Donk tries to shuffle out of his initial spot. That's all the smokes burned out from the B play, and everybody from Big knocking on the door, barring Crimbo.
What happens now? Are the CTs planning to even rotate? Magic will swap to the op. They've got eyes on camera. Zontix says full A main control 45 seconds. I think they might actually call out correctly that this is going to end B, which means they can send Chopper to either full flank or drop bridge. And yeah, they got the right movements in place. That being said, Donk is still over on the A site. After that shot, now it's over. Big need to move fast now.
Good smoke to take away Magic's angle. He can try his luck on holding dark if he wants to. Spam timing perhaps, or go for the planter. Oh, he hit him. Magic's twice. 2 times through the wall and the nade damage. They don't stop the plant, but the CT's flooding in. Holy hell. They just took that bomb site back like it was nothing.
Like the smoke didn't even exist. Now Crimbo can't even play for this. No chance to fight back. Here's the defuse. That is domination right there. I mean, that's sweet from Magix. He gets 2 shots through a smoke, through a wall, into the planter.
I love this glare we're getting off Magic's glasses because it's like classic anime villain vibes.
Yeah.
And I know he'd love that. Double wall bang. That's villain vibes, all right.
Yeah. That one was a bit gluey from Big because they didn't really pick the site fast enough when they gave up a lot of information. There was a point at which Spirit were prodding around the map to figure out what the final plan was going to be, but they never actually responded to like Spirit getting information. If they had gotten into that site 10 seconds earlier, would have been just as easy, and they would have had a little bit more time before the rotations came.
Shiro's been very mobile, using that op on both sites multiple times, so big guessing game for Big at the moment as to where the hell he's at. Early chip damage, and Chopper blinded, but still able to hold it. Just got a glimpse of it before the flash pop.
And that's a lockout of the bridge. So bomb shuffling closer to B. Donk and Magic's in position. Dark control easy and no challenge to come in from the river. Donk wants a piece of the action the moment somebody looks for the fight. Smoke grenades trying to block off all vision, but Donk, oh damn, just shaves his head off. Goes for the second kill and nails it. Searson, return fire. 2 versus 4. And Searson's gonna go real deep onto the platform. Nicely done, chasing down Magix. But again, anytime you get a single kill and a sense of an opening, the swarm of Spirit players are there to bounce back.
You couldn't have had more stimulation on Donk's screen right there when we had someone running through a smoke in front of a Molotov with flashes going above. And for him to lock onto somebody's head that easily just shows you how comfortable he is in the most chaotic situations ever. Like right here, that is insane. He has barely any view at all. Of course, you can see taps on a screen, but we're talking about a frame, you know?
I mean, I don't need to see these mechanical highlights to be convinced that Donk is supernatural. I already know it. But damn, if you needed another one, there you go.
Yeah.
Up to 11-3, 6 rounds deep. Versus Pistols here in the 7th.
Thought they nerfed him.
You know, I don't think they know how yet. Unless you,
well, we can say they tried.
Yes. Yep. That much is for sure. Unless you raise the age minimum for major attendance.
Yeah, to Laundersland.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Laundersland.
That's true. Don can't come to Laundersland, so. But Team Liquid can.
They got the time.
Yeah.
Womp womp.
I know.
It's funny, we were talking through that Saw versus Cloud9 upset, saying how, you know, this could be the best month of Saw's careers and going ahead forward with the major. We don't know what they're up to. What if they could magically get to Spring Final and now there's a best of 3 versus OG between them and exactly that. You know, getting to the major is just unbelievable for the older Portuguese guys and all the time they put into the game. Hey, boys, you're going to 2 world-class lands this month or this season.
Yeah, that would be incredible. Now, the thing is, like, OG actually earned their way too. Like they actually, Heavy God has been great this tournament, and he's just pretty damn reliable in general as a rifler. But yeah, they've been a threat. So
nothing comes
probably a part of Saw that knows like these guys came from the gutter too. They're probably kind of scary to play against. Like it's not the same level of team, but all right. Zontix with the spray down chopper helping out. Shiro in the back, and one more to skewer. Crimbo up above. Perched up, and Shiro not giving him anything. Oh, there he is.
Crimbo turns. 5 seconds left here. Crimbo knows time is the problem. Nice attempt from Big to Pistols to put the AK into a 1 versus 3 at the very least. Still asking a lot of Crimbo, but we've seen him do bigger ask. And in this case, no chance. Yeah, definitely OG and Saw. 2 sets of tunnel snakes, you know? They know what it's like. They're from the streets right now.
What's a tunnel snake?
A tunnel snake is a gang from Fallout 3. You know the premise of Fallout?
So wait, I don't, but I remember like a Geiger counter. So let me guess. It's this America after a nuclear war.
Yep, literally that. But small pockets of people were able to get into sturdy underground bunkers called vaults, and then vault dwellers are the people who come back to the surface after years of living down there for generations, separated from the world in the safety of their bunkers. And so, you know, if you have some, if you get some riffraff, you know, some troublesome teenagers down there in the tunnels, they're called tunnel snakes.
Gotcha. And what are you in that game?
You're a vault dweller.
You are a vault dweller, because the only ones who survive
actually depends. It depends on the Fallout. It depends on the Fallout. You've played Vault Dwellers. You've played, you know.
I played Fallout 2, and these 2 dogs attacked me, and then I just exited out.
Yeah, that was that. This game sucks. I know I had you play New Vegas, but you didn't follow through with that either.
Or was it that one? Maybe it was.
Yeah, you played New Vegas.
Yeah, I just got attacked and gave up. I could try again for sure.
Pack of dogs out here right now. Tabson looking to chew through middle. Will.
Oh, yeah.
Catches Chopper. Looking rabid. And did it on his own there. Just decided, I'm gonna take him up. Tapson and Chopper going head to head. Magics from the platform. Clean couple of kills here, doing work with no support. Donk is a little late to the party coming through CT spawn, but where there's one, there's more. There's
no HE.
Spirit rotations, dude, they're so all in, but it's the right call to make.
No way. What a pain in the ass. Donk just keeps coming back for more. And Searson down to 7 HP. Really wanted to get that trade. They couldn't kill Magics. They just needed one duel right there to have the site. And it might have been a step too hard for Donk to get in, but they couldn't get Magics.
Nope. Smoke delivery here for Tapson to maybe just get the bomb back. Or if he feels like he can really go for it, still try to play a post plant here on B. Searson's going to be crawling up on long, getting closer, but also a little while off. And I feel like, yeah, the CTs in the site, they're getting a little antsy. They didn't want to wait for something to happen, so they take the initiative. Donk clears it out. Bomb dropped again, and Searson's looking to save AWP, but even that's going to get hunted down.
Look at Donk. He's trying to walk as fast as possible with his USP out, knowing exactly how far Searson might be.
Oh, he's going to fight. It's like Searson, you know, maybe Donk's going to send Searson a message. He says, I know you're coming back, buddy.
Oh, wait. Did you see that scope? Oh, my goodness. After time, he's walking up with the USP. This is so unfortunate. Oh!
Every time. He's the monster underneath your bed.
That's brutal.
You cannot escape Donk in all his forms.
Shout out to Magics for this one. Man.
So clean with it.
So clean with it. Every day is a new struggle.
It's
no matter
okay.
who you win.
I mean,
Spirit can always
Anubis,
beat you in the end.
Anubis is CT-sided, right?
Yeah, it might be Donk-sided.
Unlucky.
Not too many people getting 14-3 CT halves besides Donk, that's for sure.
Sitting down in dark. Sight's lost, so nicely done by the Pistols to maybe get the bomb in. Yeah, killing the Dark player. Opens Process up to cross. He'll do so with 15 health. We've seen just such superb retakes, though, and Magic's in the last couple of bullets in the magazine doesn't let that pressure come at him from Cave. Crimbo, nice tech 9 kill. And he's trying to draw Chopper out. Down to a quarter HP. There's guns to be picked up. They've definitely given them enough of a chance. Stuck along jail side. CTs are going to block off one end, so the crossfire gets unraveled. Crimbo's going to need to come back at it with the bomb not planted for him.
Oh.
He'll soften him up, take a chance by jumping through, and Magic's with the barrel stuff puts Spirit to the 7-round lead.
Yeah, he's been a cleaner for the team as well with these kills, so Magic's has been every bit as key. And that's Donk going down right away to JDC's Tech 9. Give him a chance to win this round. Nice kill from Crimbo. But yeah, there's a problem that Spirit have T-side coming up, and they already have 8 rounds.
It's just nice when you get to talk about somebody else other than Donk on Spirit. And right now, Magic's to me is making that B site look all the easier.
Yeah.
You know, there were times back in Katowice where it was definitely Zontix, and I think it was great and very important as well for him to show his promise. You know, Magic's is already a top 8 major player twice.
Right.
Which is an insane accolade at his age.
Yeah.
But Zontix was still that question mark, right? If you were just looking at Team Spirit at the start of 2024, then it was Donk and Zontix that you really don't know about. And he's proven his worth. No need so far this map. Donk back sight. He's got support, but Magic's going down empty-handed. Chopper has looked to make the difference, but Searson's able to come wide onto the jail, and with it, finally, they cleared this bomb site out. So speaking of Zontix, he is now called forward with Shiro in the 2v2.
Interesting spot. Oh, they're just walking around. They just don't think Zontix would come out, but it's not... That smoke only allows him to have free space, right? I mean, of course, he could be worried about getting opt, but now they're going to set up Crimbo See if he can show off some prowess in this clutch. They are thinking he may have left. They just lost complete sight of him, doesn't know where the bomb is. But Zontic is still nearby, and he gets the kill. Doesn't he have to wait for Shiro to come back?
Damn. Just makes the play on his own twice. I think you're dead on. That smoke grenade they end up putting on long, like Zontic thinks to himself, well, why won't I peek this?
Yeah.
You know, if there was the idea that Crimbo had already left, even if he had stuck around, we see no vision, can't stop Temple, one duel to be had, and you find the guy not even looking at you. So it's not a missed shot from Searson, and Zontic's taking a risk. It's just a freebie.
Mm-hmm. We're also seeing some continuous spray transfer while he's blind into just finding a new duel instant headshot. Spirit are having a real run of it as an org lately. You know, they win TI for the second time, second team in history to do it. Ooh, okay.
Just bathing in success.
Yeah, they really are. But this is nice from Big. Okay. Pro's like, what are we watching? Yeah, they won the last one just a couple months ago. And then they get Donk on this team, and then they win Kato, like right off the back of that. So they're looking for what I'm going to call the Valve Grand Slam, winning TI and a major.
Okay.
Yeah, back to back.
Now that's esports history in the making.
It would be, yeah.
And that's a level of history that could very well never happen again. So,
yeah. That would be a hard one to match. Yeah.
It's a good day to work for Spirit, I'll tell you that much.
Yep.
But Launders, there's a little success here for Big. So for the Germans, cheering them on. There you go, boys. Second round made possible. Process with the 3-piece coming at the B site, catching Chopper on the lurk, making sure that, you know, we've seen openings happen here for Big. We've seen bombs go down. But it's just the state of Spirit's retakes that seem too ferocious. This is finally just a nice clean round from Big from start to finish.
For sure. And I mean, the way they won their one and only other round was in similar fashion. They had to fight. It was not as clean, but they had to come and take a bunch of duels, which they won. So big one for Process here, of course. Any day you can take down Donk is a good one. And they still can do that, and they could still get somewhat back into the half, but like odds of the game are just so low, not having any T side really to speak of outside these 2 rounds. Even with 3 in total, it's like it shall be a struggle.
Coach Halley is somebody that I feel like we really don't know much about. Obviously, the classic conversation with coaches and how much we give credit to them or how much they deserve, etc. But Halley deserves extra credit this year because he's already played in the server for Spirit at the Blast groups, right? Anybody who's wondering why Spirit are at the Showdown and not already qualified, well, they had that 2-player stand-in issue, the visa issue that kept Magix and Donk out of the groups. And Halley decides to play, and he played as if he was Donk. The level of confidence he had when he went for his peaks, you know, it wasn't a coach hiding in a bomb site out of place. It was a coach trying his absolute damnedest, leaving it all out there. And, you know, he got more than 1 kill.
Someone was quoted as saying he's going to try to play like Donk, and that was like something we laughed at, and he actually did.
He tried. Shout out Halley one time.
Oh, man. They try to go fishing for the Searson lurk.
And they find Magix on the secondary op. So Magix showing he's got this bomb site locked down. With or without Donk, he's doing work. And with him in this one, it's good. Donk on the big green scope to Tabson. And the final round of the half will conclude with Crimbo trying to post 1v4. Getting Shiro first is nice, but no bomb possession's problematic.
Lots of time, though. Anytime Crimbo's got a minute and 100 HP, and in this case as well, a full belt of utility, I'll stay sitting up straight. This is where he's really made a name for himself, and he's going to go back to long, where Chopper's just been giving him a slight jiggle. Peeking on intervals, now confirming Crimbo's over here.
And they're going to organize around that. Yeah, biggest problem is just not having the bomb. CTs don't have to spread the map. See what he could do.
Smoke fades. He throws his own out onto the smoke. Oh, and Zontix is just going to take it all away. Not even give him the chance to continue the 1v4. Spirit not even giving Big a chance to get into this game.
You tired of your favorite oppers suffering from knee pain and discomfort while camping?
Oh, my knees can't handle this camping lifestyle. Feels like I'm aging in dog years. Oh, my knee. I might need a chair now. I think I will camp at Metizport because, it's over for me.
Introducing the Camper's Chair, the in-game item that'll revolutionize your camping experience. Say goodbye to knee pain and hello to comfort.
I thought camping was tough, but the Camper's Chair makes it so easy. My KD has never been better.
It's so much better to have this chair. I feel so good now. It's really better.
Don't be a victim of knee pain. Get the Camper's Chair now and transform your camping game. It's so comfortable. Call now.
It's always difficult when you play with a star like Donk to get your own highlight reel rolling, but we had moments here. Magix, his right-hand man inside of that bomb site, shut off an entire half of the map, and there was very little A-site action throughout this T-side from Big. Consistency to hit B ends up netting them only 2 rounds.
That's a good point. And one of the rounds they won was actually hitting A, so maybe they should have tried it a bit more.
Too late.
Instead of feeding the animal known as Donk. 18-6. And Magix equally as good, even though he's just a little lower on kills. Can't out-frag Donk. You can still play as well as him, but 12-5. And I mean, you could watch the demos, but like they were taking a lot of fights. They just won a lot of fights. They didn't solve CT Anubis for everyone else.
Yeah.
They're just better than you.
That's the sad reality. Like, let's play it like them. You can try.
Okay, start swinging.
Nice shot from JDC, but of course Donk's close enough to trade it. Bomb on Chopper to go join Magix. They've got a little lurk smoke to get out from long. Crimbo fast flank with the Berettas. Tabson's positions found out, and the CT pistol could be where Big tried to mount some sort of a comeback. Regardless of scale, it's a little better than nothing. Magix on the retreat as he's getting chased down. Doesn't have the bomb, can't just straight up leave. But he can keep those stats high if they do continue to come at him. Magic's looking for the thread to pull on, but they know. You're down 210, you can't afford to throw this one, so they'll play it hyper passive. Crimbo to the commitment is the next one to fall out. 3 to clear it. Let's go big. Again, maybe not looking for the upset against Spirit, but just looking for a formidable fight. One that doesn't put them in the barrel of teams we've laughed at as they attempt to fight Spirit. Good shot from JDC to kick it off.
Yeah, and another couple of kills here from Tabson. That is huge. So that's a third. There won't be a buy for Spirit because they also denied plant. Donk will get a deagle though, just cause. To be honest, if I was Donk, I would never Glock save ever in my life. I would buy at least a deagle, minimum, every round.
I wouldn't even make him buy it himself. I would just make sure somebody's buying it for him.
Somebody, yeah.
They'll go for the
Copper has to pay a rental fee every day just to play with Donk.
Worth,
yeah.
It has been. See if this flashbang's worth it. We got one on Magix. The one flash to rule them all. First player's going down. JDC couldn't have been easier. He's got a teammate. Yeah, can't expect too much from the Glocks. Full house on the B defense. 4 kills for JDC. Trying to do his best Magix impression as this one rolls forward.
Make his flash up or forget where it goes? Well,
yeah, that kind of just what was up with that?
I'm not sure. Do you have a mat for your feet?
Do I have a mat underneath my feet? Yeah. Well, I have a standing desk, so I have like it's like a fidget mat. You know, it's got like little hard corners. You can step on this, step on that, different textures.
What?
You know,
wait, I was there. I saw it, but I don't remember that.
Never mind.
You have a fidget mat for your feet? So
yeah, you know, they give it
in your hand right now, and you're stepping on a fidget mat.
Nah, they give it to the kids that can't pay attention. So
okay.
Yeah. It's like a mat to stand on that makes it easier to stand all day. But also you can fidget with different parts of it. Yeah. And then there's a carpet on my ground as well. A nice big old carpet.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's nice. If I didn't sneeze so much, I'd get a carpet. Put carpets everywhere.
Crusty. How's your exposed cement floor at the moment? Probably cold, I'd imagine.
No, it's the ceiling, not the floor. That would be insane, though. That would be very austere if I had exposed concrete floors that I walked on every day. I hate stepping on cold ground, though, to go to the bathroom. Yeah, that's not fun.
Heated bathroom floors. Invest today.
Yeah, man. If I could flip a switch. I can't even get my Nest to like properly warm my apartment up when I wake up, since I go to sleep at different times every day. So it's just impossible for me to have consistency in my life. I have no one else to blame.
But you'll find someone, I'm sure.
Like, there'll never be technology that would be able to know before I know when I'm going to wake up. If one day I go to sleep at 12, one day I go to sleep at 3, right?
Well, I think that's the whole point of the Nest, right? Is like you dim your lights at a certain time when you want to go to bed, and then you make that helps you get into your routine. When the lights dim, it's time to get off the computer and go into the bedroom or start brushing your teeth or whatever. You just got to follow the rules, Launders. You got to set the parameters and follow them.
Yeah, it's the following. I don't blame Nest. I blame me, for sure.
Do you have one of those? How much do you have? Like, how smart is your living space? You know, are you the kind
I don't
of
have
person
I don't have the
none of
light
that stuff.
thing. I do. I'm gonna get them though.
You got Alexa working for you over there, or what?
No, I don't believe in free labor.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, out of principle.
Unlike you.
Yeah.
So, no, because once I had the one from the other company, and then I said the name, but I didn't say the name, you know, and then it had said, what was that? And I was like, wait, what? And then I unplugged it because I was
What
like,
you call me?
Uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like
need
personal
all that.
assistants. I don't use it
I
on
don't
my
even
phone
use that on
either.
my phone.
Nah, man, I like to, I'm old fashioned. I'll type in my questions.
Yeah. Same. Do you use AI instead of Google? I actually used it the other day in a way that helped me in a way that Google couldn't, and that was the first time I was like, wow. This might actually be useful.
I only use AI for my YouTube thumbnails.
That's unethical.
About it.
You should be paying somebody somewhere. If you made a game, would you use AI voice actors?
I do it myself.
Oh, you do it yourself, right?
Yeah, I do my own voice lines. I have a couple friends that work here. Obviously, I live in Montreal, right? So I have buddies that work at Ubisoft, and they work in sound design. They do character design, and obviously, you've hung out with me. You know, I've got all sorts of characters up my sleeve.
In your head, yeah.
They have constantly tried to push me into getting into voice acting.
Yeah, Connor's like a stream deck. I think if you push the button, you can get a new.
It's just a soundboard, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, we spend a lot of time together, so you really know how to push my buttons. You know how to, how to
get certain voices out. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I don't come with an instruction manual, but you seem to have figured me out.
Yeah. If I just do like a yeehaw, then I'll get like I'll just get like a Texas accent immediately. Or
Modem, that's a double.
Exactly.
Oh man. I was watching those clips back the other day. I mean, that's the thing. There was a time period where every Blast event, we'd always get the caster reactions after, and I love watching all of our casters react as they do.
Yeah.
And then, unfortunately, we just kind of stopped doing them. They've fallen out of form. I don't know if we're not doing a good enough job to be on camera anymore, or what the deal is, but I would love for those to come back.
Yeah.
You know, I think that it's one of those things where it's like, if especially when you get casters at a Blast event like Paris, where we don't like the ESL guys, for example. Like I wish everybody knew what Machine looked like when he was casting, because he's jumping around too. He's always like holding his leg. He's like perched like a flamingo sometimes. I've seen him with his knees on the desk.
And Pad's like on the back of it. They both do that actually.
Yep.
So
yeah, those guys are perchers. Harry would be out of frame all the time because he just paces while that guy's the most mobile of all.
Yeah.
Seeing Henry G get hyped is always something too. So bring back the caster cams. I bring this up because you mentioned the Modem one. And I realized, this is something I don't realize, when I'm doing voices, I also realize it's a facial thing. The characters, they overpower me physically. I become those people.
What is the difference? Like when I see voice actors, voice acting, they're also physically acting.
Oh, you have to be. You got to be in character, man.
Yeah. So like, is it just that you guys are too ugly to do regular acting, or like why aren't you doing both?
Yeah. Well, have you ever met somebody where like you've spoken to them and you can hear them, but then you meet them and the face just doesn't match it?
Yeah, that's voice actors. Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's the thing is like, I might have a voice that meets your character, but then you meet me and it's like, oh, it's you? And I don't know if I'd use the word ugly, but my voice is more malleable.
Yeah.
I had that happen the other day. I've been,
you could use
I've been
any
talking
Tinder picture, any Tinder picture you want.
Anyone you want.
Wouldn't know if it met you in real life, but
I've been making phone calls lately, talking to people. I've been doing big business, and I met up with somebody in person afterwards, and she said, "Oh, I thought you'd be bigger."
What the hell?
Like, excuse me?
That was a crazy thing to say.
Yeah, she's like, "Oh no, I just, you have a more demanding voice than what your stature."
To explain it.
I was like, that doesn't make it better. I was offended, but then I realized I do go by the alias Scrawny, so how can you really get too mad?
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
You're not a heavy god.
Not heavy god. Not heavy god. Who's now one best of 3 away from qualifying, man. I can't believe the upsets we've had lately. I really, again, usually we get 1 or 2, and it's not the first time. I mean, Blast Showdown is always played online. That's not what's different. But, I mean, the upsets have been unstoppable.
I think Crimbo just destroyed Process in a best of 5 Susam C.
And now Crimbo won't even give him the rematch.
He won't even. Yeah, he's not even interested.
Not even looking at him, dude.
Wow. He just went for a double scissors finish. That's crazy.
Yeah, is that not meta?
Yeah, I guess. I think. Yeah. Double scissors. That's pretty based. I mean, I feel like double paper is like you're kind of hungover that day. Double fist, like you just installed the game. But yeah, double scissors, that's you're sharp.
What have you been playing while we've been home for the last month? Speaking of games, what are you up to?
Only game I open is Counter-Strike. I'm waiting for the Elden Ring DLC.
Oh, yes.
And that's the only thing I only open Counter-Strike. I play KZ every day. I play some deathmatch. I realized the other day I have no friends up to play CS with anymore, so
yeah,
I messaged you a couple times, but it wasn't the right time.
Yeah, I messaged you and just ignored it.
You messaged me to play?
Oh, excuse me. You messaged me and I left you hanging.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's when I realized I was like, man, I just don't have anyone to play with anymore. But I get in my workshop. Valve needs to put the community servers back in the game. We don't want everyone just playing workshop maps by themselves. It's so stupid. Like, yeah, minimize it in the community servers. Like, what is wrong with you guys?
What's going on?
Crazy. So, yeah, fix that. And then also, that's it. And yeah, I'm waiting for the Elden Ring DLC.
No Helldivers. Helldivers.
No,
been on
I
your
looked
radar?
at Helldivers and I thought that game looks awesome. I won't lie, but I just don't have it.
Oh man, we've been playing it nonstop. I've been playing with Moses, in fact. Moses and my Montreal friends.
But the last time I asked you if I could play, you said there's no room in the party.
Well, you gotta prove your mettle, soldier. You gotta show me you got what it takes.
I'll do it. I'll do anything. Just let me know what I need to do.
You gotta spread some democracy.
Spread some democracy. Okay. So I just have to go like proselytize like democracy outside in real life, or
no.
What is that?
I want it in the server. You got to get it to speed. Get through the tutorial and then we'll talk.
Okay.
But yeah, man, they released mechs yesterday. We've earned mechs as a community. Now we can play as giant robots. It's a good time. Sounds good. Folks, we're switching servers as we have a little connection issue going on. Searson's out of the game, but we need him back in so that Big can mount this comeback. And we need you sat in your seats when we do come back. Quick server swap, and the BLAST Spring Showdown will continue. Don't you dare go too far.
ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's gonna lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my god.
Back into the action on the road to London, baby. Searson's in the server. All is good. The internet is running. And that's really what
had to connect that plug in the background.
You know, water, food, internet. What more could you ask for?
It's kind of nuts. Internet has become, I think, necessary. Well, there's probably a couple people out in there who live in the forest who don't think so, but...
Is it a human right yet?
I think they're pretending that it's not so that they can charge us for it. You know what I mean?
Right, of course.
So.
Yes. The freedom to connect, as it's called. We're working on it.
Everyone should get gigabits of internet for free.
So they can jiggle their bits on the internet.
Where's Crimbo?
Still basking in the glory.
Sit down, son.
There he is. Yeah, come on, Crimbo. He's like, oh, back to work, huh?
Yeah. What a life.
Let's get after it. Sitting at the 10-4 scoreline. You guys are just happening to join. 2 rounds on the T side to Spirit's 10. They win pistol. They convert once. And we should be jumping into now the gun round. Actually, was it a save? I can't remember. Memories burnt. We'll find out. I've received an angry message from Moses O'Toole, by the way, Launders. He says that we try to play with Launders all the time. Don't let this guy off the hook.
Wait, is that true?
Quote, I have nobody to play with. Shake my head. I can't this guy.
Yeah, is that true?
Moses is saying it. So you're in the doghouse, buddy.
Oh, I thought but shouldn't you know about this?
Yeah, maybe I don't want to share my time with Moses.
Yeah, well, okay, listen. If it's messages on Steam, I don't read messages on Steam.
Okay, so we can't, no WhatsApp, no Steam.
If you message me to play on Twitter, I'll definitely get back to you.
Within 3 business days. Do you accept courier pigeon by chance? Do you have a...
I wouldn't be able to ignore it.
Yeah, birds start pounding at your windows.
It wouldn't make it through the series of glass boxes that inhabit Toronto. It would definitely hit a Windexed window eventually, and it would miss it. I did hear Moses complaining about not having people to play with himself.
Yeah, I'm not good enough to carry. So when Moses and I go out there into the weeds that is NA Counter-Strike...
Moses isn't coming to Launders Land, so I don't want to hear it.
Oh, that's... Yep.
So...
He wanted to. I'll give him that.
Yeah. That would have been so cool if you guys...
I mean, who doesn't? Am I right?
That's right.
Here we go, folks. Back in with the buy. It is indeed the Spirit purchase after losing pistol and conversion, AKs, and a MAC-10 chopper. If you've forgotten what was happening, Spirit looking pretty damn sharp tonight. Nade over Zontix, as he's looking for action on long A. 2 players back there. Little peek out of JDC playing the risk, but happy to fall into the safety of his bomb site right after.
Falling back into just a very tight default to see what kind of game Big want to play right now. It's a feel out round here from Spirit. Ending B though, you can just see it.
Right now they've got 3 players corralled inside of A as well, right? Great Molotov for Camera to get the mid player over.
Oh.
And then Donk comes through with 1 entry. Second one's not his. Magix has got him pinned behind pillar. All is good. They've wrapped that B site perfectly. Zontix falling to the flank as Crimbo's hot on his heels.
That's
There's still legs on it.
There's 2 spotted.
And we had seen wonderful CT retakes coming out of Spirit. Will they throw themselves at the first attempt big?
This is possible if they take out Chopper, that's for sure.
Flash for Dark.
That's their one chance. Oh!
He's blind.
Oh, the flash was so good.
Ain't that something? Chopper blind, nails the headshot, and gets Spirit right back to winning ways. So 2 rounds for Big to start the half, and Spirit have already punctured through.
Yeah, as soon as they get good guns. You see the difference right there, right? That's Donk's 20th kill. It's a simple attack. They swing just like he does, right, to defend the site. This is not a play that Donk wouldn't make himself, that JDC did. They just can't win the duel. There's no defending the B site unless you take these big swings right now. At least that's what the meta tells us, so. They just got a problem if they can't stop them. There will be new ways to play the site, though. The way that people are playing it right now is so individual.
I love the innovation we've had on just Anubis in general since its inclusion.
Yeah. Definitely some very cool stuff, especially the utility around A.
Yep. Speaking of Devil. Yeah, just perfect timing.
Like, you know you're getting advanced at a default when that's the nade you're throwing.
Ooh, Searson able to hold back Zontix. Easy one at the A site.
Good
Donk's gonna go barreling. Oh, no, I thought he was gonna follow through, but there's a molly here. Instead, they throw. The smoke fades. They've gotten vision. Chopper trying to set up Donk as Process bails into the site. The molly that won't let them escape. Process locked into the fight. Flash coming at them. 2 players here. Another molly.
Oh, the molly.
They smoke it out. Will they expect that JDC chucks the flash? Mac 10 goes through and down. And a rotator is already in behind the pillar. Tabson applying the pressure as Donk is just inside of smoke, trying to find that angle. And Magix is here to help him as he has been all map long. Shiro to clutch. And I love a Shiro attempt. So into the AK with no util and an op posted on the angle. He's inching out, sees it, and shaves 3/4 of the health off the opper.
If there's one player that could clutch better than Crimbo on the server, it's going to be Shiro.
Bomb down, gun up. Fakes the ball back.
Fake.
Into the peak. Kills Searson. And Crimbo's coming at him from the same side. Shiro on high alert. Loses the aim duel. Crimbo's got him bested. It's a perfect attempt from Shiro, but a missed shot gives Big their 5th.
That's nice. Crimbo saves the day right there. But yeah, Shiro, he's prescient in the clutch. He can figure out cool things to do. He gets that aim boon. Good opener from Searson. He's made a couple of good moves here on CT side with the full flank. That previous round, that shot after the jiggle off Zontix. And they even survived Donk's infamous ability to just like get that one last pick off right before when he takes that super aggressive swing.
I'm enjoying watching JDC fit into the big squad, to be honest. It's been some time that I've had a chance to watch JDC.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, and I would also say, like, I don't want to kick someone while they're down, but the Process Sin combo in B for Big at groups was something that was the glaring issue. Their inability to hold back Dark, their inability to hold that bomb site. It was one of the things that we really, you know, were criticizing Big for. And to see JDC maybe supporting him in a better way, for them to figure out the site. Searson in the middle of it too, looking good. 5v4 here for Big. Nade on the bridge and Chopper pushes past it. He's through the window.
Can he actually get through?
Oh, nice nade. It'll find him.
The other side. They're like, what?
Yeah, what's happening? Magix gonna get pressured. Missing a chance at the kill, but that JDC Prosis combo falls back. Half health on Prosis and half health on Magix. The grenades doing damage early on.
Interesting. They're like kind of trying to counter on all fronts. They get away with the 5v4. There's some damage back. They don't kill the B player as well. Spirit trying to run their pockets of utility just by scaring them. And I think Zontic's no longer afraid of an op. It's going to allow the camera split to come in before he starts the attack. And tabseN playing quite passively, waiting for utility, but they're not smoking the cross. And now he actually thinks it's B. So the clandestine operation from Spirit has taken place. Do they have a plan for this potential hold? This line is common with an op.
Jumping over. Nice.
Oh, nice
flick.
shot.
Excellent from searson. 2 shots, 2 frags, but the long player gets in. Zontix clears 1. Crimbo's dead, and now searson starts to miss. 7 seconds, bomb still on the ground. Can't be retrieved, can't be won. And so searson does what he needs to. 2 clean kills to close the entry. Shiro hanging on. Post-time expiration, all's good. searson, man of the hour this round.
That was lovely. Yeah, searson, T side didn't really know, I think, how to get his pick. On CT side, though, he's done a number of good things, op or not. So that's good stuff here. Opening plays denied, hard shots hit, everything you could ask for. Like, if he doesn't get that first one of those 2 guys is going to get him down after.
Can Shiro's solo op make something happen here in the 18th? That's the big question. Zontix, good timing to slide out last round. You know, started to unravel it a little bit later than, say, the camera players, but he was still trying his damnedest. This time playing around with searson, keeping him preoccupied. We're going to get Shiro to play the front of this dark peak into Prosis. Pistol first. Chopper going to draw out the rounds. Donk actually getting the kill with the Glock of all things. Now you've got Donk on an M4 and Shiro's op still in play. The same Molotovs they've still used on the plat as Donk swings, gets the kill, and that's going to cause JDC to go firing. His rifle control is excellent.
Okay.
That last little burst to drop the AWP as it was looking to hunt him down is what makes sure bomb can't be planted.
He probably thought his days were numbered, that I'm going to get 2 max. Donk, that shot that he hit was so ridiculous after picking up the gun. But yes, great spray control. Good job staying moving, just like Donk would. And ultimately, all 4 by himself, probably unnecessary.
There we go.
No plant goes down. That's good. Big looking to make a meal of this one. It's actually only a 4-round game now.
Yeah, JDC buffing up that B site, taken to the top of the board for Big. In another map, back-to-back for Big's outings. From Ancient Map 3 to Anubis Map 1. Proving to be a valuable asset to the new German Big. searson, Molotov ahead at the 3-player pack. There's 4 of them out here. And we're going to get Chopper dueling with tabseN out in top mid through smokes again. Last time he decided not to push all the way through. searson, first frag's easy. Zontix slammed back by the op. And Chopper's hesitation to activate is now going to be caught out by tabseN. He comes back through the door, finds him with his back turn. Crimbo making sound by going down camera, served up a distraction that gets Chopper killed.
This could be the first CT-sided CS2 map of Anubis.
I mean, bigger in business.
Yeah, they are.
But they're met by a smoke.
All these guys have green gloves.
Yeah, they're all about it.
So you know they're friends.
hedge mazes are what these
What do you think
are called, I believe.
You like green ones, so what do you think about these ones?
I'm not into like fluorescent lime greens. I'm more of into, you know, I like sage greens, Kelly greens.
Forest greens.
Yeah. Seafoam green.
Seafoam green? That would be more like seafoam green.
Nothing too fluorescent, you know?
Yeah. Nothing radioactive looking.
Yes. But hey, to each their own. And to the A site, everyone seems to go. Look at this, big 4-player pack just going to try to overwhelm what is now Crimbo, not Searson, and he's on his own. This would be the round to try and swarm an A site. It was understaffed at the start. Tabson's going to come running down camera. Can Crimbo do more than just the one? He gets an assist on Magix, and we've got Tabson against the wall. JDC, the second set of helping hands. Zontics gets his gun back, but he'll be burned out. Won't take anybody down with him. And Spirit's all-out hit gets stuffed. Big are within 2.
Yeah, they really went for this. They went through the entire set of protocol utility versus a team that had the money for it. Crimbo had all the audible warnings and everything. This is akin to rushing Mirage on B. Like, you can be heard for sure. The B player has time to throw everything they need to. There's no actual reason you should get a free kill unless they maybe posted the op up. So that was a big risk to try to run. They said, hey, let's throw it out there. I'm not sure. They just felt like it was time that maybe Searson would be in this position, but this is maybe the laziest call from Team Spirit in that they aren't doing their due diligence and finding out first or canceling their rush or going back to a default or anything like that. But they seem mad about it, so there had to be something there they're thinking about.
Now maybe it's that frustration starting to boil over because you've just not been able to get through this defense. Big are on fire. A brick wall of a CT side after only 2 rounds.
They said, but no one's as good as us on CT side Anubis.
Oh, a quick reality check. Things are going swimmingly. JDC in process looking like a much improved B-site defense, but this time it's traded back. So things could still get sketchy. JDC's alive. Whoa, Zontics. Oh, long arms, reaches out to grab the M4.
Ooh, JDC in front of the smoke. Is this going to be too risky?
This is crazy.
Oh,
but it might just work. Nobody's watching. Nobody anticipates this. JDC, this could be huge.
They don't believe it. They don't believe it.
He has second guessing. He only gets the one. Donks Deagle able to return it. Searson concerned about long, but also they're getting closer. Nice shot to Zontics. No scope onto Donk. And on his own, after losing control of the dark room to 3, Searson says, enough's enough. The line in the sand they cannot cross, and Big just won't stop winning.
That's beautiful, man. JDC, I mean, the one thing that Searson knows with that play is that E-Box is clean for now. I can stand out here in the open, fighting towards main, at least for a second. So a final timeout will be called here for Spirit on the last round of regulation. Hal going to get involved. This has maybe become a complicated situation. Crazy. 2 fantastic CT halves back to back. And a lot of it has to do with their new additions. Seriously. JDC and Searson have really been a part of this entire comeback in a way that is refreshing to see for Big.
Now a 1-round game. The first gun round on the T side is Spirits, nothing since, and only 1 bomb plant as well in all of this streak from Big. Needless to say, they're not even getting close. JDC to the flash with the aggro. Magic's looking to keep him pinned in though. Process still with 2 smokes and an incendiary at the minute mark in this B site. And shout out, excuse me, tabseN, because he's been doing a great job in middle, keeping Chopper at bay every time he's tried to get in for these splits. He's dueling with him again, and he will pick it up. Labored attempt from Chopper nets them nothing. Team Molotov, but at least it gets extinguished still. Smoke's a problem, 30 seconds. Donk underhanding the flash. Long player's already getting tagged. JDC is dead, but Process could still hold it on his own. The second player's yet to come out, and tabseN rotates fast. Still, Zontic strikes at the right time. 20 seconds. Bomb gets dropped over towards long, and it is tabseN to get a 3-piece to tie this game at 11.
Oh my God.
This comeback's real.
Yeah, it's very real. It's very real. They're going to need every little bit, though. But yeah, as you mentioned, tabseN once again, stuffing Bridge by himself. Chopper's not getting anything. Opening kills. This is like a very messy attack at a Spirit. Missed nades into Donk. I think Self flashing and running through his smoke and dying into the main split being forced. These last couple rounds, not the best looks at a Spirit in terms of ideas. Donk may be on 27 kills, but the quality of the T side has definitely dropped off a bit.
They sense that the opening might be middle, right? Maybe it's not Chopper who should be going for this fight against tabseN. Maybe it's Donk to pick up the reins. Maybe that's the solution after this massive dry spell. Magic's just straight up winning the fight to JDC, and Process wants the trade frag. He's got the advantage in the gun, but Magic's could just fall back, and that'll leave Big at a disadvantage.
Yeah, massive. No op on this line.
So they get closer. Mac 10. Oh, Steerston. Here it is. tabseN no longer in middle, having to go help out on B. And the 1 round tabseN's not there. Spirit punctured through.
Yeah, that's tough, man. Crimbo's crack spotting that setup is obviously a little bit weird, right? Because Crimbo is actively spotting camera with a smoke out with his teammate in perfect view. So it doesn't actually do anything. You know, if he had a gun out, then he could have stopped them by force and took their attention, but instead there was an overlap of players, both useless to actually stop camera.
Process looking to hang on. Money's still very good, though, of course, for Big after this streak, so the save doesn't mean too much. A gap in mid for the first time of this CT side. And this A site just can't hold.
Look at the setup. It's what is the point, you know?
Crimbo knows it. All that comeback, and you haven't even secured OT, so we said we wanted to see a fight. We definitely got one. Big definitely made Spirit sweat. You could see their frustrations mounting. But there's that second one to get the 12th. Potential is what we wanted from the new all-German Big.
God.
They could still potentially throw this to OT. They've got one pinned in here. Shiro's gonna get the flash. Zontix peeks out. And Shiro catches him on the fallback. No escape. Relentless.
And they got so much time to wait.
They wait down to the final moments of this half, but they could very well just close it out in a comfortable 5v3. Magic's gonna take that bomb to go at it to the A site. It is calling for something huge here from tabseN. Process to peek into the Opper. Donk up close will catch him. Now they're stranded in A, but does the follow-through still come out? That kill starts to take tabseN off the A play. Spirit and Chopper, having everybody grouped up outside of it, has done a great job of keeping the defense split. And what a heartbreaking situation we may have on our hands.
Bomb's actually coming back to A. No, okay, now they got to continue. tabseN, one last chance here.
Final attempt.
Oh, spotted.
Trying to fight it. Magic's instant headshot, and JDC an 18 health 1v4. This entire comeback felt so real. The B-side defense of JDC and Process, a marked improvement from the start of the year. Has to be said. And tabseN at critical times was doing a great job of holding off on the splits from middle. Team Spirit's T side has left a lot to be desired. You cannot argue about the domination of their defense, but they will get it over the line. Round 24, and they destroy the hopes of Big to taking this first one to overtime. But if this is the hope, it's that Vertigo could still go their way. Big, not eliminated yet.
Well, I can't think of many things more heartbreaking than that. Big bring it all the way back, an incredible comeback in the second half, and they just fall at the final hurdle, Bubsky. That's painful.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried that a couple of times, but I think when they are done with today, they will be really proud of that first map, right? It looked like a disaster at start, but they pick it up at the mid of the game and really made it close in the end. And I think going into a game like this against the #1 team in the world, right, when you're big, do you accept this result beforehand? You would probably say yes, but in the mid of the situation, it obviously sucks.
I mean, it's kind of a disaster for both teams in a way. Both teams' offenses got completely exposed and shut down. Nothing was all that effective. I think the most impressive thing from Big was this was lining up to be another donk show, and that was it. The first half, he was an absolute beast over in Dark. And then in the second half, they switched sides, and obviously a long tech pause cooled down Spirit, but Big's able to claw themselves all the way back. It's just round 23 when Spirit finally break the spell that Big just crumbled.
Yeah, and the weirdest part is that it's the T-side struggling, right? We've obviously talked about this map as being one of the most T-sided maps out there because it's so hard for the CTs to actually gain information mid-round because they have to do these all-in pushes. But both teams seemed well prepared for what the other guys had in store for them, and it really showed that you can actually find the holes and the timings if you really put time into it.
And it was so close. Like we kind of like almost jokingly kind of teased the situation of a map 1 upset on Anubis going into Vertigo, which we know is a targeted map to take against Spirit, as they've shown some weaknesses on it. And it was almost there. That would have been like the door. That's like the red carpet laid out for Big in terms of best possible scenario they could have had, and obviously ripped away from him in the last second.
Yeah, I mean, that tech pause in the middle of it definitely felt like it went in the favor of on Big, right? It can always change. I'm not going to say that it made Spirit play worse or anything like that, but it definitely did change the game a little bit. But I think they're going to go into that Vertigo now with even more confidence. That's the good part of it. Considering they might have won this one, I could actually see Big win 2-0 against Spirit, which is actually crazy to see. But one thing that I'm glad to see is the guy JDC actually still performing to the level that we didn't really know he had. We obviously saw good moments in Mouse, right? But now he's coming into this roster as a relatively new unknown star. For the last period of Big, it's only really been Crimbo we've been looking at when we say really individually strong players, but now all of a sudden he has a buddy in JDC, which can be a really strong duo going forward.
And it seems his addition seems to have solved some problems that they've had. Scrawny and Launders referenced a number of times the B defense, getting compromised for Big in the past, and JDC helping shore that up and being a good person to play and buddy up in the bomb site with, communicative, proactive as well, brings ideas to it. And he helped to really shore up that bomb site. You add in some impact with Searson late in the game with the op, Tapson in middle. This team on the CT side looked like they had everything they needed to make that work.
Yeah, and I also think, from just speaking with JDC in a couple of interviews, right, I think he seems like a really verbal guy. Like, he likes to take initiative, and I think it works really good in this team. I obviously have no idea how it functions on the team internally, but I think from the outside, it looks like Crimbo is more of a silent guy, Prosus as well, and Searson. And then we have Tapson and JDC as like the main vocal points when it comes to like making plays, mid-round decision. And I think that was what they were maybe lacking with the old roster with Sin and Manto, right? That there wasn't that second voice in the team, and JDC actually has some experience and merit from some of the earlier teams in Mouse to actually go into a roster like this and make the necessary calls at times.
Yeah, and like today's Counter-Strike, it feels like you need multiple generals, like not only on the T side to kind of help mid-round and figure out how to work the map, but on the CT side, like each bomb site has a general. And yeah, sometimes it's super nice when it's your in-game leader who's used to that, but there needs to be vocal people able to call setups, able to call shifts, able to pull their teammates back and kind of get them set up in the right position to handle what they think is coming. And JDC, as you mentioned, can be a great provider of that. What did you think? I mean, what did you think of the fact that Donk started this game out so very strong and still Spirit kind of struggled to close things out?
I mean, that's one of the weirdest part about Spirit, right? We've said, okay, obviously this guy is super good, right? But we've also cherished on the other players of the team, like Sontix, Shiro, also Magix and Chopper had good games once in a while. And I feel like that was really the main selling point of why Spirit was going to be the #1 team, right? Obviously, they had one of the most incredible rifles of all time, but the rest of the guys also delivered. But in this game, it really felt like the Donk show. And if he wasn't on the server today, let's say that was Patsy or whatever it was going to be, they definitely wouldn't have won this map, that's for sure.
Yeah, he provided a lot, and obviously, I mean, with all the success coming on the CT sides, his performance, especially at the start, those are rounds, as we could see with the 13-11 victory, they desperately needed. What is it, man? Like you just get to the end of a game, you have this massive comeback, and it seems like these low buys, that round 23 is like a couple Mac 10s on the board for Spirit, and they all of a sudden just make it work.
Yeah, I mean, the nerfs start to play in, right? 11-11. At that point, you really start to feel like, okay, we can actually win this. Let's just keep calm and not overthink situations. And then you kind of change the game plan a little bit at times. When you're doing a comeback, you kind of want to do a little bit loose because you feel like, okay, the worst thing that can happen is that we're just going to be at the second map soon, right? I think we see that in Counter-Strike a couple of times, that nerfs get to the players. But I also think that's just the benefit of having a guy like Donk in the team, right? When he's on his level, he can just win you rounds regardless of what weapon he has. He's not the most incredible deagle player we've ever seen. I think we've seen Nico exactly do more crazy highlights, but it's hard to pinpoint what makes Donk so unique in these rounds. It just feels like every duel he wins that is like a 50-50 duel, he just always wins those.
And I guess in a match like this too, as we highlighted so much going into it, we have to talk about it now, and even heading into Vertigo as well, where it's going to have an impact. We always discuss the kind of op impact that teams are able to bring to the table. And considering Shiro's level, I think we would have expected a little bit more out of him on this map. Certainly going to be called upon on Vertigo. So between maps, he's kind of got to settle himself and get ready for some of those A-ramp op battles.
Yeah, and one thing who has disappointed me with Big, even though it's been mainly positive from the news side, right, is Sjursen actually. I had high hopes for this guy. I remember him in both the online period and also in some LAN events that he was actually performing really well. He's been the best AWPer in Germany for a very long time. He was cut off the roster. He did it well, even though he got cut. But now he's back on the roster, and he should perform. He's in a very comfortable environment. He knows the team very well, but he needs to find his level. If Big wants to win against a team of Spirit's caliber, he really needs to step up, especially when Shiro's missing.
Dude, I'd honestly feel so bad if we had to have this conversation consistently about Sjursen moving forward, because it felt like, you know, his last stint in Big, yeah, he was known as like kind of the online AWPer, and on LAN kind of struggled to make it work. But towards the end of his run, going to some of those tournaments, it seemed like he was getting used to the environment and figuring out the situation and having some good impact even on LAN. And it would just suck if like he came back in and like lost that step and had to like rediscover it. That would have to be so frustrating as an individual player.
Yeah, and also just to clarify, right, when we say he's better online, we talk about 5-10%, right? It's not when he goes online, he can't even touch a mouse, right? He doesn't lose his arm just because he sits in a plane.
Right.
It's just the difference that he brings online. It's those small things online that just gives them a little bit of an edge. I think Counter-Strike has gotten down to 1 or 2 kills every single round. That is the difference, right? So if you can get that just a couple more times per game, for example, on Anubis, that would have been a game changer.
Yeah, and obviously critical for an AWPer to have that impact as well. If it's going to come down to 1 or 2 kills, and AWP holding the line, finding you an opening pick here and there is going to be everything at the end of the day. And as you can see, first map was a 13-11 victory for Spirit, the narrowest of margins. We're headed to Vertigo next, a map picked for Spirit's weakness on it. Big is going to try and recover this series and take us to 3. We'll see if it happens after the break with Scrawny and Launders.
potentially the last map of the day, folks. Potentially. But I have to say, Mohan, after watching that beautiful comeback from Big, it fizzled out at the end, but I've got to say they've inspired me enough to think that on Vertigo, they could very well take this map. They could extend this series, right? The Anubis I never thought was even possible, to be entirely honest. Now suddenly Vertigo, knowing Spirit's weaknesses, Big's strength, and their form tonight, I'm going to give this a little time to unfold.
What was sad about that was that Big were so close on CT side in a comeback. If they had NET side to speak of, they could have absolutely won that game. But odds show us that this is 6-1 now because of Vertigo, mostly because they're a map up though in general. It's not as if Big are going to be some severe disadvantage because of the map. In fact, most people see this as a weakness of Spirit right now. But in terms of their wins and losses, they have 1 loss to Mao's, 3 wins. 1 yesterday versus Elevate, 1 to Astralis at the RMR, 1 to Virtus Pro at Bet Boom that they won. Like, I don't know about real weakness here on Vertigo.
And also, so many more reps to improve on. That's the problem. You start, look what happened with 9, the Polish core, and Ancient, right? You start picking it against them long enough, they know what they need to practice. You're giving them real official reps. If there was a weakness, it may not be forever. But we'll find out if it's still there enough for Big to exploit on the run to London. Crimbo, nice tap. Good trade out of Donk. B split completely wide for the taking because that A stack out of Big is going to net them nothing. Retakes on. No kit. They've got a double flash and a frag grenade to make it happen if they even have a chance.
No player here at all, and Crimbo was pretty, pulled forward. So 4v4 retake is, hey, could be worse. Oh, but that smoke is so plump. They're going to have to go into emergency mode here.
Well, desperate time calls for desperate measures. Jumping through with the flashbang. It's good enough to unravel the forward green setup. So 2v2. Zontix, though, around from Tetris. Him and Chopper to seal the deal with this one. Spirit felt like it was theirs to take from the get-go.
Yeah. The whole conversation around Vertigo was this Mouse game at the RMRB where they lost. Mouse, of course, proved to be a great team, but the RMR ended up making it through. And this was like the first time we'd seen Spirit like lose a map, right? It was just like literally the first time we'd seen them lose a map, basically, after Kato. So that's why there was so much attention to it. But it's really just the one map versus Mouse that they lost that has everybody up in arms. As people have talked about how Donk on B site, CT side, this is one of his weaker sites, or his weakest position. And I mean, that's definitely true. But of course, there is more to like the outcome than that.
It's just how we sit here picking at anything we can find to talk them down a little, right?
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah,
or
all
even
those
Spirit in general. Always
feel like they'll then from that point just kind of get blown out of proportion maybe at times.
Yeah, like you got Shiro on Vertigo. That's a boon.
Yes, sir.
He wasn't saying much last game, but didn't need him apparently. Wasn't even close.
Not at any point did that one get close. Yeah, you're right. So sweaty of a close. Spirit just there to crush him.
Yeah.
Big wanted to come into this event, and JDC talked about wanting to show promise and improvement, recognizing that it's very early days for the team, that there's a lot of work to do, but for a roster that is 2/5 fresh, they have shown things to be proud of. Today's game, even if they are eliminated, depending on the numerical result of this second one, maybe they'll find themselves, not beat up too badly. It's just the fact that with no major, obviously, it'd be great for Big to make the qualification to London so that they do get a taste of a big land throughout the year, or the first half of the year anyways.
For sure.
Because otherwise, that ain't coming.
Maybe they should have picked a better side of the bracket then, I think is...
Oh, they suppose Cologne is still a chance. I don't know the details of Cologne, whether that they're playing or whatever not.
They should just get a playoff spot. Come on, it's big.
Yeah, the local hero invite.
Like they literally now, especially now, like JDC, Searson,
Screw it. Put him in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Let him play on the stage.
Who would actually be mad?
All the
other teams.
Yeah, exactly. Every single other team would be mad. But hey, who's counting?
Not the millions at home. That's for sure.
With their hands in the air. Good conversion from the pistol. What's left of that last round is the 2 MP9s and a few other pieces of utility picked up. Taps it on the belt, but Crimbo down in an instant. Zontix, is he going to be problematic for Big this map? Playing the B-lurk.
Yo,
in.
okay,
Nice
what?
They want those guns.
That wasn't even anything egregious like a 5-7 instant headshot. That was just so much. All the dome from the P250, but a great nade to open that smoke. Gotta love CS2, baby. You do have to love the game.
Gotta love it. Great,
it's a great thing, these smokes. My God.
First game to ever do it. And the best to ever do it, too. Nice cleanup here from Spirit. They wanted those weapons big, but in their attempt to go grab them, that frag grenade makes a hell of a difference. Magic's excellent cleanup.
This game, I don't know, has so much potential. And it's moments like this where you're like, okay.
Those P250 kills, you know, listen, 5-7 can do some crazy stuff, but you can never get mad about the P250 kills because it's not as broken.
No, that was earned.
The P250 is the gentleman's pistol. He's not trying to abuse any advantage.
It doesn't one-shot it. There used to be a small range where P250s one-shot. Do you remember that?
And they got rid of it.
Yeah.
And yet the 5-7 still has it.
And now everyone respects the P250. Why can't we do the same for the 5.7? We just want everyone to respect it. That's all.
I don't think that's asking too much. There are definitely crazier demands out there at the moment.
Tech9, you're next. Don't think we forgot about you.
Low ramp crawl. Very stagnant big defense, the 3 players here. Nade might come in a little too soon. We'll see if Tapson pulls it.
Yeah, how far is that going? Too far.
Yeah. Lands top ramp, no issue. But we do have Process posted on top of Climb Up. Just playing behind the pillar here. Yeah, nice. Waiting for the sandbags peak, but Chopper's double kill off short side. That's what's going to open the bomb plant for Magix with no sweat. Or, excuse me, JDC through smoke on the approach will find him. Barely any time left for the plant to go down, but Chopper will stick it. And we've got a 3v3 in the post plant.
That was absolutely the Connor curse if I've ever heard it.
Nice intuition from JDC to claw one back. Searson just waiting for the short peek out of Chopper. If he tries it again, Donk in the corner, jiggling, sees the barrel, hits the headshot, took one back in return, but it's 2 clean kills and a third between the dynamic duo of Spirit, Donk and Zontix to seal this one, and the T side not stopping at all.
Man, that was, and we saw Big when they played versus Gamer Legion. They had some great utility. We're actually up on Big Vertigo because of their last game with JDC as well. And they showed some amazing utility kind of throughout their entire CT side. So we're going to look for some more of those grenades because those timings were, I think, what caught our attention. On top of, like, Tabson having a good day, the team just playing pretty well. And I think Crimbo had a massive clutch that game, too. It was at 1v3 with an MP9 of all guns. When did the CZ come out in real life?
That is a crazy thing to ask me, Launders.
What update, Connor?
Oh, what update? I thought you...
No, I didn't mean in real life.
Oh, okay. Let's look at its manufacturing date.
And like when it came out,
well, funnily enough, was designed in 1975.
oh, okay, so they could.
We should
That's
have
an easy
figured
way to
that one out.
remember it. Ah,
Yeah.
okay. I thought it was 18, but so yeah, they wouldn't have had an automatic pistol.
Yeah, designed in 75 and produced from 76 onwards. Created by Cheska Zabrajovka, hence the CZ.
That's my alias.
Name on the weekends. See if it does anything.
Nowhere to
Just
stand.
burns
It's too
alive.
hot.
Yeah, no chance. Chopper getting some easy openings between that A site last round, B site this time.
Look how sick those mollies there. There was actually like a secret path around them. like secretly, they mollied the entire site all the way to quad, except if you ran around the perimeter, you could just actually have no problem at all. Take no damage. This could be nice.
Shiro.
Uh-oh. Searson's like, anything for this op.
He'll yoink that one. Chopper gonna try to go reclaim it all. Pretty important this
hard
op.
shot, Searson.
Keeps his head down. Very nice. He's gonna come out at a weird angle and he's gonna get him.
Making it so sketchy right now. Or he baits his teammate. Oh.
Can't pick it back up. Chopper, that was devilish. Will he grab it?
Get it?
Yes, sir. Very nicely done. 6-0 start for Chopper. Making that MAC-10 sing all across the map. But yeah, the secret pathway behind it that Launders is talking about. Look at that. All the way around the shelf. Just enough room for them to keep fighting.
And it's still Molly's quad
perfection.
completely. Yeah.
That's a team ready for the major.
Yeah. No kidding. And Crimbo technically found it. He was just totally blind the entire time. Oh wow, GG this round.
Beautiful. And a gun round. This is not the pistols of the round prior. This is the full-fledged big down to a 3v5 in the opening 10 seconds.
That's crazy. Countered fully.
No rush for the rest of the round from Spirit to kind of get this one over the line. Don't want to throw away the advantage. What they'll have left to deal with is just Searson back quad. But a free shot on Zontix as he creeps out.
That's something nice.
Oh, there it goes, though. The rotator potentially, and Tabson dies out. So now mid-control could go the way of Magix, but we've just got two separate defenders. It's going to take something lights out from either of the two. Oh, and Chopper swings with an op like it's nothing.
Not even his gun.
What is this confidence?
Let me enter with this op right now. Where the bomb will just eventually get picked back up. Searson's like, I just don't understand. There are ghosts in the wall. Where should I go? Oh, we're bomb inspecting the mission. Wasted.
I entirely forget we can still inspect grenades and the bomb. I don't even think to do it personally.
Oh, yeah? Oh, man, I do it just cause, like, yeah, I forget and then I just do it. I just press the buttons. I'd be mashing buttons. I saw a Molotov skin leak. Was that a meme? I don't know what's bait anymore.
I don't look on the internet. I can't do it. Can't get my hopes up.
Saw it on X app, but not sure if it's real. The problem with the nades and stuff is just they gotta be careful, especially with, like the smokes and flashes. Like,
we need to know
seeing which one it is in the air is like massive. It's like the bomb wires need to be clearer colors, like you pointed out, and like that stuff needs to be clear. Chopper?
Yep. No
Excuse me?
Denies op. Actually, huge final seconds of the round. Of a gun round that already went south in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah.
You don't get the save either. All that time, Searson's been walking around. He doesn't even get to keep it.
He was just inspecting it. What the hell?
He can do no wrong. So we get a bad buy out of Big again. lot to be desired from the CT half. Donk's gonna come at you. You don't just get to do that if Donk is close. He's gonna chase you down. And Process has to pay the piper. Repeat, missed op shot. Oh, Searson.
Searson with 2 kills there.
Standing in the open with the MP9.
Yeah, okay.
That had to have been a beautiful burst. And then you get another tabseN P250 from Crane, as he has done before.
And then Skinless CZ here on the B site, ready to fry. But they're actually going to go back to A, huh? Oh, it's a brave call to make. 40 seconds, but it's the right one. tabseN P250 in just a rotator position. Spirit can still recover this. I mean, they still should, obviously.
Low health tabseN.
They're just going to go for
on
the
Magics. You could smoke
I like how
elevator.
they don't use utility and they just clear things, honestly. It's going to be the freer plant.
Nice.
Spotted.
Beautiful boosts, blindsiding tabseN, and getting the next Zontix. It is perfect, isn't it?
It is so perfect, and they have all the utility for the choke points for the rotators. They don't need to alarm anybody either. And the CZ just not getting used.
Like you said, only made possible by the quiet approach, right? How many teams would have at least just emptied the belt, smoke off the elevator, Molotov the back shelf, and then try to go in together? But instead, they silently put Zontix over top, and he's going to end up getting 3 kills in what is a round that they had to bring back because of Searson. That pop-off MP9 double kill. Surely we queue that up. Those had to have been clean headshots from the SMG.
Yeah, after this, Donk getting away.
But nothing beyond that for Big to be proud of. It is just an excellent recovery out of Spirit. And a 7-0 start to this T side.
Showing us again, there are levels.
Oh, but this leaves us with more questions than answers, right? Like, Big, is their Vertigo consistent enough to say that Spirits has truly improved? I like the calls we've been getting out of this. You know, what if Spirit goes into the major and Vertigo is actually much better? What if they've significantly improved on it?
Right.
This is supposed to be their
But we haven't even got to their CT side, you know what I mean?
Oh my god.
That was the side that there may have been an issue. Yeah, like...
This Vertigo game could leave us with more questions than answers. And Donk is just doing what he does, right? On the T side, he's going to tear you apart. 2 kills on ramp, clearing out both Process and Searson, and leaving Big in another 3v5.
Like their quote-unquote horrible CT side, where like Donk is useless, is Spirit getting 5 rounds in total and Donk having a 0.88 rating. That's the whole reason that we're really scared about Spirit's Vertigo. So I'll have to take a loss or 2 more probably to get confirmation.
Nice push.
But it is true that people are like taking it to them. They're picking it versus them.
They're desperate for a weakness.
Yeah.
And Zontix, this timing is so. Crimbo gave up maybe a little too much, unless. Oh, this could get weird.
They would just walk over his head though, right?
You'd assume.
They're running underneath him.
Yeah, Crimbo's going to go running for the mid peak instead, which means JDC. Oh, he gets the kill. Fake plant. Shiro, fake plant. They need the frags. There's no other option.
Oh, they got the kills.
They pull them in instead.
It worked. Oh my god, it worked. They had to get off the bomb as well, and they both had to shoot to get those kills. There was no plant. It actually worked.
Oh wow.
Remember when Shiro did that to Blame F?
Yep, literally that. I was going to bring it up just to say that. The 1v1 that got Blame F out of CT spawn. He did it again. He fakes it.
Like, there are exceptions in this game as to, like, when you do things. And, like, one of the things you're never supposed to do is fake plant when there's less than 4 seconds left. But there are exceptions, and Shiro is really good at finding those moments.
Shiro just thrives in the pressure, huh?
Seriously.
What a decision to make. And obviously, Chopper's got to come through. He's playing excellent CS this map.
I don't even know how you can make that decision with the teammate alive. Like, when you do it and it's just you know exactly what you're getting into. But when you have a teammate alive and you're like, all right, you ready to fight? And then they're like, wait, what? Aren't you just going to plant the bomb?
Yeah. Chopper's getting ready for a post-plant deep
like,
B
get ready, they're coming. It's like, well, how do you know that?
My God. Chopper 12-1. And poor Zontix, man, getting blasted by JDC. That was such a good kill from JDC to even make it seem possible. Should have been entirely blindsided. Instead, they're stuck back on pistols. This is a 9th consecutive for Spirit queued up. Nobody down here this time around. Only JDC is the solo B setup with the 5-7 and no nades. So what we need is another 2-piece out of Searson's MP9. That's the only reason last time it even got close, and even that was perfectly reclaimed by Spirit. JDC all the way around green. He's got one behind him. 2 now. tabseN comes out. There's no immediate follow-through from Spirit. '5-7 goes for info. Almost dead. Flash. And cleared out.
One more flash and they could scale.
Bunch of pistols here. They're waiting for the mid lurk. Chopper's going to go over the top of it. tabseN comes through. Another double P250 moment. Chopper's coming out trying to catch the last one in. It's Crimbo in the smoke. Looking for the trade. Shiro, good op shot. And Process to try and get this over the line. 7 seconds. Magic's committing to the bomb plant. Process could run him down as Shiro had given that gap, but he chooses not to. And as Magic's comes out, it's a sealed deal. 9 in a row here for Spirit. Another pistoling moment. Another 2-piece that just can't materialize around.
Yeah, they got lots of pistol kills this game. I mean, between P250s, 5-7s, and otherwise, but that's brutal for Process, man. He's actually in a spot where he just needs to see Shiro, and then he jumps on both kills. Like, both are probably easy from there on, but as we just saw, could have actually dived in and got the diffuser. Spirit have multiple 13-0s already, right? So
yes, sir.
I don't even know if it's jinxable at this point. Well, guess we'll find out.
Tally. How many 13-0s can a team get in 1 year? What's that record?
Yeah, well, there is no record because we just got the ability. Yeah.
Fair, all right.
Even 1 would be a record. So Spirit got to set the bar real high. What?
You wouldn't understand.
Wait, what?
It's just a new meta I'm working on, you know? Been in the workshop. 2 people have passed this angle from Searson.
Oh my God.
He falls back. He could very well. They come around? Nope. They don't. They hold.
Even still, though. Oh, okay. Best chance yet, but now they know there's no op in mid. And Magic's... He's looking. This has to be the one, Connor. This has to be the one.
3v5. Everybody coming in from B step. Oh, no, excuse me. Donk's still out of mid. Him versus tabseN with the smoke up.
20 seconds.
Boost is good. Nobody's watching for the climb over.
Oh my God. The op.
Searson has to hit the shot.
He missed.
Chance. Now Chopper's on him.
No.
Chopper didn't kill it. Whips back around to finish the job. The P250's out from Shiro. 6 seconds, no plant. Donk's running in. And Donk needs both these kills. They'll jump back to CT spawn, and a second is what makes the difference. Coming at him as he holds the op. All dead for the CTs. It's a round win, but it's the worst case possible. What did I just... Where did Chopper just turns away?
Chopper. He just came through, dropped 1 combo, Turn back around, look for a new target. Turn back again, got the kill. That was like his finisher. Like, you can't actually fight back. You have to watch the whole thing.
What does that look like from Searson's perspective? That's what I want to know.
Pissed. He's just waiting to get back on cycle. He's just like, kill me.
And he got an extra shot out.
How can you do this to me? Yeah.
And that one was also yeah, he did. The bullet hit right next to the chopper on the orange box. So Searson missed again.
True. That's even more frustrating.
That's some real villain stuff. Well, it's not a 13-0 because of that.
Yeah, because of that. And it, 1 second away,
situation.
Honestly.
And it feels like if, Donk had continued to go over from middle where he was, those CTs could have gotten cleared out.
Yep.
But a couple weird moments in that last round. Big find one. Nice flank timing, though.
Perfect.
Yep, JDC is coming around the corner. He gets 2-3. Beautiful rifle work from JDC. He's been so crisp with the A1S.
Yep.
Just good allocation of the right amount of bullets to the right targets at the right time. And Big, sure enough, sweeping this one away from behind, get themselves a second.
Back in it. Back in it. Not the first 3K we've seen from JDC. He's had a couple of really nice moments mechanically. Throwing utility tabs and days are numbered, I feel like, from this spot.
Trying to get his impact out, but a headshot to Donk's all he's going to get. It's damage on Process too, so a weak link in the A site. Searson going to have to go above and beyond again in the final round of the half. Trying to hold him back, but it's been just the pistol kills. The most impressive thing against Big CT side has been these pistol pop-offs. And that paints a bleak picture.
They're waiting for the 30-second call. Searson comes off his post. Short timing as they push back through this. JDC is flanking, I believe. But, oh my god, beautiful utility here from Spirit. Chase Process back to spawn. And the flank is now being watched. However, Donk's only got 8 health. That means he dies, I think, right?
You'd think he's supposed to, but GDC creeping up, gets caught instead. Donk just finds the timing as he just came around that corner. And now the X factor of this big retake has hit the ground. 1v5 from Searson to seal the half. It's looking like back-to-back 10-2 halves. Searson, clean shots. Got to give it to him. 3 in. Oh my god, he's going. But that would have been an astronomical ask. Still puts 3 up in the stars. Beautiful shots from Searson, but a little too little, a little too late. We were on the road to the 13-0 for Spirit. Things get a little zany towards the end and big post 2. Now, we were back on Anubis just about 40 minutes ago, and there was a 10-2 half that led us to believe this map and match was going to be a fast one. Big out of nowhere post the comeback on Anubis, but a tall order to do it here, except that CT side of Spirit, everybody's talking about, criticizing, calling for Donk's head. Let's see if there's actually any problems or whether Spirit sealed this one up quick.
See if the boy can learn. Chopper with 18 frags, though, on the A site.
Yep.
Maybe they won't need him.
Turns out you can teach an old dog new tricks. Donk on the Berettas. They get up into the site. He's looking for more, and he got that second kill. tabs.CET gets splattered. And Chopper, he's coming out of the smoke.
What? Yo!
What are these? 20-4, playing like he's the star. Searson in the middle, but Zontix is right there too. A second in the smoke. 2 of them sat inside it, and it could seal the deal early for Spirit.
That was nice. Listen, Chopper could have got 1, and if you even use an extra bullet, the other guy crouches, starts strafing around. You don't necessarily get the second one. That was very sharp by him. Very sharp. And also, Donk just has a special quality where, like, when he's about to die, he can always take 1 extra with him. He can always get that last frame, last peak, 1 bullet headshot before he gets traded out. That's why he gets all these multi-kills. It's disgusting. It's filthy.
It's inspiring.
Yeah.
And so is this performance out of Chopper. And then the fact that there's a second player in that smoke doing the same thing. You can't help but feel bad for Big.
Mm-hmm.
Chopper looking to farm up some easy kills versus pistols. And he's got Shiro here to help him. This one's a cleanup on aisle 4.
Well, there's no way that Donk can top frag now, at least.
You say that. Watch the comeback start. You know, a wonderful tale of upsets throughout this showdown. More upsets than any showdown before it. Now Metizport's looking at this game like, oh man, Spirit. You know, if there was one more upset to maybe make their run seem a little more winnable, it would have been Big eliminating Spirit. Instead, Donk's coming for you, Swedes. Seemingly. 10 rounds to prove us wrong here, Big.
I don't really know what the problem is with Donk playing this half. I've watched him all the way since the academy, and he played B. Like, his literally spot hasn't changed. He's played B Vertigo. He swings just like every other site. He swings every round. He takes every fight. And technically, that's not off meta for what B players are doing. I think Shush is probably the best anchor right now in terms of like all the perfect protocols. Donk just goes a little wider, but it seems to like fit his playstyle perfectly right now. That's a bad molly.
Not the time to be making mistakes here, Big.
Yeah. No kidding. Not at 45 seconds on what could be your last round.
Non-existent margin of error.
Yeah, and moving into a close setup on B is so powerful late round. Like, it's so powerful when you can't molly.
2 players ramp at 30 seconds, but bomb's still B. It's working.
Whoa.
It's working.
Oh, okay.
Magix is pulled out of the B site.
Interesting.
Donk is overstacked A, but the thing is, go back to Anubis, right? The retakes from Spirit were also one of their fortes so far this series. Everybody's here. 5 players on A at the 15-second mark. You've been outdone by tabs.CET.
They're like,
the
oh,
retake
crap.
is demanded of them.
But they use all their utility. They don't have any retake utility. They can't even go for it.
They save, and it's off. Well
They
called.
thought they were stopping the exec. You know, they really committed to it because they didn't think it was a fake. That was a pretty nice fake. That was kind of hard to figure out. And yeah.
I'm just curious as to why it got all 5 players over there. There hadn't even seen a single person before Magix was in, right? Like usually you get that construction float. Maybe that's the last player to come over. But no, they went all in Spirit, and it's going to cost them.
Terrorists win.
It's true. No bomb, don't move.
Or at least, like, you know, confirm there's at least 3 players. There wasn't even no bomb. It was no people. Just util. Little utility scared him.
So does Hallie need glasses or not? Is the glasses a psyop just to look smarter? Is that why you wear glasses, Connor?
No. I do them because I'm blind in one eye, Launders.
Which strange
Make fun of that,
I can
huh?
see. Yeah, I will. I will happily be ableist. Even if, what's funny is even when we read a sign that's far away, I can see farther more clearly than Connor with glasses, with no glasses.
Yeah, it's true. I can't even defend myself. Sometimes when you're at home, you have people with glasses will understand. You always put your glasses in the same place. But when we're in hotel rooms, I've got to find a new place to put them. I've been late for shuttles because I've put them down where I can't see them and I don't remember where I put them down.
Man.
And that's when you really feel like a subhuman. Like I can't even find something. What am I?
Right.
God.
Yeah, that's tough. And then you like step on them like in the movies. And
Exactly. Oh, my glasses. First world problems. Prosus tries to chase the fallback. Chopper gets into the site. All's good. Let's see if Shiro's going to be the end all. No, sir. Not without a head.
What is that shot?
Very clean one from Prosus, but the trade's good. Zontic's here looking for more. Flash makes it a little awkward, but the trade train goes back and forth, and Chopper keeps hanging on to the short side. Magix rotates already in place. He'll spot Searson, but JDC firing from the site too. Chopper pulled this off in the pistol.
What?
He's gonna do it again. Comes out while JDC's busy.
What?
And a double kill from Chopper. 24 kills.
You can
3
just
on
run
the
through
site.
the smoke.
He can do what he damn well pleases.
This is Glaive level from Chopper. Did he used to call for big or something? What's going on?
Fantastic individual level from the IGL. 24 kills is where he'll end this one. And speaking of ending, Big goes down. Team Spirit locking it into the semifinal. Them versus Metizport for a chance to play in London. London.
A mind-boggling performance from Chopper as Spirit clinched the series 2-0. Maybe not even clinch. I mean, first map, close affair, stumbled a little bit on Anubis, but Vertigo, if teams think it's a weakness, Spirit's getting all the experience playing it in the world as everyone targets it, and there's a world in which they just keep getting better, Bubsky.
Yeah, and I like that you said it, right? Because this is the last tournament before the major. This is the last impression you're going to give to any team before walking into that group stage at the major itself. So it's really important that Spirit like clear up people's expectations of Vertigo, because now they're actually going to be thinking like, okay, if we pick Vertigo, it's not going to be as easy as Smite fought.
And this is part of what makes this Spirit team so crazy when we talk about them, because you have Donk, who we know is always going to get the numbers. You have Shiro, who we know is always going to have impact and is good in clutches. And then just that list of Magix, Zontix, Chopper, like one of them is going to step up next to these guys. And this time around it was Chopper, and it's awesome to see the old in-game leader still putting up heavy numbers of frags. I mean, this was a badass game from Chopper.
Yeah, and this is the weirdest thing, right? That Dunk has this massive entrance into the Tier 1 Counter-Strike, dominates everything, right? But everybody forgets that all of the rest of the guys have a massive improvement as well, which you look into Chopper, like if you take him into consideration, what he achieved in the last 3 to 4 years, it's not been necessarily the greatest, and then all of a sudden he also pops out as like an IGL to follow, and also on the fragging side, Zontix also coming out of nowhere, just constantly dominating, really. It's so weird because he doesn't go for headshot. He has like one of the lowest headshot percentages in the pro scene, but he still feels really instant in his duel. It's really hard to explain, but he's just a super solid rifler, and he really helps out on Dunk when he's missing.
Yeah, I mean, Chopper's such a crazy story to me because, I mean, 7 years ago he was on Vega Squadron, right, at the Atlanta E-League Major, and they were kind of known as like the one-trick pony. Like, they're going to cause the upset, they're going to rush you with Mac 10s, they're going to be a little bit crazy. But in like the 10-year career that he's had, he's only got 2 trophies to his name, one at the end of last year and obviously IEM Katowice this year. Like, he's been around, he's massively experienced, and now with this group of players around him that seemingly play so well together, his own individual level is eclipsing, you know, Chopper of 7, 8, 9 years ago as well. It's crazy to look at this team and see the way that everyone is just playing better.
Yeah, and as you said yourself earlier, he was a pretty wild IGL, right? He had to take a lot of entry kills together with Mia back then. I remember in the Vegas Squadron days. That was interesting. Certainly very fun to practice again, I can tell you. But I think Chopper with the dunk on the roster actually has not as much responsibility to actually take the duels all the time. Now it will be dunk, sometimes it will be Shiro finding the openings, and then he can also mix it up and sometimes take the first contact. I think it gives a nice dynamic to not see it's the first guy always being in. I think we see some teams fail on this. For example, Astralis, right? I think Blame F, you know, if you find Blame F, you always know he's the lurker, or like that was how it was back in the day, right? But it changes constantly, and I think Chopper has built a very nice foundation for this team.
Yeah, certain teams have certain tells, and Spirit do a good job of hiding theirs. From the winners in Spirit over to the losers of Big, who are now eliminated from the Spring Showdown. Banks got a chance to talk with Tapson very quickly after the loss that they just suffered.
Tabson, when I look at this game, certainly the veto would seem like it would be good for you, but obviously you've got some new players in here. I want to touch on the fact that you go 10-2 down first half on Anubis. They get the pistol and the follow-up too, but then you manage then to let one round slip away, but still claw back, right? So you win 7 rounds in a row, and it's meant to be a team map, and you're doing this on the CT side. Where did this come from you guys?
I think we just played on our T side not the very best, I would say. They handled the CT side very good, so did we. But in the end, it comes only on handling situations because the T's managed to get so much control in the room from the side, from the map itself. So in the end, it's just about the handlings and the executions. And I think from the T side, both were not the very best, I would say. In the end, they managed to close it out with a nice call, sneaking in the middle and abusing, so to speak, our setup. Yeah, I mean, other than that, I think it was a promising Anubis for sure. We managed to show resilience and show still what we are capable of doing, even though we are so far behind.
Yeah, and that's what's interesting, right? You certainly did show that resilience, but I expected more of that coming from this Vertigo as well. So why was this so lackluster from you guys? Because this has been a key map for Big for a long time.
Yeah, it has been for sure. I mean, yeah, it's a new roster. We've changed a couple of positions, and I mean, Spirit is a top team. They just won a huge tournament. They are on a rising way, you know, like they are definitely one of the best teams out there right now. And they just show us what we are not the best maybe on and what we need to practice on, especially on Vertigo, since we believe that it's our best map and we pick it from time to time. Even though we are still really confident, I mean, you get donked, you get choppered, you know, like it's how it is. So, yeah.
The good thing is, right, it seems like you're taking more positives away from this, especially considering you've got a new roster. So how do you view just your couple of games here at the Showdown to start things off with?
We definitely showed a better Big than the first game. That was the most important thing, that we develop a way how to improve game by game, and this is what we did. I mean, we managed to make it dirty against Spirit in one map. Other map we got smashed, but at least there's some showing which we can take off. Other than that, it was for us for sure. Like the goal was to qualify and stuff, but it was a huge task to manage with this amount of time. We are looking forward to have more time. We are just practicing really well. I think we are doing the right way. We implement new stuff from them, from us, you know, and we just try to mix it up together. And our T sides are not really well clicking right now. In practice, it looks definitely a bit better. But overall, yeah, I mean, this is good showing and good improvement from what we can learn.
And how are you going to spend your time during the next couple of months or so? Is it going to be a lot of online tournaments as well, and try and get as many reps as possible to get yourselves ready for when kind of the next part of the season starts after the major?
Yeah, exactly. We are trying to play as much as we can. have a good schedule that we can also improve the things we are missing. Maybe we're not playing the best on. And for this, we need to have also review. Like we need to have some material which we can look up. And therefore, we are happy to play a lot of tournaments. And we are looking, of course, also forward to our first LAN tournament. And hope till then we are way more confident in our playstyle and also that we find our groove on certain maps.
That's tabseN with some departing words. As Big is eliminated in the quarterfinals. They defeated Gamer Legion in the previous round of play and get stopped by Spirit here. Bubsky, it's kind of hard to say this was a great tournament run or a positive tournament run, but I think certainly there's elements and positive signs that we've seen from the addition of JDC and Searson back into the big roster.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? That's what I've actually got from that interview, that tabseN actually believes in the future of this team. I just think they needed a bit more time. JDC, overall the most outstanding player from the new two guys, right? Searson coming back into the game at the last map wasn't really important at that point. If he would have stepped up in that Anubis, where they might have needed him in a couple of rounds, I could easily have seen this going to 3 maps. And taking Spirit to so many rounds on the first map really shows that Big has potential to go into more, but it's just a question about time. They're not going to be at the major, so they're going to have a lot of focus just playing the online tournaments and just getting a lot of practice together.
And if you're looking for a silver line of not being at the major, it gets to be you're like the designated practice partner for all the teams who will be competing there, as you won't be at the event and people won't have to worry about showing things off to you. Here's the bracket as we stand right now. Quarterfinals are finished. Spirit, Metizport in a semifinal tomorrow. OG versus SAW in the other semifinal spot tomorrow. Both of those matches dictate which teams will be heading to the Spring Finals in London, one from each side of the bracket. So tomorrow's the big day. Finally, this grueling single elimination tournament comes to a close and we get to see who we'll have at the finals. As we have with every other day, there's always been plays of the day. We pick out 3, we show them off, they get voted on. We'll tell you who wins tomorrow. Plays of the day today after the quarterfinals have concluded. This one is going to be Heavy God. Look at this quad kill on Mirage, a thing of beauty. And Heavy God just continues to show he's a special player.
Yeah, he's a special one, but we also have an older guy in the community, actually. The old Fnatic player in form of Jaquinho actually found his form a little bit in this roster of Metizport. He's not the one we mention all the time, but he certainly can also do great things.
And tabseN from one old guy to the next, maybe even older. tabseN's been around for a minute, at one point one of the best players in the world, and as his career's gone on, he's still able to deliver some good moments. This was down the stretch to tie things up at 11-11. They came all the way back from 2-10, unfortunately not able to pull it over the finish line, and Big fell right at the end of Anubis, and obviously would go on to get decimated on Vertigo. But good things shown from tabseN, and all 3 players really for those plays of the days having impact for their team. From plays of the day to the MVP. We're going to check in with James Banks for the Maersk MVP.
That's right, Jason. It is time for that Maersk MVP check-in, and we get to see how this is all going down. I want to see who is going to be on our top selection today, though, because right now, I would say, yes, Donk, look, we're loving him. We love what we see from this guy. Adam B in there has had a great performance, especially today. But I want to focus on Heavy God, who's worked his way into 2nd place. He was doing a lot of the heavy lifting for an OG that I think a lot of us didn't really have too much faith in, didn't have too much confidence in, didn't know what we were going to get from him. But things are changing. They've got to give their all in an event like this, and they've got a great chance now of qualifying to London. And it could be at the hands of this man. We saw the Deagle Ace come out from him yesterday with a little M4 at the end. We've seen constant rifling work coming out throughout today. So let's see if it continues tomorrow. Let's see if they can get that London spot and how far he'll be able to push it.
And thank you very much, James Banks. Yes, let's get next into the prediction game that we've been playing, because obviously a lot of things went down today with some action. Not a whole lot of upsets. Obviously, Scrawny and Harry feeling a little desperation, going for that big pick. That's backfired. Everyone got Heroic losing to OG wrong, and us Monte pickers as well. Not the happiest group, but you know, Bubsky, you're up there. You're up there towards the top with me as well. So things are looking bright for us. No steals today either.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised to see Launders actually in the top as well. I feel like he's just been trolling the entire tournament, but it's also been the show of the underdogs, right? So it was a good run from Launders finally taking the hate maxing to maximum.
Yeah, he really has. He's got as much of that as he possibly could. We're going to give you the schedule for tomorrow. We still got those 2 spots at the Spring Finals in London to decide. 4 teams remain. Only 2 will go on to the finals. First up is going to be OG taking on SAW. SAW's looking incredible right now. OG, on the other hand, well, let's say they're looking good. They've had some improvements. I don't know if it's going to be enough to take down SAW. Metizport as well, super surprising, but even despite their good upsets, Spirit's a really tough ask.
Yeah, and I can't just comprehend in my mind that we are going to have part-time players against the world's best team for a spot in London. Like, and for me, it's so absurd. And I actually realistically think that they could potentially make it interesting. I don't think they're going to 2-0 it by any means, right? But I think we've seen enough quality from Metizport that we can actually believe that there's going to be a game.
Yeah, bad day, you never know. The single elimination part of this is huge. I like calling them part-time players as well. That's got like a whole like Bad News Bears. That could be like a sports movie one day down the road if these guys end up going on to London and doing some damage there. Either way, that's it for day 4. That's all we've got for you. One more day left in the BLAST Premier Spring Showdown. It's tomorrow to decide who goes on to the finals in London. We'll see you there. Don't miss it.